Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your 6-month forecast. It is a collective general reading, so as messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Okay, Aries, I did my homework now on your sign, and so I have tons of notes here on my monitor that I want to go through before we start your reading. So for you, Aries, the 6-month cycle between the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026, and the full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026, will directly activate your 4th house of home, family, emotional foundations, and ancestral roots. Now, this is going to be pretty significant here for you. Sorry about that. So because Cancer is a cardinal sign like you, these lunations form a really tense but highly motivating square aspect to your sun. So this period will force you to balance your aggressive external ambitions with your deeply private emotional world. So how does this play out for you? Well, July 14th, with that new moon, this would be the planting of seeds for your future. So the cycle begins on July 14th with that new moon in Cancer at 21 degrees. I believe it's 21 degrees, yes. Occurring in close conjunction with Mercury retrograde. So it will affect you in 3 different ways. Number 1, the family cycle breaking. You are supported in breaking unhealthy or repetitive family dynamics, or clearing up a domestic pattern that has consistently kept you stuck. 2, cosmic clarity. Although Mercury is retrograde, a Sun-Mercury alignment just the day prior gives you this sudden, aha, deep clarity regarding long-standing personal frustrations and what you need to do to resolve them. The 3rd is a home reset. It is a prime time for you to begin planning a physical relocation, a property upgrade, or initiate deep emotional healing work within your private sanctuary, whatever that may be. It could be like an apartment, even for those of you who are not homeowners. So between July and December, your attention will shift heavily towards personal stability. Your external life will likely feel the pressure of major 2026 planetary shifts, specifically with Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your sign during the summer. So while you are restructuring your core identity out in the world, the 6-month moon cycle demands that you also fortify your home base, whatever that means to you. You cannot build a tall tower, a new tower, without a secure foundation. So this will be the 6-month window, if you will, where if you wanted to build that foundation, the universe wholeheartedly supports you in doing that. The December 23rd full moon will be the climax. So the cycle culminates right before the holidays, for those of you who celebrate, on December 23rd with a super full cold moon in Cancer. That emotional breakthrough, hidden feelings, domestic projects, or property negotiations that were initiated in July will finally reach a point of completion or release. Work-life tug of war. The full moon sits directly opposite the sun in Capricorn, your 10th house of career. So you will be forced to address any imbalances between your professional hustle and your domestic obligations. And then we have reclaiming security. You will close out 2026 with a clearer understanding of what belonging truly means to you, shifting away from superficial success toward genuine emotional safety. All right, with all of that said now, let's see what we have for you. This is for the Aries collective. So this is a big time for you in terms of major real estate, moving, renovation plans. This could even be renovating a partner's primary residence with the expectation or plan that you will be like moving in with them. Or they could be doing that for you as well if the plan there is for them to move in with you. So tell me more about this here for Aries for this 6-month lunar cycle. For Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Aries, we have Beloved, Radical Acceptance, card number 2. Moon Maiden, New Beginnings. Told you. Card number 41. And you have Straddling Worlds, Wandering Between Realms, card number 52. And at the bottom of the deck, we have Feast of Plenty, Choices and Their Consequences, card number 20, which in this deck always reminds me of like the Two of Swords, the way we have the Two of Swords here depicted in this card. All right, let's see where we are going with this message here for Aries. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 2, Beloved, Radical Acceptance. Card number 41, Moon Maiden, New Beginnings. And card number 52, Straddling Worlds, Wandering Between Realms. For the Aries collective for the next 6 months. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Four of Swords. We have the Ten of Swords. And we have the Five of Wands. We have the Hanged Man. We have the Eight of Swords. And we have the Hermit. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Pentacles, the Three of Cups, and the Seven of Swords. That leaves the Six of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. We are clarifying these cards with the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images in it are slightly different. It does modify or alter the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. So this is for Aries now, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying Four of Swords, Ten of Swords, Five of Wands, the Hanged Man, Eight of Swords, and the Hermit for the next 6 months. Thank you. We have the Death card. There's your transformation here. So the Four of Swords is clarified by Death. The Ten of Swords is clarified by the Five of Cups. The Five of Wands is clarified by the Nine of Swords. The Hanged Man is clarified by the Page of Cups. The Eight of Swords is clarified by the Ten of Swords. And the Hermit is clarified by the Eight of Wands. The bottom of the deck, we have Three of Wands, Two of Wands, and the Magician. And that leaves the King of Cups, Three of Swords, which is a healed heart in this deck, to the Ten of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Okay, obviously we're going to clarify some of these for you. But Beloved, Radical Acceptance. This could be in regards to your home. You may not love where you are right now, or you may not love the area that you're in or the community that you're in. For others of you, this could be triangulation. For some of you, because I have Three Cups spelled over here, Three of Pentacles, Three of Cups, Three of Wands. So if you are in any type of third party, regardless of where you are on the triangle, this could be something of you radically accepting that something here needs to change, especially if you're the one who has triangulated people. This would be the end to that triangulation. For others of you, you are radically accepting that you deserve to be loved. You deserve to be valued in your relationships, whether they are professional, platonic, or romantic. The Hangman to the Page of Cups. There is an offer or opportunity here that is coming in for you. Some of you already kind of have this, but you're not sure whether or not you want to move forward with it. The New Beginning. All new beginnings come with some other beginnings end. And that is what we have here. We have the Ten of Swords to the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups is very unique in the After Tarot deck because the individual is not crying over the Three Cups that are spilled over. They are laser focused on the new set of Two of Cups. So this does here seem to be a changing of the guard, if you will, leaving, you know, one boss for another boss, leaving a business partner for another business partner. For some of you, it could be leaving one romantic partner for another. But there definitely is here a new beginning with a new soulmate, professional, platonic, or romantic. And to further clarify this, we have the Eight of Swords to the Ten of Swords. So I feel very much of like two worlds overlapping here for many of you, where literally as one closes out, the new one comes in. And then we have straddling worlds, wandering between realms. Five of Wands and the Nine of Swords. There has been some hesitation to moving in a new direction, in a new beginning. But I feel like over the course of next 6 months, there is some kind of plan or strategy that you're implementing. And I say that because in the After Tarot deck, the individual is holding the Ace of Swords, that aha spark of clarity that we had said you would be receiving during Mercury retrograde. And I feel like that absolves you almost of those fears, doubts, and insecurities, because that's what the person in the Nine of Swords is doing. They're using that Ace of Swords clarity and they're slaying away the Eight Swords, doubts, fears, and anxieties. Once that occurs, I feel like things move very quickly. We go from the Hermit to the Eight of Wands. After all of this soul searching, figuring out what we want to do, planning, strategizing, the Hermit is Virgo energy, and Virgo at its highest vibration is all about creating a system, a strategy, a plan, etc. So I feel like once you have done all of that, then it's just sort of like the gates open and you move forward. Let's clarify this a bit more here. Tell me about that Four of Swords I think there's something here about you healing your heart, healing the way you give and receive love as well. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Four of Swords is clarified by the Emperor. That is your major arcana card. Further clarified by the Page of Cups, which we have here. And then we have the Queen of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have Three of Wands. So if you don't have this individual, they don't have to be an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. But there is someone here. If you haven't received the offer, this is an offer that is coming in to you over the course of the next 6 months. Whether that's in career and finance, love and romance, or something else, it'll be different for each of you. But there's something here about what this person is offering you, because they're coming in cup. So this is someone who genuinely likes you, genuinely loves you, genuinely respects you, genuinely admires you. Again, I don't know if this person is professional, platonic, or romantic for each of you, but there is a, and they could be a water sign as well, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. But there is a genuine sense of admiration, or like I said, respect or love for you, but you need to radically accept, and I think that's what's happening here, that you deserve that you deserve a better boss or a better love partner, etc., etc. Clarify that Death card, because I feel like I'm speaking to an Aries collective where in the past you settled, and I also think you overgave. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. If you haven't received this offer yet, I feel like it's coming in relatively soon. We have the Page of Wands and we have the Sun card. So I know that the Mercury retrograde is going to end on July 23rd, but that energy is going to extend the post-shadow period until August 6th, and that does put us in Leo season. So most of you are receiving this offer or opportunity from this individual between now and that August 6th date, or let's even extend that to the end of Leo season, which is the third week in August. But there is this offer here or opportunity coming in here for you. And if you can radically accept that you deserve to be loved, or you deserve to be admired, or you deserve reciprocity, then I feel it looks like you are moving forward with whatever this opportunity is for you. The Hanged Man. Tell me about the Hanged Man. Some of you may have difficulty at first fully accepting this, especially if you are accustomed to being in connections where you are the overgiver, where you are the emperor, you are the over provider. You know, you're the individual who has to work overtime even if you don't get paid. You know, you are the romantic partner who has to do all of the domestic duties and also be a supportive person to your person. You may not know what it's like to have someone do all of those things for you just because they genuinely care about you. So first, what you need to do here, it appears, is just radically accept that you are loved, that you are the embodiment of love, and that you deserve love and respect and admiration from all of your connections, regardless of who they are. Let's get one more shuffle on that Hangman. One more shuffle. Thank you. So I feel like when the offer comes in, it's like you're pausing. There's almost a feeling here of like, wow, this might be too good to be true. It's not good to be true. I just feel like you have been settling for less. So when this comes in, it just seems like, oh my God, this is so crazy. This is impossible, right? That something like this can't be real. And I just think that there's a pause here for you, probably during Mercury retrograde, where you are processing all of this. You have the Four of Cups, you have the King of Cups, and you have the Page of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, you have Knight of Swords. So there is a processing here that occurs for you. Clarify that Page of Cups further, please. Clarify the Page of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups is clarified by Knight of Cups, so you do end up accepting the offer. 10 of Pentacles and Wheel of Fortune. Bottom of the deck, 9 of Pentacles. Aries, this is actually beautiful, and I always say never allow me or another tarot reader to tell you what to do, but I can only tell you what's energetically here. This individual who presents you with this offer, it does appear here that you are accepting it. The Knight of Cups in the After Tarot deck is accepting the Page of Cups and drinking from it. So you are taking the job, you're taking the relationship to the next, level, whatever that is for you, or a higher level of commitment. You are accepting this person's opportunity. Someone's asking you out on a date. You are saying yes. So there is movement here on your part. 10 of Pentacles to the Wheel of Fortune. This is almost giving me the feeling like, if not now, when? Like, I have to do this now. I've sat on this for too long, or I've thought about this for too long. It may sound too good to be true, but I radically know that I deserve this. I deserve this, and there's something here about you seeing that this individual is genuine to you. Ten of Swords now. What is coming to an end here? It might give you a little bit more of an idea of what is coming in. Because again, with that straddling the two worlds, this seems to be like a replacement for this, if you will. So job for job, relationship for relationship, or relationship for those of you who are single. Tell me about that Ten of Swords. What is coming to an end? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ten of Swords is clarified by Temperance, the Fool, there's your new beginning, and the King of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Star card. So what is ending is different for all of you, but you are creating the ending. You are creating the ending because you are choosing to radically accept that you deserve better. And when this offer comes along, you are seeing this as better. I mean, you clearly have your eye on this new offer opportunity from this individual. Clarify that Five of Cups. Clarify the Five of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Five of Cups is clarified by Temperance again. Six of Swords. And the Seven of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. So it looks like you are moving forward with this new beginning. But there's something here of, I'm moving forward with it, but I want to do this at my own pace. I want to do this at my own pace. So to give you an example, and you know, we'll see how this plays out for each of you over the 6-month period, but this would be like radical acceptance of I deserve better in terms of an employer. So I'm putting on my resumes and applications, I'm doing my due diligence, I'm going out on interviews. Now I have a job offer. I think about it for a bit. Maybe you do some research, right? Page of Pentacles, Page of Wands, Page of Cups. Maybe you do some research on that company and you decide to move forward. And they say to you, we want you to start tomorrow. This is giving me the feeling of this is on my terms. I'm willing to accept your offer, but I can't start tomorrow. I still have to give the existing employer some type of notice, 1 week, 2 week, 1 month, whatever your contractual, or maybe you even feel morally obligated to this individual. So this seems to be like, I will accept this, but the start time would be of your choosing. Eight of Swords. There is a level of risk involved in doing this, or at least that is your perception. One more shuffle. Thank you. Because the Eight of Swords is giving me the feeling of, I don't know how the current employer will take the news when I give them my notice. That's the feeling. Or maybe some of you, you're breaking up with someone, you know, because you're entering another connection. Or maybe you just want to be single. There's a feeling here of, I don't know how this other person will take the news. Eight of Swords is clarified by Six of Cups, the Five of Cups, and the Queen of Cups. That's exactly what's happening here. Star at the bottom of the deck. So whoever this soulmate, soul bond connection is, there is something here of walking away from them in that Five of Cups, which we have up here. This would be you leaving these cups to move towards these cups. So there is some concern here, okay, over departing from this person. This Queen of Cups, and it doesn't have to be a water sign, it doesn't have to be a feminine, but it is someone that you have some level of appreciation, respect, or love for. Five of Wands, or let's clarify that Ten of Swords first. Clarify the Ten of Swords. So there is a little nervousness or apprehension about this, and this is more like not wanting to hurt their feelings. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Swords is clarified by Page of Swords. So when you communicate this ending, we have the Two of Cups to the Chariot. So this is you communicating to this soulmate, to this person who's existing in your life, that you are moving forward, moving on, because you are accepting a new opportunity. This Page of Pentacles opportunity here that this individual is giving you. Clarify the Five of Wands. Clarify the Five of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Five of Wands is clarified by Judgment. So this seems to be your final ruling here. Like there's nothing, using work again as an example, there's nothing here that the job will be able to say to you to keep you here. This seems to be your final ruling. Same thing if this is you deciding to like sell a house. You know, once you accept someone's offer, let's say that's what this is, you're not turning back on it. You're not going to change your mind, say, change my mind, I don't want to sell the house. So there's something here where it's like, it's absolute for you. Judgment to the Five of Pentacles, walking away, maybe even feeling in a way like you are abandoning whomever or whatever this is. And then we have the Queen of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have that Knight of Cups. So again, this is you very much in your power, whether you're masculine or feminine, moving forward towards that initial offer here. that you have accepted. Clarify the Nine of Swords. Clarify the Nine of Swords. Let's get one more shuffle. Thank you. Nine of Swords is clarified by Four of Pentacles. So whatever it was that you were holding on to, situation, relationship, home, or whatever, you are releasing. In the After Tarot deck, the Four of Pentacles, I call it my miser card, is met with scorpionic energy here of like the Grim Reaper. So there is a release of something here that has been, if it hasn't been structured or stable, it has at least provided you with some type of structure or stability in your life. And again, whether that was emotional or financial or structure, literally in terms of a house for some of you. You have the Knight of Pentacles. There's your plan. There's your Virgo energy. And then the Five of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. So this is you now creating the path or the plan to move on from whomever or whatever this is. And again, the Five of Wands in the After Tarot deck, there is no argument here. So whatever reservations you had, or that nervousness or that anxiousness about closing off a particular chapter here in your life and moving forward, you seem to be quite confident here that that's what you want to do. The Hermit. Clarify the Hermit. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hermit is clarified by the Knight of Cups. Again, this offer that you accepted, Ace of Wands, that's the truth. You're going to move forward with the Strength card. That offer that I said you receive in Leo season. The Strength card is Leo season. The Sun card is Leo season. Bottom of the deck, High Priestess to the Nine of Pentacles. So it does appear here that you are moving forward after a lot of contemplation on this offer. Eight of Wands. Clarify the Eight of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Eight of Wands is clarified again. Strength, Leo season. 10 of Cups and the Lovers. It is your choice now. You are moving forward with whomever or whatever this is. At the bottom of the deck, we have Feast of Plenty, choices and their consequences. Three of Pentacles, Three of Cups. I think what you're realizing is whether it was financial or emotional, because again, I don't know what type of connection here you are severing for another. It appears to be what is happening. I think what you're realizing is I have to radically accept that I was settling for less. Like that Seven of Swords is self-sabotage. And I think this is the conclusion, if you will, of that. And I think you've been considering this for a while. And I think this, you're aware, probably even at the time of this reading, that you are settling for a situation, environment, connection, maybe even a home for some of you, that isn't exactly where you want to be or no longer aligns with you or doesn't provide you with the financial or emotional support that you need or that you desire. And the feeling here is if I stay in this, I am sabotaging myself. So Three of Wands, Two of Wands, and the Magician, it looks like you are then moving forward. The Three of Wands in the After Tarot deck is like you're waving, like I'm ready for the new. Two of Wands, you are moving forward in the After Tarot deck with whomever this new soulmate is, professional, platonic, or romantic. And then we have the Magician energy here. So the feeling here is like, if I can just get through this ending, the feeling is like sky's the limit. So you're changing something here, very profound in your life. Over the course of the next 6 months, for some of you, you are breaking, like I said, some type of family cycle here, okay? If you had a healthy dynamic here, this could be cutting ties with some toxic or unhealthy family members. For others of you, if this could surround a domestic partner, so you could be breaking away here from someone that you're married to or that you share housing with. You could also be clearing up a domestic pattern that keeps you stuck. Again, this is radically accepting that you deserve better. For others of you, this is going to come in the form of housing. Okay, prime time now for you to start changing your physical, location. So it could be a property upgrade, but I feel this is more like the selling of the home, the acquisition of a home, something like that. This is a very healing energy here for you, but it all begins with you radically accepting that you deserve more. Let's get you a Moonology card, and then we'll close it out with some Oracle cards. Can we get a Moonology card here? So this is a big, big life change here for you, Aries, over the course of the next 6 months. And it looks like it begins with this offer or opportunity, some kind of discussion here that you are having with someone. You're receiving this offer between now and the end of Leo season. And like I said, for a small percentage of you, you are already aware of this offer. You've just kind of hangman been holding back and analyzing it, if you will. One Moonology card here, please, for Aries. One more shuffle. Thank you. Communication is key. New moon in Gemini. Well, we just had a new moon in Gemini, but again, there's something communicative here going on. So you are receiving an offer or an opportunity between now and the end of Leo season. Look at that. Don't let pride get in your way. Full moon in Leo. Literally, you can't make it up. So the full moon that we'll actually have in Leo season will be the full moon in Aquarius on July 29th. So I would expect this new, if you don't have it yet, this new offer opportunity between now and the full moon in Aquarius, which is happening during Leo season. And right behind that, you're very close to achieving your goal, gibbous moon. We'll close it out now with some oracle cards. Can we get 3 oracle cards here, please, for the Aries collective for their 6-month forecast? One more shuffle. Thank you. For some of you, it could be a Gemini or a Leo that is extending this offer to you. You have wisdom. Accumulate wisdom and experience through continuous learning. I think I had touched upon that here with the hangman energy. I said maybe some of you are like in that hangman energy, like doing your due diligence, doing your homework, if you will, in regards to this move or this relocation, or again, this opportunity or offer. You then have enlightenment, gain deep understanding and insight, opening the door to new wisdom. So again, there's like this new opportunity here, straddling worlds, but before you walk through the doorway, some of you are doing your research, doing your homework, doing your due diligence. And then you have home. I told you, some of you are literally will be planning a relocation, even if it does not occur within the final 6 months of 2026. There still is something here. Maybe you're starting to fix up your home so you can prepare to sell it in 2027. That could happen. Or you're already starting to look at homes or even communities that you may want to relocate to in 2027. But you will return to inner peace and self-acceptance, radical acceptance here, feeling grounded and at ease with who you are. So 1, this is you coming back home to yourself. And then 2, for, like I said, for a lot of you, this is a change in domestic partnerships as well as your actual dwelling. At the bottom of the deck, you have inner strength. And we had said that here, that it might take some inner strength for you to sever ties with whomever or whatever this is. But tap into your inner power, stay strong in adversity, using resilience to overcome any challenges that may arise. And I see you doing that. And look at that inner strength card. There's like a seed. So you definitely are planting a new seed here over the course of the next 6 months. I'm curious to know for all of you what this is. I will be providing more in-depth readings on this as we progress forward during the 6-month period, and some of them are exclusive to Patreon members. So if you're not on Patreon with us, it's a lovely little community that has started there within the last month or two. It gives me the ability to connect a little bit more one-on-one, and those collective readings seem to be a little bit more personal in nature because, again, I'm reading for a smaller group of people. So if you'd like to join us there, we'd love to have you. Information on that will be in the description box below, as well as the pinned comment. But that is what I have for you, Aries, for your 6-month forecast. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And until I read for you again, I am wishing you good luck, and as always, light, love, and peace. Hello, Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your 6-month prediction. It is a general collective reading. So as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So Taurus, before we get into tarot, I did a little astrology homework for you, my love, so you understand this reading better, but also how the next 5 months will play out for you. So this 6-month, lunar cycle here stretches from the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026 to the super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. So for you, Taurus, this will heavily activate your 3rd house of communication, local community, learning, and daily routines. Because Cancer is a deeply intuitive, emotionally driven water sign, right? It is ruled by the moon. The moon rules our emotions. This period for you is going to enable you to focus on shifting your mental patterns, reevaluating how you voice your wants, your desires, your needs, your feelings, and also to help you restructure your closer everyday relationships. So it all begins with you like planting the seed of new communication or a new way to express yourself. The cycle begins with that powerful emotional reset for you on July 14th. It's especially powerful for you, Taurus, because we do have Mercury retrograde occurring in Cancer at this time. So for a lot of you, you are returning to something of the past, like an outdated goal that you had, something you put on the back burner. So it could be like reviving a writing project, a business idea, maybe taking a course or class that you once wanted to take. Maybe you started taking it, you didn't complete it, or you didn't take it at all. You'll be like revisiting that. And for others of you, it could be some type of creative skill, photography, playing an instrument, pottery, baking, you know, painting, something like that. Again, maybe you cast it aside, you started with it, but just sort of life got in the way, you shelved it, or you never even launched it to begin with, right? There's something like that here where you'll be like returning back to that goal or returning to that skill. Another very important thing for you, Taurus, during this time period is you're going to be redefining security. Now, I always say you're the backbone of the zodiac. Okay, you know how to make a dollar, you know how to keep a dollar, maintain a dollar, attain a dollar. So in terms of financial security or financial wealth, I think you're pretty solid. However, while that is your strong suit, emotional security, not so much. So I think you're going to be prompted here to change how you communicate your needs, because over the course of the next 5 or 6 months, you're going to realize or come to the realization that personal and emotional safety and emotional security are just as important as financial security. And that means no longer tolerating jobs that pay you well, but make you feel bad about yourself or treat you poorly. No longer tolerating relationships where there's like a money exchange, so the financial connection is strong or solid, but the person makes you feel like shit. You know, the partner that doesn't emotionally fulfill you, the friends that take advantage of you or give you those backhanded compliments. And I think in the past, I have a group of you here, the feeling I get is you always suppressed it in order to keep the peace. That's not going to that's not going to happen anymore after December 23rd, 2026. So you're going to be redefining security. And as a result, by the time you get to the end of the year, you're going to sort of be assessing the people that sit around that table of life for you. There's also a very powerful local shift that's happening for you, Taurus. So new opportunities are going to emerge regarding your neighborhood. For some of you, this involves local travel. Like traveling more to some areas that are maybe 15 or 30 minutes or an hour away from you that you've always wanted to go to, that you never went to. Suddenly you'll feel called to want to explore outside of your neighborhood. Others of you will be considering relocation, actually relocating or just making plans to relocate in 2027. And there's also something here about local networking, or enhancing these interactions that you have with siblings or extended family members to come up with ways or ideas to generate new financial revenue sources for you. So I can see Tauruses moving out of, like, I'll just call it like corporate America, regardless of where you live in the world, but like working for like a larger conglomerate or a company, and maybe even just becoming self-employed. So I can see that happening as well. As you have these various communications or conversations with siblings and extended family members. So the 6-month growth period for you begins late August and moving into like October, November. That's when you're going to undergo this gradual mental transformation, if you will. And as a result, you're going to end the year with a softer mindset. You're going to find yourself moving away from rigid, logical thinking, right? Very black and white thinking. This person did ABC. I'm not going to say anything because logically I value the connection, so I have to suppress what they did. I'm not asking for clarity. I'm not even going to ask for an apology. I'm just going to pretend it didn't happen, and I'm just going to, go along to get along. That changes for you. And it's not that you're going to become some dictatorial person like, hey, you did ABC to me, but it's more of like, I can't just logically think about what this person did. I have to lean more into communicating those feelings about how they injured me or whatever they did or said, how it affected me. So I think in the past, you thought very logically, and it was like, I can't say anything about this because of this particular connection. I value it, and therefore I have to pretend that that person didn't just do or say that. Moving forward, I think you're going to be expressing, hey, you did this, and this is how it made me feel, or this is what I need to feel emotionally nourished from this connection with you. And I think a lot of people in your life are going to be quite shocked, because it's like, oh my God, Taurus has feelings. Taurus has had feelings all along. They've just suppressed them for you, to keep you happy or to keep you in their life. That's going to change moving forward. So you're going to find yourself with radical candor. I'm actually kind of excited to do your readings for 2027, because all of those pent up feelings for you are going to surface. And it's almost like you're going to review those conversations or those experiences within and go, oh my God, when they said this, I should have said ABC. When they said this, I should have followed up with this question. So as you review these disappointing, we'll call them, okay, conversations or interactions in the past, and all of these feelings resurface, it's going to like clear the air for you. It's going to give you not only closure if those connections are no longer in your life, but it's also going to allow you that moving forward, I need to speak my absolute truth. When you hurt me, I need to say it. When you do this and I don't understand, I need clarity. Again, I'm no longer suppressing my feelings just to keep you in my life. And because of that, your base foundation, your close foundation of your friends and family members or lovers are going to change. You're going to wrap up the year with a much clearer understanding of who belongs in your inner circle and who doesn't, regardless of length of time or association or resources involved with that individual. Moving forward, you're actually going to put your mental health or your mental well-being ahead of whatever financial investments or financial investments that you have with that particular person. So let's see where we go with this message for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the new moon in Cancer until the super full moon in Cancer in December. What else does Taurus need to know? One more shuffle here. Thank you. Gathering around the power of community, card number 26. Fortune's Wheel, luck and right timing, card number 3, which is so interesting because December 23rd is actually the super full moon in Cancer. And then we have Dust Devil, moving out of stagnation, card number 15. And at the bottom of the deck, Taurus, we have Vanishing Mirror, ego sublimation, card number 58. Yeah, some people's egos, I feel, are actually going to be shattered. That was the first thing I thought of, because in the past, you never called people out when they did things, or you suppressed and suppressed until everything came out like, you know, like a volcano. This is no longer waiting for that. This is just, it's really calling people out when they hurt you. And I also think there's something here about you, like, because you had this trait of suppression and, again, being a people pleaser, if you will, I think it kept you stuck in situations, environments, or connections. Like, I think you stayed in them long past their expiration date. Like when they got totally stagnant, right, with that Dust Devil card, I think you're going to move out of stagnation. I think you're going to move on from situations, environments, or connections, because as you start voicing those feelings and as you start requesting or maybe even demanding emotional nourishment, emotional reciprocation, there are going to be people that are not going to be able to handle that because they're not used to having to emotionally invest in you or take your feelings into account. So I do think you're moving on from some people this year. I do think some egos here will be bruised or damaged as a result. Let's clarify this further here for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We're clarifying gathering around the power of community, card number 26. Fortune's Wheel, luck and right timing, card number 23. And Dust Devil, moving out of stagnation, card number 15. One more shuffle. Thank you. Taurus, we have the Ace of Cups, we have the Nine of Pentacles, and we have the Ten of Cups. The bottom of the row, we have the Moon, the Ace of Swords, and the Five of Swords. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Sun, the Hierophant, that's your major arcana card, and the Knight of Pentacles. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Pentacles, Six of Wands, and the Five of Pentacles. All right, let's clarify this for you, Taurus. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. it does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. Clarify this further, please, for Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for this 6-month lunation cycle. We are clarifying Ace of Cups, 9 of Pentacles, 10 of Cups, the Moon, Ace of Swords, and the 5 of Swords for Taurus. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Cups is clarified by the Magician. 9 of Pentacles clarified by the Moon. This lunar cycle is going to be huge for you. 10 of Cups clarified by the Ace of Cups. The Moon clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. That's also you, whether you're masculine or feminine. Ace of Swords clarified by Strength. And 5 of Swords clarified by the 3 of Wands. At the bottom of the deck, Queen of Swords, 5 of Swords, and the Star card. Bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Pentacles. Before I even begin to clarify, I think you're going to find your voice in the second half of 2026, and I think they're going to be people that are very shocked. Very shocked to hear what you have to say. Because while the Strength card, Leo energy, talks about having the strength and courage and perseverance to move forward and to push through, and you're very good at doing that, burying your head in the sand, pushing through those obstacles, but it also takes strength and courage to speak up in that Ace of Swords, and I think you're going to do that, and I don't think some people are going to like it in that 5 of Swords. It's almost like, since when do you have feelings? Or since when do you care? You've always cared. You just never said anything. Ace of Cups. Clarify the Ace of Cups. Clarify the Ace of Cups here for Taurus. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Cups is clarified by Ace of Wands. Everything I said is the truth. 7 of Swords and the Knight of Cups. Bottom of the deck, 3 of Pentacles. There's something here about you suppressing your own emotional needs in order to keep other people emotionally content. I had a friend a while back who was also a Taurus, and I remember he was having an issue with someone, and he was just like, Jay, I don't know what to do. You know, the friend did, you know, ABC to him, XYZ, and it made him feel terrible. And I said, well, you have to say something to your friend. And he was like, oh, I can't do that. It's going to cause a 5 of Swords, right? It's going to cause an argument and drama. And then, like, what if he never, you know, they don't want to talk to me ever again, so I can't say anything. And I'm like, but if you don't say anything, they're just going to continue to take advantage of you. And it was like, well, you know, maybe I'm making a big deal out of nothing. And he's a Taurus. And I just feel like there's something here happening over the course of the next 5 to 6 months that you're going to realize just how much of your emotional needs were suppressed simply because you were not speaking up. And were those people 7 of Swords you, taking advantage of you? Absolutely. But there's also something here about you realizing how complicit you were in enabling or allowing them to do that, because you silenced your own expression as well. You didn't speak about how they were making you feel. So I think you're healing here a communication wound. Magician card. Magician is ruled by Mercury. Mercury rules communication. So I don't think you're going to just, you know, swallow crow and swallow crow to keep the peace moving forward. Clarify the Magician. One more shuffle. Thank you. Magician is clarified by King of Swords, Page of Swords, and the 7 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Pentacles. Boy, are you going to be calling people out. They could be a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. They could be a Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, or a Virgo. There's a person or people here in your life, 3 of Pentacles, that you collaborate with, you interact with, you work with. They're part of your inner circle, right? We see these 3 people here. They're part of your inner circle. And this person or these people have been trampling on you emotionally, like not taking your emotional needs into consideration. Because again, Taurus is just going to push right through and push right through. And it's almost like Taurus doesn't have feelings. Taurus doesn't care if we haven't had sex in 7 years. You know, Taurus doesn't care if I give them a backhanded compliment in front of the rest of the office, because I pay Taurus handsomely. All Taurus really cares about is money. That's been the perception. That's been the perception. But the truth is, you're ruled by Venus. You do have a heart, and it does hurt, and it does break, and it does shatter. And I just think that in the past, you didn't really call people out when they broke or shattered your heart. I think you internalized it, and you found ways to heal on your own, or just found ways to suppress and, you know, maybe not even look at that wound because it was too painful. But moving forward, you are without a doubt finding your voice. If you see my readings before, welcome back. If you're new, howdy, howdy. But for me, queens exist in the present. They're dealing with today. They're processing the past. They're taking care of the now. And kings take action. It's not masculine, feminine, or hierarchical. It's just how I see a suit of cards. And so I have a group of Taurians here who are learning based upon Queen of Swords, this, you know, current interactions, and also reviewing those past conversations and past and connections. The realization here is I've been just as complicit as the people who trampled all over me or took advantage of me or didn't take my feelings into account when they were doing ABC, XYZ. So again, upon this like review, and again, you were doing this to keep the peace. You know, the Star card talks about peace. The Five of Swords in the After Tarot deck, no one is fighting. So it's almost like I know the truth, but I can't say the truth. I have to suppress the truth. I have to suppress the truth for the peace. That's not what you're doing moving forward. Moving forward, you're showing up as King of Swords, meaning if you injure me or that backhanded compliment, or I think you're being sneaky, or whatever it is, you wounded me emotionally, I'm speaking up. I'm not going to allow you, Seven of Swords, to trespass over me again. And I'm not going to allow myself to allow you to do that. So this is quite powerful. The moon. Tell me how the moon plays a significant role in this. And again, this is like the people that you interact with, right? In that gathering around card. So people close in your energetic sphere, if you will. Lovers, partners, siblings, children, parents, co-workers, people you interact with, local neighbors that you have a good relationship with. Yeah, people in that tight circle. One more shuffle. Thank you. I don't think you're putting up with their shit anymore. The moon. We have the Hermit. So this begins that period of the Aries, right? Because again, this new moon in Cancer is occurring in Mercury retrograde. And I always say retrograde starts with a RE. That's the time when we start to review and reassess. So that Hermit energy, it's like you're reviewing and reassessing all of these different situations and environments and connections currently in your life and in the past, and the ones that took advantage of you, Seven of Swords, that you never fully spoke up about or aren't speaking about now. And it's almost like this realization that, look at the in the After Tarot deck, the Queen of Pentacles is seeing their reflection in that pentacle. So it's almost like I was part of the problem too. Page of Wands and the Five of Pentacles. I was part of the problem. Sorry, Taurus. So as I was saying before the camera shut off, gotta love Mercury retrograde, that while you're going within in that Hermit to the moon, you're discovering on how you also abandoned yourself by suppressing wants, needs, or desires, or not calling people out when they trampled on them. And I think that's what you're learning here as the Queen is looking at, you know, I say her, it's a woman on the card. You don't have to be a feminine. But as you're looking at your reflection, if you will, looking internally, you're discovering on how you played a significant role in this. Clarify the Queen of Pentacles. Clarify the Queen of Pentacles energy here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Further clarified by the Emperor, the Ten of Swords, and the Lover's card, bottom of the deck, Judgment. So as a result of you doing this internal work, there's at least one connection here in your life that you realize, and I'm going to see why this is occurring, because right now it's sort of hidden in the energy of the moon, so I don't think you see this coming. I feel like there's a conversation here between you and this individual. The feeling I get from this person, they could be a Gemini, an Aries, a Virgo, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Aries, Leo, Sag here on the table, a Cancerian, but regardless of their sign, the feeling that I get here is that during this conversation, when you're expressing your wants, needs, and desires, this person is basically telling you that they weren't fulfilling them because you never expressed them, but now that you express them, they're telling you they can't fulfill them. So I think what you're realizing here is that you stayed in connection with someone hoping that they would eventually realize what it is that you need and that they would give it to you. And now you're realizing they're not giving it to you. So I need to address it. I need to finally have the conversation here with this person, this boss, this friend, this family member, this lover. And it appears here that the result of this conversation is, now that they are aware of your needs, and look, Taurus, I think they were aware of them before, but now that you have vocalized them, this person is basically telling you that they can't do that. It's like, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. I'll do anything for an employee, but I won't do that. So I don't know exactly what it is here, because it'll be different for each of you, of what you're expressing, of what you need from this person, because you're looking for an emotional need of yours to be fulfilled. And there's something here in response that this person is saying that they're unable to give you that. However, this is actually luck and right timing for you, Taurus, to have this conversation, because the next column we're going into is the Fortune's Wheel. So there's something beneficial from this, we'll call it a partnership, professional, platonic, or romantic, coming to an end. Once you make that judgment call, there's something beneficial. Nines are very singular. So it's like the Hermit's card, number 9, you go within, you have this realization, you decide to have the conversation. The person tells you, thank you for expressing that, in short, right? But I'm not going to be able to do that or fulfill that. And there's something here that transpires between you and them. I believe you become single, free, and independent of them. They fell face down, so I don't take face down cards unless they tell me to. So let's clarify the 9 of Pentacles here for Taurus. One more shuffle. Thank you. 9 of Pentacles is clarified by the Empress, the 3 of Cups, and the 7 of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles. So it's like you're asking this person, right behind that we have the 8 of Cups. So it's like you're asking this person, I've been giving you this, blank, whatever this is, blank, and now I need this from you, right? I need this from you. And it's something in regards to emotional fulfillment. And I've been waiting a long time for you to deliver this. You haven't delivered this. I'm telling you now that moving forward, I need this. And this person's telling you, no, I can't do that. I think you end up becoming disconnected, okay, from this person. So this would be like, let's put this in context of work. You've had a job for a very long time, 7+ years, okay, it's just an example. And you have a great title and you make a great salary. But your boss is routinely putting you down in front of clients or customers, or giving you backhanded compliments in front of the staff. And for years, you just suppressed it because you like your job, you like the job title, you like the money that you make, and you figure that's just their personality trait. And now you decide, through all of this introspection, I need to have a conversation with this person. I never really expressed to them that when they do that in front of customers or clients or whatever, employees, other coworkers, that it actually hurts my feelings. I know I sit there chuckling or rolling my eyes and going along with it, but I don't want to do that moving forward. And you tell this boss, again, it's just an example, and you're saying, hey, moving forward, in the past you did blah, 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 or when you said this, I never said anything. Actually, I have been thinking about it, and it has been bothering me, and I do enjoy working here. Okay, I've been here for 7+ years, 7 Pentacles. But if you're going to continue doing that moving forward, I might have to find another job, because it's hurting my feelings, and I can't ignore my feelings anymore. And it appears that the boss is like, well, that's how I am. Like, take it or leave it. And it looks like you're leaving it. It looks like you end up finding another job. And this job was stagnant for you to begin because there was no emotional growth there. And same thing if this is a romantic partner. This is you sitting down with that partner and saying, hey, for years, I never said that it bothers me that you don't, bring me flowers on my birthday or celebrate our anniversary, or we're not as physically intimate, as we have been, or maybe it's completely dried up in the past 7 years. Moving forward, I'm going to need those things from you. And this person turns around and says, well, I never did them before. No, I know, but I wanted them. I waited a long time for you to show up that way, and you never did. So I'm just telling you that moving forward, that's what I'm going to need from you. This person here appears to say, well, I can't give that to you. I've never given that to you. I don't know how to give that to you. I don't want to know how to give that to you, for whatever their reasons are. And it looks like then you're severing the connection. But something wonderful comes from you severing the connection with whomever or whatever this is. Clarify the moon. Clarify the moon here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Moon is clarified by the King of Pentacles, the Nine of Swords, and the Three of Cups. Bottom of the deck, the Hermit. So there's something here about when you move on from that person, you actually find people who emotionally invest in you. So you connect with another lover or another friend or a friend group, or you find another job, Taurus, where your boss is not giving you those backhanded compliments, or, you know what I mean, throwing little, shivs in the lunch line at you. So it's almost like you're taking all the strength, courage, and perseverance that you used in the past to suppress your voice, and you're now going to use the strength of the Ace of Swords to use your voice, to in an effort or in a way to express your emotions. Clarify the Ace of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Swords is clarified by the High Priestess, no longer staying silent, Three of Pentacles, and the Eight of Swords. Four of Cups. I'm no longer going to stay silent, right? High Priestess is quiet energy. Just to get along with everyone. Three of Pentacles to, be a cog in the machine that keeps the machine going. And meanwhile, everything that they do or say, I'm trapped in my mind about it, and I feel emotionally depleted or emotionally unloved or emotionally rejected. Like in the past, Five of Wands, Three of Swords, look, I suppressed all of this to keep this person in my life or to keep this job. And now it's like, I can't do that anymore. Now when they do this, they inflict this pain on me, or they're not emotionally, nurturing towards me. I'm going to speak up. You're so in your power here. Empress is your major arcana card. King of Pentacles is top tier for your suit. So this is a beautiful combination here. I almost want to say your masculine and feminine energies now are aligned or will become aligned, and now using the same strength and courage that you used to suppress your needs, now using them to express your needs, and also using it to cut out people who don't honor those needs. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Strength card is clarified by the Sun, the Ace of Pentacles. Two cards came out. Five of Wands and the Seven of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is very unique. Typically, I say the Four of Pentacles is my miser card. The individual is seen holding on to coins. In some cards, it's depicted like there's a coin under each foot, a coin on their head, a coin in their arms. So it's a miser card, right? We're holding on. But in the After Tarot deck, it's met with the Death card, the scorpionic energy there of the Grim Reaper. So it's almost like I'm not afraid to let go, or the same courage or strength it took me to suppress all those emotions and put up with that. Following this conversation here that you're having with this person or these people, it looks like there's no argument within you. In the After Tarot deck, we're leaving the Six Cups behind. So those situations, environments, connections have been in our life for a while, because again, they're unable to now fulfill you emotionally. It looks like there's no argument or reservation within you. It's like, I need to move forward and find the new job, or a new romantic partner, or a new social group. So moving out of stagnation, because this was keeping you emotionally stagnant. Now you're transitioning to a place where you will be emotionally fulfilled. Ten of Cups. Clarify that Ten of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ten of Cups is clarified by the Six of Swords, moving on, moving forward, Star card, and that Three of Wands, again, bottom of the deck, Tower. So this is going to come as a shock when you give your resignation at work, or you tell the friend or the friend group, or maybe the ex you're still in touch with, or your romantic partner, or maybe even a spouse here for some of you with that Hierophant card here on the table. When you express this need and they make fun of it, or they tell you they can't fulfill it, or they tell you they will, but soon after you realize they're really not going to, there's some anger here that stirs up from this person or these people when you decide to move forward, because you would have never done that in the past. You would have just suppressed your emotional needs for the sake of keeping this person or people in your life. So it looks like you decide to move forward towards healthier connections, more emotionally reciprocal connections. Ace of Cups. Chariot to the Justice card. Chariot, Justice card, and the Knight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Judgment. Some of you will be finding another job. You're giving your notice at work because you found another Ace of Pentacles. Others of you will be filing for a divorce. There could be separation here between you and anyone in your life, professional, platonic, or romantic, where they have been emotionally inconsistent with you. You're making a judgment call, Tower, to move on from this person or these people. And Five of Swords, they're not liking it. They're not liking that suddenly you're putting your emotional well-being or emotional health at the forefront of the connection. It's like, but you never did that before. You never wanted it before. No, I did. I just never said anything. I waited for you to do the right thing. You didn't do the right thing. So now I have to do the right thing by me. Five of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Swords is clarified by the Hangman, the Eight of Cups, and the Strength card. Bottom of the deck, Eight of Wands. So there's communication, argumentative communication, okay? Eight of Wands, the Four of Cups, the Five of Wands, the Five of Swords here. As you move on, or you give notice, or again, you file for divorce or something, there's a fight here that occurs. Like there's a verbal argument here. So there's some cutting words that this person has for you. It's almost like they think you're ridiculous. You've been here for 7+ years. You're leaving the job now because I hurt your feelings. Yeah, because I told you a month ago to not do that anymore. And you said you wouldn't, and then you did. So I'm out. I found another job, Ace of Pentacles, I'm out. Or again, could be a romantic partner. I told you what my emotional needs were. I explained how you weren't fulfilling them. I acknowledged how I played a role in that because I didn't really verbally express that to you. Now I told you what I need. You said you're going to do it, and you didn't. Or you told me flat out that you're not doing it. So yeah, I'm moving on from you. So there's a breakup here, a divorce, some kind of separation. And this person is almost angry with you because it's like they think you're ridiculous, Taurus. Like now suddenly your emotions mattered. Three of Wands. So you're moving on from this person or these people, pulling yourself out of stagnation. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Wands, clarified by the Empress, very much in your power. Three of Pentacles and the Eight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Six of Cups, Three of Swords, Ace of Wands. Yeah, you're going to move on from these situations, environments, or connections. You have or will be mastering over the course of the next 5 to 6 months the ability to speak about your emotions, to defend your emotions, and to walk away from people who do not honor your emotions. We have ego, that vanishing mirror card. I really took that as like someone's ego here being shattered. I want to know more about this person. Tell me more about this person. Tell me more about this person or these people. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Wands. There's that conflict, the drama, the Four of Cups, and the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Tower. I would expect some type of explosive reaction from this person, like you're being ridiculous. No, you're not being ridiculous. You're honoring your emotions. They're just not used to you doing that. Clarify this further here, please, for Taurus. And then we'll close out with a moon card and some oracle cards. I'm really proud of you, Taurus. You wrapping up this cycle with this person. Well, first, I'm really proud of you because you are going to, moving forward, your emotional security is going to be just as valuable and important to you as financial security has always been. And so I love that balance for you, right? Masculine energy, we think about like making the money, and then we think of feminine energy as I need to love what I do for a living, right? I can't just work at a place because it makes great money, but I don't love it, or I'm not, my emotions are harmed there. So it's a very nice balance here that you're finding. So one, I love that to you. Two, I love that moving forward, you're going to be using your voice to say, hey, when you did this, this is how it made me feel. So please don't do that again. Oh, you're going to keep doing it? Okay, I'm out. So you're not suppressing things anymore just to keep people in your life. Further clarified by the Queen of Wands, the Ace of Wands, and the Three of Swords. Healing this communicative wound and feeling very empowered by doing it. All because a little introspection begins with you planting that new seed in communication for you. And Death card, this will radically transform you. I love the Death card in tarot. It is my favorite card out of the 78 card deck because it talks about an ending for a new beginning. So the ability to speak your truth and transform a situation, and if it can't be transformed, closing it out and starting something else elsewhere. And so I love this for you. I'm feeling very much empowered as you do this. Let's get you a Moonology card here. So yeah, some egos will be affected. Some people will say that you're ridiculous or your feelings never mattered before. And what they're not realizing is your needs always mattered. You just never spoke up about them. What I like also is that moving forward, you are going to find the Ten of Cups, the situations, environments, connections that are emotionally pleasing to you, that nurture you, and that will respond to you on an emotional level without you even having to say anything. I feel like whoever this person or these people were, they're like emotionally stunted. And I think that's part of the issue also, but I think you also put up with it. So let's get you a Moonology card here. Not no mo though. One more shuffle. Thank you. Don't let your past hold you back. South Node. Well, for some of you, this could have been a very big wound here that you're now healing. Hold your vision. Fixed moon. So, yep, I think once you find your voice, you're going to hold on to it. You are a fixed earth sign. I think you're going to feel very empowered by the ability to use your voice, very empowered by the ability to cut people out of your life that do not respect your voice. And I don't think you're going to allow your past to hold you back. There's the days of Taurus staying small to keep people in their life are really coming to an end. So congratulations to you, Taurus, ahead of time. I really look forward to doing your readings next year. I just think we're going to have a very vocally empowered Taurus collective moving forward. Let's get 3 oracle cards here, please, for Taurus. One more shuffle. Thank you. Rebirth. I told you, Phoenix rising from the ashes. Rise anew, embrace new beginnings and new opportunities. It's a whole new you. It's an emboldened you moving forward. Adventure. Fool card energy, taking the leap of faith. Embrace adventure and accept the uncertainties in life. That's exactly what you're doing. And then we have guidance. Seek wisdom from within. That's what you're doing. We have the Hermit card here twice. To illuminate your path and guide your decisions forward. Taurus, this is an absolutely radiant reading for you, rooted in courage. Yep. The Taurus who kept their mouth shut to keep everything together is going to be very strong and courageous when it comes to using their mouth. And if things fall apart, things fall apart. I suspect your round table, if you will, moving forward, will have different people sitting around that table, all because you found your voice. And it all begins with this new moon in Cancer in July. That is what I have for you, Taurus. That is your 6-month reading. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. And don't forget to check out your other placements. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So Gemini, before we get into tarot, I did a little astrology homework for you, my friends. And so I want to give you a better understanding of what the second half of 2026 will look like for you. So this reading in this time period begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. Will culminate with the super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And for you, this is will be heavily activating your second house of personal finances, material possessions, as well as your self-worth. So because both of these major lunations occur in the protective water sign of Cancer, this cycle marks a major period of financial restructuring for you and emotional security evolution. So it all begins by you rebuilding your financial foundations. The cycle that kicks off on July 14th is occurring under a rather unique cosmic sky, okay? In addition to that new moon in Cancer, it's also occurring right in the middle of Mercury retrograde, which if you're a Gemini sun sign, it's a pretty messy time for you. So Gemini, this means that you're not necessarily launching brand new financial ventures or endeavors at this time, but instead you're being called to look back, okay, at past ones. And this could be looking at debt that you currently have and creating some type of payment plan to pay it off by the end of the year. For others of you, it's looking at past purchases. It may be realizing where you made some impulsive buys, or you purchased items strictly from a place of vanity, or that instead of processing your feelings for good or for bad, you impulsively purchase something instead. So you'll be looking at those purchases, budgeting styles. If you have a budget, you'll most likely be revamping it. If you don't have a budget, you will most likely be creating one. And then you'll be monetizing talents. And that's going to require you to maybe look back at some previous jobs or skills that you had and coming up with new ways on how you can utilize them to make money, maybe even do some freelance work. So it's a little bit of a retrograde twist here for you, because the first couple of weeks, it's not going to feel that great for you. It's a little unclear. It's a little muddy. It's going to feel slower than what you are used to as an air sign. But by the end of July, and once you're done looking at those old bank accounts and updating your personal budget, or creating one, or renegotiating contracts, or making these payment plans, again, to pay off some heavy debt by the end of the year, you're going to start feeling better. And that's because Jupiter has officially entered Leo. So by the time we get to that third or fourth week, if you will, of July, this is going to light up your house of communication and your local opportunities. And that means that while you're tightening your financial belt, you're going to suddenly have all of these brilliant ideas, writing projects, maybe even like podcast ideas. Some of you may want to start like a YouTube channel, or if you have one, you'll be coming up with some brilliant new ideas on how to update the channel. You may also have some local networking events that occur in your area that you decide to attend, again, for the opportunity to make some money. As the year progresses, as the second half of the year progresses, you'll be shifting from material wealth to self-worth. So Cancer is an energy that's deeply psychological, highly intuitive, and very maternal in nature. Cancer is ruled by the moon, and the moon rules our emotions. So because this is playing out in your house of values, this 5-month period will force you to change how you define security. You will likely realize that no amount of money can compensate for a lack of emotional integrity in your connections, emotional fulfillment in your connections. And so you're going to find yourself asking, is this job or is this expense generally supporting my well-being? Or am I just trying to prove something? Am I at a job that maybe pays well, but has a great title, but is not emotionally fulfilling? Like, am I just here for the money? Could I find a job that pays me just as well, but one that treats me better, or emotionally supports me, or emotionally fulfills me? And the same thing holds true for what you're buying. It's like, do I really need that item? Is it really supporting my well-being to continue spending money on this, or to make this large acquisition? Or again, am I just trying to prove something? Am I being a little Knight of Wands-ish when it comes to purchases? And again, it's because you did that past reflection. Now moving forward, you're going to start questioning things. For those of you in long-term committed partnerships, you may be asking yourself, am I in this committed partnership simply because of the financial component of it? And meanwhile, it's either not emotionally fulfilling, or it's just emotionally depleting. The culmination will be finalized here on December 23rd with that very powerful super full moon in Cancer. That'll be December 23rd of 2026. So whatever work you do between now and then, you're going to see the fruits of your labor. Full moons are times of endings, realizations, and completions. So whatever seeds you plant regarding budgeting or self-worth or financial independence in July and August will reach their final harvest right before the holiday season. So what you can expect during the holiday season of 2026, you're most likely going to pay off a very stressful debt, or maybe like a big credit card that you have. You may see a major return on a personal investment. You may leave a job that does not value your worth to go work for someone else who does, or possibly even launch your own business or expand a current one that you have. And because it is a super moon, emotions will be running high. So you may want to try to handle financial conversations prior to December 23rd. But if you have to have any financial conversations during that week, or maybe even family discussions regarding money, try to handle them with logic rather than emotional reactivity. All right, let's get into your cards here for Gemini. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Tell me more about what they need to know for the second half of 2026. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Gemini, we have Vanishing Mirror, Ego Sublimation, card number 58. Woodwives, Adaptability, card number 64. Deep Diver, Diving into a Task, card number 10. And at the bottom of the deck, we have Feast of Plenty, choices and their consequences. With the 2 swords in the background, sort of gives me the energy of the 2 of swords, which astrologically is the moon in Libra. Okay, let's see how this all plays out for you, Gemini. Clarify this further, please, for the Gemini collective. We are clarifying Vanishing Mirror, Ego Sublimation, card number 58, Woodwives, Adaptability, card number 64, and Deep Diver, Diving into a Task, card number 10. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the 3 of Pentacles. We have the Death card, my favorite card in the deck. The Page of Cups, the King of Swords, you and your highest vibration, Temperance, and the Star card. At the bottom of the deck, we have Fool, a new financial beginning, 7 of Wands, and the 8 of Cups. That leaves the 3 of Swords, Page of Swords, and Wheel of Fortune here at the bottom of the deck. Very interesting. Let's begin to clarify. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the second half of 2026. We are clarifying 3 of Pentacles, Death, Page of Cups, King of Swords, Temperance, and the Star for the Gemini collective for the remainder of 2026. One more shuffle here. Thank you. 3 of Pentacles is clarified by the 8 of Cups. The Death card is clarified by the Queen of Swords. That's also you, whether you're masculine or feminine. Page of Cups is clarified by the 3 of Swords. The King of Swords is clarified by the King of Cups. Temperance is clarified by the Hermit. And the Star card is clarified by the 6 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Hangman, the Page of Cups, and the 4 of Pentacles. That leaves the 9 of Wands, the Emperor, and the 7 of Wands here at the bottom of the deck. It's very interesting. It's almost like if you have seen my readings before, welcome back. If you haven't, howdy. The cards at the bottom of the deck for me are like the underlying energy, and this seems to be like a new beginning when it comes to your finances moving forward. I know I'm jumping a little ahead of the reading, but I feel like this is very important for you, Gemini, because choices and their consequences feast aplenty. It's almost like I'm having this new beginning. So moving forward, if I have any emotional setbacks or emotional triumphs, right, for good or for bad here, whether it is the 8 of Cups or the Page of Cups, smack in the middle is the Hanging Man. Before I make any financial decision, I'm going to pause. I'm going to hold myself back from spending money because I feel really lousy about something, or I feel really great and happy about something. So I found that to be really interesting. So it's almost like disconnecting your emotions from your finances moving forward. Okay, let's begin to clarify. I want to clarify the 3 of Pentacles here. Clarify the 3 of Pentacles here for Gemini. I think Samuel's wandering around up here, so making a little appearance here for Gemini. Clarify the 3 of Pentacles here, please, for Gemini. One more shuffle. Thank you. 3 of Pentacles is clarified by King of Pentacles. Hello, Samuel. 6 of Wands and the 8 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have Queen of Wands. Clarify that 8 of Cups for me, please. Clarify the 8 of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the 9 of Pentacles. We have the 6 of Cups. And we have Justice. Bottom of the deck, 9 of Wands. This is that look back period that I was talking about. Like some of you looking back and reviewing financial expenditures. It's unless you do this, and you have the divine gift of free will. You don't have to do this, right? This is just telling you what's energetically available to you. But there's something here about looking back to those past financial purchases, if you will, and being honest with yourself. And maybe what some of you want to do is actually like write this out or type this out. But there's something here about looking at those expenditures and realizing what were the connections. When I purchased that vehicle, what was happening in my life? When I leased that vehicle, what was happening in my life? When I bought that very expensive item, whatever it is, what was happening in my life? There's something like that here, because I feel like what you're not seeing now, and like you won't see it until you actually like do this little assignment, if you will, this look back, this review, is that a lot of the stuff that you were acquiring or purchasing, you were actually doing it from a place of ego. You are operating from a place of ego. So let's say I'm speaking to a Gemini and you have a breakup in a romantic partnership. Instead of processing the loss, you found victory short term buying something. And maybe you never made the correlation between the two. So this would be a good time for you to actually look at those expenditures. Did they coincide with a loss? Someone passing away, or you lost a job, or you broke up with a friend, or they broke up with you, or you and your romantic partnership were having some issues. This is why journaling is becoming one of my favorite things to do, because it does allow you to look back. So for those of you who journal, you might want to go back and look through the journal. If you don't journal, it might be something that you want to start doing moving forward. I'm actually going to do a whole article on this on my Patreon for those of you who are members. Thank you. If you're not, you're welcome to join us there. But I want to do a whole article about shadow work in regards to journaling, because this would be the best way for you to be able to look back. But again, if you haven't journaled to date, that's quite all right. It's looking at larger expenditures and seeing how they coincide with some disappointing situations that you've had. And then it's almost like the realization that had you not purchased those items, you would most likely be in a better financial position now. So some of you made larger expenditures or bought things that you really didn't want in hindsight, or you didn't really need in the moment, but it either was from a place of ego or a place of vanity, or it was a way for you to cover up emotional loss that you were experiencing. And the realization here is, had I not done that, I would be in a better financial position today had I not made those financial decisions in the past. And that's okay. Don't beat yourself up for it, but it is a learning process. So moving forward, you won't do that. So King of Swords to the King of Cups, and the After Tower deck, the King of Cups is pouring out the cup. So it's like moving forward, being more logical when making financial decisions and not making them from a place of emotion, not making emotional purchases. Clarify that, King of Swords. For me as a reader, and every reader is different, but for me, I look at Queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. Kings take action. It's not masculine or feminine. It's not man versus woman or anything like that. Or hierarchical in nature. It's just how I see a suit of cards. And I believe that we all have masculine and feminine energies within us. So there's here, with that King of Swords, it's like you in your highest vibration, saying, moving forward, I'm not going to allow my emotions, again, highs or lows, or maybe even ego, to be a reason why I make a financial expenditure. Clarify that King of Swords further. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Swords is clarified by 10 of Wands, the Tower, and the Queen of Wands. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Wands. Again, Queens for me, process the present, process the past. It's realizing that you maybe even incurred some debt here that you probably wouldn't have today had you not made those poor financial decisions. And that's okay. Hey, that's just a learning process here for you. King of Cups. I'm going to put that back in the deck, but it is the 2 of Wands. Clarify the King of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Cups is clarified. Look at that. Page of Wands is in the reverse. Page of Wands in the reverse. The deck's not upside down. King of Pentacles in the reverse, and the 2 of Pentacles upright, and then the 5 of Pentacles. That's exactly what you're doing here. Okay? You're realizing that in the past, you made some very foolish financial decisions. Now, I have to throw this out there for some of you. This is going to get a little spicy, okay? A little spicy meatball here. Only take the messages that resonate. For those of you where you went through a separation, or maybe even like a divorce, there's even a look back here of maybe being a little angry, okay, that you gave up a lot. And maybe it's just because you wanted to get the hell out of Dodge, or you just wanted to break away from that person. But there is something here about maybe exiting a long-term committed partnership and doing it in a way that was expedient in respect to time, but not fiscally advantageous for you. Like it's kind of like you didn't get the alimony that you should have received, or maybe you didn't get half of the house or something like that. It's like you took less than what you were entitled to just to have a clean break. The same thing here applies looking back at maybe past jobs that you had and realizing, oh, when I left those places, I was entitled to receive, 10 weeks of vacation that I never took, or 30 days of sick days that accumulated that I never took, and they owed me that. Now, it's not suggesting that you go back. I mean, if you could legally go back and do it, I guess go ahead, inquire with an attorney. I'm not one. I'm not giving you legal advice here. So I guess if you could, Justice card, if that's something you could do, I guess you could do. But if you can't do it, it's just learning from that. Again, this is an entire learning process here. So I'm not going to, if I'm selling a house in the future, example, I'm not going to sell it for less than its value just because I want to get out from owning that property. Because maybe you did that in the past and you realize how you shortchanged yourself financially. Or again, maybe if you get married a second time or a third time, if there is a divorce, and I hope there's not, but if there is a divorce, there's just something here about I'm not going to repeat that cycle. So I'm not going to exit something. And same thing with a job. If I have a job in the future and for some reason I leave, if they legally or contractually owe me for time that I have accumulated, I'm not just going to wash my hands and walk away. So so you're not only now looking at the personal financial decisions that you made in terms of how you spent money, now you're also looking at big decisions you made where you gave money away, where you left money on the table and walked away because it was expedient for you to do that, or you didn't want the hassle, or you just didn't want to fight. It's kind of like, I just want a clean break. So again, it's looking back and realizing that you were a bit immature when you did that, but moving forward, you won't be making those same mistakes again. Queen of Swords to the Death card. This is under adaptability. So clarify the Death card. It's my favorite card out of a 78 card tarot deck. For me, the Death card is the ability, especially with the Queen of Swords sitting right on it, the ability to say to ourselves or to others, something here needs to transform, something here needs to change. Something here needs to be rebuilt, scorpionic energy. And if not, then this needs to close out and then I move on. So it's having difficult, sometimes uncomfortable conversations to see if something here can be rebirthed or transformed in a better way, a more advantageous way. And if not, being the grown-up in the room to say, okay, this has to come to an end and move on. So it is a beginning, but every beginning comes with some other beginning's end. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by the Chariot, the Strength card, and the Knight of Swords. What is this? Bottom of the deck, Knight of Pentacles. Queen of Swords. Clarify the Queen of Swords for me. I just feel like the message took a different turn now. I think we're on a different storyline. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Queen of Swords is clarified by Seven of Swords, the Ten of Swords, and the Seven of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have Nine of Cups. So this is you being very honest with yourself. And I'm going to tell it to you straight, Gemini. I think you appreciate that. There's something here about realizing how you really effed yourself over in the past. There were things here you bought for the sake of vanity, or again, to make you feel good in a moment. You're, like I said, also looking back at where you literally left money on the table. And this is just being very honest with yourself and saying, like, back then I effed up, but I'm not doing that anymore. If I have to have an uncomfortable conversation with my employer as I exit a job because they contractually owe me money, I'm going to have that uncomfortable conversation as opposed to just leaving money on the table. If I'm getting a divorce or negotiating a contract, I'm not going to leave money on the table. So this is now knowing your value and worth, knowing what someone owes you, and deciding that moving forward, you're going to, I'm not going to say fight for what's yours, but you're going to want accountability. You're not leaving money on the table moving forward. And that's maybe something new here for you, Gemini. Temperance to the Hermit card. So you're going to adapt the way you deal with endings. Okay, when you're leaving a job, leaving a relationship, severing a tie with a friend, or someone owes you money, there's something like that here. You're going to change the way you leave money on the table. You're going to adapt here. And moving forward, you're not leaving money on the table. Temperance. We have the Queen of Cups. Tell me more about this here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hermit and the Nine of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Pentacles. Man, that Knight of Pentacles is making the rounds here in your reading today. Clarify the Hermit here. Clarify the Hermit. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hermit is clarified by the Two of Wands, the Nine of Cups, and the Eight of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Tower, Ten of Pentacles. All right, so I feel like love just entered the chat here. There's a conversation here between you and another individual. If you're partnered, this is you and your person. If you're single, this is a conversation between two people here in the Two of Wands. So there's a conversation here that also occurs between you, and it looks like a romantic interest here. Tell me more about this person. Tell me more about this person here for Gemini. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, that's the truth. Three of Wands and the Four of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Wands. So, Gemini, there's something here about you discussing finances with your person. Now, that Three of Wands to that Four of Pentacles, there could be something here in regards to acquiring a property, moving, relocation, maybe even starting a business together. So if you're currently in a partnership, some type of conversation here occurs between you and your person. Again, launching a business together, relocation, or the acquisition of property. This is moving forward in financial stability with another individual. If you have not met this person, maybe you're a single Gemini, you are meeting someone in the second half of 2026. Tell me more about this, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Whether this person is currently in your life or someone new, you're making a decision here together in regards to structure and stability of the relationship. Nine of Wands. Even in Nine of Wands card, there are two people here. So you're making a decision here with this other person. Five of Pentacles and Page of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Three of Pentacles. So there is something here where you are coming together with another individual. I love the Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck because the person's coming out from being out, like they're coming out from being out in the cold, basically. So there's an offer or opportunity here that is extended to you from another individual, and it has something here to do with like moving forward, relocation, solidifying the relationship. It's a decision the two of you make together. So it's very possible that some of you, like if you're single, you meet someone in July and August, and you end up closing the year off by, you know, taking the relationship to a higher level of commitment, whatever that means for you, you know, depending on where you are in the stage of the relationship. And for if you're currently in a connection, there's definitely something here about maybe opening up a business or possibly even the acquisition of a home. Clarify the Page of Cups. Clarify the Page of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups is clarified by Eight of Pentacles, Wheel of Fortune, and the Page of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have King of Wands. I feel like this is a continuation here of this conversation, this offer, this opportunity. Now, the Three of Swords in the After Tarot deck is healed. So again, you and this person are maybe making a plan or something to maybe heal some financial issues. So it's possible I'm speaking to a Gemini where you and your person have had some financial issues. And in the latter half of the year, you're coming up with an idea, again, maybe a budget or a way to pay off debt together. That could be quite possible. So you could be healing financial issues with your person. Or like I said, moving forward with them. But there's a conversation here. And it's a very healing conversation. And if you're in a connection, Hierophant, it could have to do with taking a relationship to a higher level of commitment. However you define that. Clarify that more for me. One more shuffle. Thank you. And this is clarifying this row of the reading. Deep diver, diving into a task. So you're like diving into this task with this person. Again, creating a financial plan, a goal, how to launch a business. Three of Wands sometimes could be a card of relocating or moving forward. This could be the acquisition of property here, or like I said, a higher level of commitment. Let's get one more shuffle here for Gemini. Thank you. So there's a conversation here between you and someone else. The Strength card and the Knight of Swords. Yeah. Bottom of the deck, Five of Cups. So in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Cups, we're actually not crying over the three cups that are spilled. Instead, we're looking right at the Two of Cups. So for some of you, this is a new connection, a new partnership. For others of you, this could be a new level to an existing partnership. But there is a conversation here, Ace of Swords, and you are moving forward here with someone else, Gemini. There's someone else here. It's like you're creating some kind of plan here, and it has something to do with stability, house and home, or money. Star to the Six of Wands. Clarify the Star. And this is like a different type of victory. It's interesting how you start off this lunation cycle with the Six of Wands. Like, this is ego, right? This is like, I drive this because it makes me look good, or, you know, it makes the ladies' heads turn, or, you know, I wear these clothes because it makes, you know, men turn their heads, but meanwhile, you can't afford the car, right? Or you can't afford the clothes, whatever it is. This is like, I'm buying things out of ego. This is very different. This is moving forward now with another individual towards wish fulfillment. This is like the healed version. So this Six of Wands is like negative Leo energy. Don't be offended by that. If you're a Leo or a cross watcher watching, we all have positive and negative attributes. I have that listed on my Patreon site as well. I have a breakdown of the zodiac signs. But this is like energetically feeling like wounded Leo energy, and this is like healed Leo energy. And there's something here about you and this other person now. Diving deep into a task together. Tell me more about that Star card. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have Justice. Yeah, Justice is Libra. Libra is the house of partnerships, marriage, contracts, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic. We have the Three of Swords, and we have the Ace of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, there's something here. I don't know if you're healing your finances with this person. So maybe you're coming up with a budget on how to pay off debt, or some new creative endeavor here that you're launching. Clarify that Six of Wands. Clarify the Six of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands is clarified by the moon. You don't see this coming, Gemini. Seven of Wands in the Sun card. Ace of Swords again at the bottom of the deck. I don't think you see this coming. I don't think you see the financial healing that is taking place, because this is an ouch when it comes to your finances, but this is healed. So I don't think you're seeing the either financial healing that you're having here by the end of the year, or maybe you're healing a relationship here with someone. But there's definitely planning and moving forward with another individual, most likely a romantic partner, on a new creative endeavor that has to do with like making money or bringing more stability to the connection that you have with them. I think that's everything here in your messages. And just moving forward, resisting making purchases because you feel really great or you feel really sad. And again, it's not because you're being like a miser about it or overly frugal. It's just you're not going to allow your emotions to impact your money moving forward. You're realizing choices and their consequences, and feast of plenty. I'm starting off the second half of the year not having plenty, so I'm going to end the year having plenty. And in between is this whole transition of realizing where we bought things we shouldn't have and left money on the table and saying, I'm not doing that moving forward. And then there's this new opportunity here with this person. Now, if you're not interested in love, you can claim this as a new job opportunity for yourself as well. You're putting out your applications and resumes. Someone offers you a job. It could be that as well. But this looks like a lot of financial healing here and a new financial endeavor by the end of the year. And I do not think you see this coming whatsoever. Anything else Gemini needs to know about this? And then we'll close it out with a Moonology card and some Oracle cards. Anything else Gemini needs to know for the second half of 2026? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Hanging Man, we have the King of Wands, and we have the Ten of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Wands. So it's almost like the worst is over for you, financially speaking. The Ten of Swords astrologically is your card. 8, 9, 10 of Swords is attributed to you. And the Ten of Swords, astrologically speaking, is the Sun in Gemini. So it's almost like moving forward, the worst is over. There's also an ending here again to that impulsive buying. That is a very loud message for some of you. So again, you're like looking at these past purchases or where you left money on the table and you're like, moving forward, I'm not doing that again. Final cards here for Gemini before we get into the Moonology card. One more shuffle. Thank you. Empress. Six of Swords. And the Ace of Swords, bottom of the deck. Look at that. Knight of Wands at the bottom of both decks. This one is Nine of Pentacles. This one is the High Priestess. I absolutely love this for you, Gemini, because, again, it's moving away from these very temporary purchases that have held you back or again, where you left money on the table, and it's like, I've learned from that, right? The High Priestess is the only card in tarot where the individual is actually holding the book of knowledge, and it's like, I learned from that, and moving forward, I'm going to be more wise or more grounded when it comes to making my financial decisions. I feel like your days of being the Knight of Wands, financially speaking, are really coming to an end here. There's a lot more clarity when it comes to how you make money, how you spend money, and how you save money moving forward. Bravo, bravo to you, Gemini. Yeah, financial choices and financial consequences. So moving forward, you'll be making better financial choices for you. And I think the hardest part here for anyone who's resonating with this message is going to be realizing how your ego or vanity really hindered your financial wealth. Like, you know, again, out of ego or vanity, sorry, that candle just caught my eye, you bought things that you really shouldn't have bought. It's possible even for some of you, you're going to be selling items as well. This could be like an exchange of money for an item that maybe you're realizing, I really shouldn't have purchased that to begin with. Let's close it out now with the Moonology card here, please, for the Gemini Collective for the second half of 2026. So be gentle with yourself, especially when you realize that ego was at play there. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the end of a tough cycle approaches, full moon in Capricorn. I love this. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. And Father Saturn says, if you put in the work, you will yield the result that you desire. And at the bottom of the deck, you have, don't let pride get in your way, full moon in Leo. Pride, ego, don't let that get in your way moving forward. And right behind that, you have you and your loved ones are safe. New moon in Cancer, which I love because this does begin all with this new moon in Cancer that we have on July 14th. And let's close it out now with some oracle cards. So yeah, the end of a tough financial cycle approaches. Let's get 3 oracle cards here, please, for Gemini. Closing messages for the Gemini Collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Reflection. Find better ways to improve yourself through reflection. Again, use this period, the next couple of weeks, to look back at those past purchases. And if you keep a journal, you may want to look back at the journal. If you don't, you may want to start keeping one moving forward, because it helps in these types of instances where you need to go back and maybe connect the dots. So there is definitely something here about you looking back. And notice this person is looking into a mirror, and the mirror here is being shattered. So again, it's realizing where you made some financial choices strictly based from a place of ego or vanity, and deciding not to do that anymore moving forward. You have light of life. Embrace your unique glow, however small, to light the way ahead. Very much that Ace of Wands feeling here that we see here, both the candle and the wand here being on fire. So maybe some new, like, I feel like this is like a new creative endeavor or freelance idea that most of you are doing here with another individual to create financial abundance for yourself moving forward. And then you have resilience. Possess strength that doesn't easily break, growing stronger under pressure. So you're going to make it through this time period here, Gemini, being a lot more resilient, a lot more financially resilient. And again, not allowing your emotions, like when you're bending and you feel like you're going to break, you're not going to immediately run to buy something that you don't necessarily need in your life. Bottom of the deck, you have freedom. So financial freedom is literally right around the corner. You have release your shackles and pursue personal financial freedom. And that's exactly what is headed your way. So that is what I have for you, Gemini, for the second half of 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Also, if you want to join us over on Patreon, you're more than welcome to do that. Over the next 5 to 6 months, I'll be delving deeper into these messages specifically for the Patreon community. So again, if you want to join us there, you're more than welcome to do that. If not, this is quite all right. Until I read for you again, Gemini, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your 6-month prediction. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So Cancer, before we get into tarot, I did a little astrology astrology homework for you, my friend. And so I want to give you an idea of what the second half of 2026 will be like for you and how it will radically and profoundly change your life moving forward. So this begins, and you are the star of the show for all 12 zodiac signs, because this reading begins with the new moon in your sign on July 14th and culminates with the super full moon in your sign on December 23rd, 2026. So for you, this entire lunar cycle begins and ends in your own sign, and that will act as a cosmic mirror for you, shifting your focus away from external demands and forcing you to provide for your inner world, your home life, and a sense of security. So it all begins with the July 14th new moon in your sign, and this will be a time period for you to plant the seeds of self-preservation. This actually is almost like your personal astrological new year. Okay, so the lunation occurs alongside a Mercury retrograde in your sign, meaning that your new beginning will be heavily informed by your past. You'll feel a powerful urge to reinvent your personal identity and rewrite the rules for how you nurture yourself. It is a time to break away from people-pleasing habits and set rigid emotional boundaries. You might choose to radically change your physical aesthetic, revamp your wellness routines, or step into a more authentic version of yourself. So new hairdos, new hairstyles, new clothing, new dietary regimens, maybe breaking some old habits, like cutting out sweets. So it could be like some new dietary habits, maybe giving up like drinking or smoking or anything that you feel is detrimental to your health and to your overall well-being. So as the moon waxes and wanes from August until October, the intentions that you set in July will start to manifest directly into your domestic life. You are the ruler of the home. Okay, so this is your wheelhouse. This period will bring significant shifts to your living situation, family dynamics, and your ancestral ties. You may find yourself moving to a new space, redecorating your space, revamping your space, resolving long-standing family conflicts, or redefining what belonging means to you. This could even be like changing up your involvement in community groups. Because this is all concurring with these outer planet alignments in late July, choices you make during these months, July, August, September, are really going to like be the key for you when it comes to you permanently liberating yourself also from ancestral karma and generational baggage. So this really is a full cleaning of the house here for the Cancer Collective. Yourselves personally as a 3D, human walking around the planet, 5D spiritual cleansing, and then also your home life and who or what you surround yourself with. So it's a big energetic shift and change for you. And it all concludes with that beautiful super full moon that we'll have in your sign on December 23rd. And so this is, and oddly enough, now, and I didn't even have this in the notes, but this is actually, this will be the second full moon in your sign in 2026, because the first one occurred, I believe it was January 3rd. So it's really like this full year loop for you of changes. So for a lot of you, you started experiencing a lot of these changes earlier in the year. But for those of you who haven't, you will be catching up, if you will. It's almost like this is like when you don't study for the exam, but now it's like cram time for the exam. So for a lot of you, you've been on this journey since January, and it will culminate with that super full moon in your sign in December. And for others of you, you're just beginning the journey now. But again, by the time you get to December 23rd, you'll all be on the same timeline, the new timeline. And so that full moon in your sign at the end of the year, although full moons are typically for endings and illumination, for you, it will actually be a harvest. So whatever effort you put into yourself and your home and your community in the early part, July, August, September, October, by the time you get to December, you'll actually be like reaping the rewards for that. So if you start the exercise regimen, you're really seeing health gains on your body. You start the dietary regimen now, you are looking better, feeling better, making a recovery in health even for some of you. This is not medical advice, but it could be something like you start eating better and your blood pressure becomes more normalized, or maybe you don't have to take insulin injections. Again, work with your doctor. It's not medical advice. It's just saying how those types of dietary or exercise regimens aren't just physically changing your body, but there's an internal restoration or improvement as well. And then you're changing up your living environment. Again, revamping, restructuring, and some of you completely relocating. Any issues that you've had with very close family members, siblings, parents, even friends that you consider like family, this is the opportune time for you to bridge those connections if you wish to do that. Again, you're revamping your entire life. So who you are, who you surround yourself with, and where you live. And you're really setting the stage for the other zodiac signs to follow come 2027. So you're quite the leader when it comes to this. So the super moon will act as a cosmic clearinghouse. It will allow you to permanently close major chapters of your life. It's like the old you will be gone. You could potentially be ending like toxic connections, completing a major domestic transition, or cementing a profound emotional awakening. So ultimately, this 5 to 6 month timeline for you is going to strip away any unhealthy coping mechanisms you have, ones that no longer serve you. It will leave you feeling emotionally resilient, deeply rooted in your power, and ready for a completely new era by the time January 1st, 2027 hits the calendar. So new you, baby. You are definitely gearing up for a new version of yourself, internally, externally, as well as spiritually. So tell me more about this here, please, for Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What else do they need to know for the second half of 2026? What else do they need to know? Thank you. So we have Whale Song resonating. It came out on its side, so I'm going to take it that way. Card number 61. I feel like you're in between. You're in the in-between right now. One more shuffle here. Thank you. You have Crown Games, Right Use of Power, card number 8. And you have in the hand, the universe is your partner, card number 31. Come on, this is good already, and we're not even into tarot yet. So this is you beginning to resonate more with who you are becoming and with the life you are creating for yourself. So you're in the in-between. By the time you get to the end of the year, you will know the right use of power, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, being in your 3D power, but then also being in your 5D spiritual power as well. The bottom of the deck, you have Benefactor, Grace and Generosity. I actually always think of you when this card comes out, like in my meditation pre-shuffles. This is card number 3. Some of you could be a life path 3, possibly life path 8 or 7, maybe even a 4. Let's get into tarot now. Tell me more about this here, please, for Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying Whale Song resonating, card number 61 on its side. Crown Games, Right Use of Power, card number 8. In the hand of the universe is your partner, card number 31. Some of you could be 31 years old, maybe 61 years old. Tell me more about this here, please, for Cancer. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Page of Swords, the 8 of Wands, and the 9 of Wands. Knight of Pentacles, the High Priestess, and the King of Pentacles. Let's take a look now at this. Oh, thank God the mic is on. Let's take a look now at the underlying energy here for you. Magician, Queen of Cups, and the 3 of Pentacles. 2 of Cups, the World card, and the 10 of Pentacles. Again, underlying energy. For some of you, you will be closing out a cycle here with someone in your life, someone who's been in your life for a long time. And this could be someone that you deem to be toxic, a parent, a sibling, maybe even a child for those of you, or maybe you have grown-up children. There is a severing here of a tie. There's an ending here to a connection. Right now it's hinging. So, and only take this if it resonates for you. You would know at the time you're watching this reading, because the World card is on the hinge. And it's like, yeah, maybe we can resolve these issues and move further, or maybe we're shutting the door on this. So I just kind of feel like it's on the hinge, whoever this is. And again, it could be professional, platonic, or romantic. Let's begin to clarify. Suddenly my nose is itchy. I don't know if your nose is itchy. I don't know if that's a sign or synchronicity for some of you. I did not have that in the Taurus or Gemini reading, so I just find that to be odd. but I'm using the After Tarot deck to clarify these messages. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the second half of 2026, we are clarifying Page of Swords, Eight of Wands, Nine of Wands, Knight of Pentacles, the High Priestess, and the King of Pentacles for the Cancer collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Swords is clarified by the Emperor. The Eight of Wands is clarified by the King of Wands. The Nine of Wands is clarified by the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the Six of Wands. It's a lot of fire for a water sign. The High Priestess is clarified by the Eight of Pentacles. And the King of Pentacles is clarified by the Chariot. Bottom of the deck, Four of Pentacles, Three of Pentacles, and the Eight of Cups. I do still feel, sorry if I keep rubbing my nose like that, I'm not trying to be rude or gross. There's just a lot of itchiness. Leaves the High Priestess, the Moon, and the Queen of Cups here at the bottom of the deck. I do see here a release of a connection in your life, okay, over the course of the next 5 to 6 months. I think right now it's hinging on a closing. It's not permanently closed yet. Please never allow me or another reader to tell you what to do. Never allow tarot to dictate what you do. I'm just letting you know that the energetic availability is there to close a door here on someone that you work with, work for, and that, again, could be professional, platonic, or romantic. It could also be in the sense of community, okay? Because I have the Three of Pentacles card here twice. And although it's not the Three of Cups, the energy I'm picking up, so this could even be relocation for some of you, where, you know, after you move, you never go back to that house or that apartment or that community. So it could be something like that as well. The whale song, sorry, I'm like reading it on its side. The whale song resonating card is clarified here by the Page of Swords to the Emperor, the Knight of Pentacles to the Six of Wands. So let's dive into your message. Clarify that Page of Swords here for whale song resonating. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Swords is clarified by the Empress, the Queen of Wands, and the Six of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have Page of Cups. Clarify the Emperor, please. Clarify the Emperor. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Emperor is clarified by the Moon, the World card, okay, and Justice. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Cups. So this seems to be the decision here that you're making, and right now you're not sure. This portion of the message is resonating for you. You're not quite sure if you're doing it or when you're doing it. Again, the World card is on the hinge. This can go in one or two different directions, and if the message is resonating for you at this time, you're not sure what to do with this person. And again, I don't know who this person is to you. A mother figure, a father figure. Again, it could be community. So there's something here. I want to move on from this situation, environment, or connection. And again, it could even be a job for some of you. I'm not sure if I want to move on. And if I decide to move on, what's next? That seems to be the feeling here. And if you're watching this and you're like, Jen, I really don't have situation, environment, or connection that I'm considering moving on from. I've already relocated. I have a small circle. Everything is good with them. I'm happy with my job or what I do for a living. Then it would be internal to you, meaning a habit or a pattern. Again, giving up smoking, sweets, or implementing an exercise regimen. But there's something here in your life that situation, environment, connection, habit, or pattern, or environment, okay, I think I said environment, yes, community, it's not really resonating with you anymore, but you're still like sort of holding on to it. So it's like, I continue to get my hair cut the same way I always got my hair cut. I don't really like the haircut, but I haven't quite made the decision to get a new haircut. You know, I'm living in this house or in this community. I don't really like this house or this community, but I haven't fully made the decision to uproot and relocate. Same thing if it's a job. So for a lot of you, it's like you're still existing in this, even though it's not 100% resonating with you. You'd like to move on from it or change things up, but you're not quite sure what that would be. So again, the World card closing it out is on the hinge. And you've been slow to do this in the Knight of Pentacles. slow to relocate, or slow to change up your hair, something, physically aesthetic, slow to start the dietary regimen, slow to quit the bad habit, slow to stop talking to this person, or just make the decision if you want to stop talking to them. So again, it's different for all of you, right? It's a general collective reading. But there's something here, the Empress to the Queen of Wands to the Six of Swords. Like, I don't know if I want to move on from this anymore and like go off and like birth something new, right? Create something new, a new version of myself or a new community. So in that Page of Swords, there's a lot of weight being put on the shoulder of the Page of Swords, because as the Emperor of your life, you want to make this decision, but you're not wholeheartedly invested at this time in making the decision, or if you've made the decision, actually following through on the decision. It's like, I need a little more information, or maybe I need a little more time. Something like that is occurring here. So as I was saying before the camera shut down on us, you've been slow to enact this change. And I feel it's not because you're lazy, it's because you want to make sure you're making the right decision. Like, if I cut my hair, I've had this hairstyle, just an example, for 20 years. So if I cut my hair, I want to look good when I go out into the world. I don't want to feel like I made a mistake chopping off my golden locks. So there's something like that here. If I start changing how I dress, I want to make sure that it's the best representation of who I am. So before I ditch that wardrobe and spend money filling up my closet and my drawers for new clothes, I just want to make sure I'm making the right decision. Before I put the house up for sale, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely confident that I'm relocating to another housing situation or another community that I can be victorious in. So your decision here, the reason why that World card is on the hinge is because you want to make sure you're making the best decision for yourself, giving up that habit, changing jobs, changing communities, or maybe even like filing for divorce or severing ties with someone who's been in your life for a long time. So I think you're being very careful with this. And for some of you, where this is more like affecting you more physically, I feel like there's a plan here. Like, then you need to create the diet plan. Knight of Pentacles would be like creating the plan or the strategy. Or relocation, you would need to create the plan or strategy. Changing jobs, most people like to secure another job before they leave the one that they're currently in. So for a lot of you, it's a planning stage. And for others of you, it's a time period where you're giving heavy consideration to closing something out. Knight of Pentacles here for Cancer. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the Hanged Man. Yep, the Ten of Cups and the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Lovers. So Lovers is the ultimate choice card in tarot. So everything I said is right there in the cards. At the end of the day, whatever decision this is here for you, you're putting a lot of time and consideration and thought into it because you want it to be successful. And at the end of the day, you want to be happy with the decision that you make or the plan that you initiate here for yourself. If this is, like I said, physical improvements. Clarify that Six of Wands here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The one thing you all have in common, whatever this is for you, person, place, thing, habit, pattern, you already know that it's not resonating with you. You're not fully happy with it. So there is a change you want to make. You're just taking your time making that decision. Seven of Swords. You don't want to make a mistake. Yep. Ten of Swords and the Five of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Cups. That's you, whether you're masculine or feminine. And the After Tarot deck, the Seven of Swords, is trying to learn from their past, right? This individual is looking back into their past and saying, if I proceed forward with this, I don't want to be making a mistake, right? They're just about to step into the trap here. So if I do close this out, the situation, environment, connection, or I change up, again, eating pattern, exercise regimen, I want to make sure it's to my benefit. The Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck depicts an individual coming out from being out in a state of lack. So if I change this job, I want to make sure I'm going to a job where maybe it's more emotionally as well as financially fulfilling. If I, again, quit this habit or pattern, I want to make sure there's success here with it. I'm not going to just do it to do it. I'll be wholeheartedly invested in the new exercise or dietary regimen. If I relocate, I want to make sure it's to a better neighborhood or that this decision has long-term beneficial consequences to it. If I sever the tie with this person, I want to make sure that leaving them out in the cold or not including them in the next chapter of my life is beneficial to me. So you're putting a lot of emphasis on me. It's almost like you are stepping into that Emperor energy of Aries, right? Aries is I am. It's the first sign of the zodiac. So you're going from possibly making the decisions where you took other people into consideration, and now it's more like you're putting your own personal health and happiness and satisfaction at the forefront. This is like, I have to do what is best for me. Eight of Wands. Clarify the Eight of Wands. And once I figure out what that is, then I'll know the right use of power. Once I have that plan in place, then I'll be able to move forward with it. So whatever the decision is here for each of you, I do believe that you will be moving forward with it. Clarify that Eight of Wands. Clarify the Eight of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Eight of Wands. Clarified by the Two of Wands, the Nine of Pentacles, and the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Six of Wands. So once you figure out what this is here for you, again, it's going to be different for all of you. Once you figure out the way to do it or how to handle it, or you determine that it will be to your emotional, possibly financial benefit, then it appears here that you are proceeding forward with this. And once you make that decision, and again, it's very me, myself, and I, because look at that Nine of Pentacles. It's like, I have to be happy with this. I'm going to have to deal with the consequences of this decision. And so again, I want to make sure that I am content with it. And once you decide that you are content with it, you're literally like on the go. Again, whether it's relocating or filing for divorce, launching the business, you know, exercising, whatever it is for you, it does look like you then proceed forward with it. So if this message is resonating for you and right now things are a little murky or a little slow and you're not sure if you're doing this, it looks like whatever it is for you, you do end up doing it. Again, never allow tarot to dictate what you do, but it looks like you are moving forward with it. Clarify the King of Wands. And if you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you're new, howdy. But I typically look at a suit of cards as queens exist in the present. They're dealing with the day-to-day. They're processing the present. They process the past. Kings take action. And so when you get this all figured out, then it appears here you're taking action. King of Wands is clarified by the Four of Swords, the Death card, and the Star. And in that one sweeping moment of decision making, once you have it all figured out, that is when you decide to change your life. And it's a little morbid, the Four of Swords in the After Tarot deck, because we see an individual here, almost like mourning, if you will. Someone here who has passed. I'm not suggesting someone's going to pass. I'm certainly not suggesting you're going to pass. I feel like this is more like you saying goodbye to that old version of yourself, because now you're dedicated to the dietary regimen or the exercise regimen or the new location, or maybe being single if you're severing a tie here with a romantic partner. But it's almost like you're saying goodbye to the old you, the old neighborhood, a connection that no longer resonates with you. Okay, Death card, you're putting it to an end, because the Star card, you're moving towards wish fulfillment. So this is all centered around what you believe is the ideal life for you, because the one you currently have is no longer resonating. And you're saying, once I figure it out, that that's truly what I want, then I'm going to move towards it. And it looks like you do. High Priestess. The feeling here is, I've learned all that I had to learn from that situation, environment, or connection. Or I enjoyed those sweets for as long as I could have, but now it's time to eat better. There's something here in the High Priestess. This is the only card in tarot where the individual is actually holding the book of knowledge. So there's something here like, I've learned everything I had to do, right? I did my homework. I know what's working, what's not working, what's resonating, what's not resonating. And now I'm ready to move towards this goal. Okay, from here on out, let's call it the goal. Whether it is situation, environment, connection, dietary regimen, relocation. To simplify it for you, from here on out, we're going to call it the goal, because it looks like you will be Eight of Pentacles working on the goal. Tell me about that High Priestess energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. High Priestess is clarified by Four of Swords. That's what we have there. Judgment card and Temperance. Bottom of the deck, King of Wands again. So yeah, coming out of this period of don't know what to do about this. I know something has to change. And then it's like, we're fully implementing this. And you're not looking for overnight success, which I love. You're looking at this that I've thought about this long enough. I'm ready now to leave this behind, okay, this version of myself. I'm ready to move towards the goal. It's a judgment call I'm making. I'm speaking like you. But I know that although I have fire and passion behind it, King of Wands showed up here twice, Temperance is also fire energy, but it's slow fire energy. I know that I can't relocate overnight. I know that I'm not going to go from being 300 pounds to 250 pounds overnight. Right? I know that I'm not going to go from having mildly high blood pressure, hypertension, to being, cardiovascularly fit. So there's something like that. I know that this is a transformation. We're going from one way of living to another. But there's slow, steady progress, and you appear here to be determined to stick with it, to work on whatever this is. Again, the goal. And it's like, I know that it won't happen overnight, but if I stay consistent with it, it will yield the results that I want. One more shuffle. Thank you. 10 of Pentacles, and you're absolutely right. It will. It will yield the results you want. 9 of Cups, and you'll be very happy that you made that decision in the After Tarot deck. There's no decision to be made, right? So this is you looking back, Ace of Swords, and saying, now that I'm ready to move towards the goal, I'm going to do it in a tempered way. I'm not going to rush this. I'm going to take my time because I know victory and satisfaction and happiness are mine. And when I finally achieve that goal, relocate, lose the weight, change up the hair, whatever it is, I know that I'll be able to look back and say, that was the best decision I ever made for myself. And again, maybe it could be filing for divorce. Maybe for some of you, you are already divorced, or you are a widow or widower. And this could be you wanting to enter a new connection with someone. But again, whatever the goal here is for you, you're doing it in your own time, in your own speed. If the message is resonating for you, you already know whatever this is. And it looks like as we get into Leo season, that's when you're actually going to implement this. So you have about another 2 to 3 weeks of the I don't know and the planning stage and figuring things out. And then it appears here, my friend, that you are go time in Leo season towards the goal. 9 of Wands. Clarify the 9 of Wands. And it's like now you'll be working in tandem, okay, in partnership with the universe. The universe is your partner here in your hand, because now we're not only wishing and hoping that this would change and we can move towards something that does resonate, or a way of life that does resonate. We're not just doing half-assed manifestation here. Okay, that Magician card is there. This is, I'm now working in concert with the universe to make that goal a success. 9 of Wands. And I'm not giving up on this. I still have passion and fire for it. So there's drive here. One more shuffle. Thank you. 9 of Wands is clarified by the star, moving towards that wish fulfillment. 7 of Wands, taking the first steps, okay, to reach that goal. And then you have the 7 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, you have the 5 of Wands. So whatever this is here, you're doing it very carefully, because remember, in that 7 of Swords, I don't want to be making a mistake here. So there's something here about understanding you won't have overnight success. You're not going to find the dream house overnight, or the new community group you want to join, whatever this is for you, the divorce or the marriage. It's a pretty big life decision here for you, Cancer, because you're changing yourself either physically, or your immediate environment or very close connection here in your life is either coming together or falling apart. And there's something here, I need to put one foot in front of the other, in front of the other, in front of the other, and work with the universe and continue to move forward towards the goal. I can't move too fast, because if I rush it, it might exhaust me and then I'll give up on it. I can't move too slow, because then I may enter a period of stagnation and give up on it. So there's still passion and drive here, but it's literally taking it step by step to avoid sabotaging the goal. You're being very careful about whatever this is here for you. Clarify that Knight of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the 8 of Wands, so we're still moving forward with it. 10 of Cups towards the goal that we believe will make us happy, and we do not want to F it up. I don't know why that is for you. Like 6 of Cups, maybe you're, in the After Tarot deck, this is looking back to the past. So maybe for some of you, you did something similar once upon a time. You chopped the hair off and you regretted it. You started the exercise regimen, you gave up on it. You started the dietary regimen, you gave up on it. You quit smoking 10 times in a row, and then you went back to it. So it could be something like that. Or maybe you're a job hopper, and it happens to some of us. So it's like, again, if I make this change in this job, I want to make sure that this time it sticks. That's the feeling I get here. Because you have this, whatever the goal here is for you, you know exactly how you want it to play out and what you want the end result to be. And there's a feeling here, I don't want to sabotage it. King of Pentacles, and I feel like you're leaning on the past here for this. And it could even be, you know, like I was saying in the beginning with that relocation, like that change of the community. You know, I thought that when I moved here, and I'll use myself as an example, I thought that when I moved here, this is a town that I was going to retire in and one day die in. But my life has changed since then. I've had a divorce 6 years ago, and I've stayed in this town kind of out of habit, but it no longer resonates with me. But before I uproot myself and relocate, I need to do my homework. I have to make sure that where I'm moving to as a 52-year-old woman, that I'm making the right decision for myself. I don't want to have to pack up my bags and move again when I'm 62 or 72 or 82. So I want to make sure that the next community does resonate with me, because the current one no longer does. You know, I moved here to have the rest of my life with my husband. He's no longer my husband. So now it's like, I feel like I've outgrown this space. It no longer resonates with me. So whatever this is for you, I can kind of see myself in this message, even though I don't have Cancer placements. I just see you being very careful and saying, I just want to make sure that if I move forward with this, that it is beneficial to me, and I'm not screwing up the opportunity to have a successful outcome. So slow and steady, King of Pentacles. We're moving forward, Chariot energy, but we're doing it in a very grounded way. You know, you want to lose weight, you know it can't happen overnight. If you rush it, or you try to do one of those, you know, lose 5 pounds a week thing, you're going to starve yourself out and you're going to give up on the diet. So this is, I'm changing my dietary intake, but it's, I need to do it in a way where it's comfortable for me. It resonates with me. I like it. I don't feel starved out. I'm still acquiring all of the nutrients that I need. So maybe I don't lose 5 pounds a week. I only lose 1 pound a week. It takes me a little longer to achieve the weight goal, but I get there and I'm more successful, because if I rush it, then I may sabotage the goal. So I like that even after you begin embarking on your journey here towards the goal, you're doing it in a very methodical way, very mindful that maybe the last time you made a big decision, it didn't go so well for you. I feel like you're leaning on past experience. Clarify that King of Pentacles, one more shuffle. Thank you. King of Pentacles is clarified by Six of Wands. I love this. I so love this for you, because didn't we have the Six of Wands here? We did. And this was you when you were saying, I want to be successful with this. And by the time we get to the full moon in your sign on December 23rd, 2026, you're looking back and you're going, oh my God, this was the best thing I ever did. Six of Wands, Ace of Wands, that is the truth. And the King of Cups. And you in your highest vibration, whether you're masculine or feminine, right? King of Cups is top tier suit. It's like you're looking back at yourself and you're like, wow, I didn't think that I could do this. So there was that period of time, you're looking back at your reflection here and you're like, there was a period of time I would have never did this. I would have never relocated, or I can't believe I'm 5 months free of quitting smoking or eating right or whatever it is. But you're looking at yourself and you're like, wow, I've come a long way since that person. I'm no longer that person. Chariot. And that's you, right? That is one of your major arcana cards. Clarify the Chariot. One more shuffle. Thank you. And consequently, who rides the Chariot? The Emperor or Empress. Temperance, Three of Wands, and the Strength card. Bottom of the deck, Six of Pentacles. Whatever this is that you choose to walk away from, situation, environment, connection, like I said, dietary thing or habit or something, there's such a look back that, wow, I really endured it. There's such a prideful thing here. I really stuck with it. I really stuck with it. I figured out what would be best for me, and I took action, and I didn't F it up, and I didn't sabotage myself along the way. I worked in concert with the universe, and I'm closing out the year being so grateful, right? Temperance is Sagittarius season. I'm so grateful that what I began in Leo season, again, whatever goal here it is in that Three of Wands, which consequently is Sun in Aries, that I, speaking like you, I decided to move forward on. By the time you get to Sagittarius season, there's a feeling here of almost disbelief that you made it, that you did it, that you achieved the goal, or you are a hell, and I mean a hell of a lot closer to achieving the goal than you were in July. This is such a prideful feeling here of like, I did it, or I've made such substantial progress. I think that's everything we have here. It looks like you're making a very big life decision, and you're taking it slow, and you're being very meticulous about it. It must be very important to you, whatever this is. And most likely in Leo season is when you are going to right use of power, begin working in concert with the universe to enact this change in your life. And by the time you get to Sagittarius season, you look back and you're like, I can't, holy shit, I can't believe I did that. I moved cross country, I cut my hair, I lost the 40 pounds. You know, there's something like this. There's something like, oh my God, I launched a business, or I'm an entirely new career path, or I changed up the business model and it effing worked. There's almost a disbelief here. So let's get you some Moonology cards. We'll get you two, one that comes out and then one from the bottom of the deck, and we'll close it out with Oracle cards. So whatever this is for you, be gentle with yourself over the course of the next, 1, 2, 3 weeks while you finalize this or start gaining some momentum towards it. Because baby, once you start launching into this new chapter or this new version of yourself in Leo season, there's no stopping you. This is full achievement, full success here by the end of the year. And this feeling of gratitude that you are finally in a place now, like you are the benefactor of your hard work. And you're finally in something or with someone or this new version of yourself that truly resonates with who you are and who you want to be in the future. Let's get a Moonology card here, please, for the Cancer Collective. A new cycle begins. New moon in Libra. New cycle begins here, my friend. Bottom of the deck, prosperity lies ahead. New moon in Taurus. So whatever you begin here, this new cycle, there is something tangible that you'll be able to see. I really did it. You look in the mirror and you look different. You get on the scale, you're lighter. You go to the doctor's appointment and they're like, wow, there's noticeable progress here in your sugar levels or your blood pressure. It's a tangible change. You relocate and you're like, I'm so glad I did this. Or you just revamp or remodel your home. Like, I'm so glad I did this. Maybe you get a divorce. Maybe you enter a new relationship, long-term committed partnership. Whatever it is here for you, by the time you get to Sagittarius season, there is real, indisputable proof that you made the best decision, that there was progress with it, and that you either have completely achieved the goal or you are closer to the goal than you ever have been in your life. Let's get you 3 Oracle cards. And Taurus is Pentacle energy, so it's real. Like, you can see, you can see the result. 3 Oracle cards here, please, to close out this message, please, for the Cancer Collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Flying. Follow your dreams and transcend self-imposed limits. That's what you're doing, my love. Inner strength. Tap into your inner power. Stay strong in adversity, using resilience to overcome challenges. We see you doing that, right? One step at a time, one step at a time. I don't want to mess this up. And then we have self-awareness. Understand your inner needs and your true feelings. I think for a lot of you, this is like a change in your physical environment, or you physically, like your 3D body. But whatever this is here for you, you are doing this because you have become self-aware. You are in touch and in tune with yourself. Whatever this currently is for you at this time no longer resonates with you. And so you're being very meticulous about making this decision. You are very much aware of who you want to be in the future, or where you want to be in the future, or what kind of person you want to be in the future. And it's taking you all of your inner strength to create this plan and to actually boldly move towards it. At the bottom of the deck, flow. Move freely like water, stay flexible, and embrace the newness in every moment. I love this for you, Cancer. Best reading so far out of the 4 that I've done. So congratulations to you ahead of time, because by the time you get to December, you will have reached whatever goal this is, or it's damn well within sight, closer than it has ever been in your life. You are about to become the benefactor of your effort. Congratulations. That is what I have for you, my love. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you want to do that. Between now and December, I'll be doing some additional readings in regards to this particular reading. I'll be posting them on my Patreon site. It's a smaller community there, so maybe those messages would resonate a little bit more with you. Those smaller community readings tend to do just that. So if you could join us there, fantastic. Information for that is pinned in the comments section. If you can't, that's okay. Trust the spirit already knew that, and that you received all of the information that you need to know for the second half of 2026. If you like that message, again, please click like, share, comment, subscribe. And as always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a collective general reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it just simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So, Leo, for all 12 zodiac signs for this round of readings, I've done a little astrological homework, if you will. Yours is a little bit lengthier than the others because you have a lot of things happening during this time period. So I want to go through them so you understand how the second half of 2026 will be impacting your life moving forward. Because once you step into January 1st, 2027, you will be most likely an entirely different Leo than you were prior to that date. So let me go through these for you. This begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. It will culminate with the full moon in Cancer, which actually happens to be a super full moon in Cancer, on December 23rd, 2026. This lunar cycle for you will trigger a profound emotional purge and a psychological reset. Because Cancer rules astrologically your 12th house of the subconscious, solitude, and endings, this time period will force you behind the scenes to heal old wounds before you can fully step into your upcoming year of growth, which is known as the Emerald Year. So the 12th house themes, thank you Mercury retrograde for that one. Let's see what is shifting for you. The 12th house acts as the closet of your natal chart. So over the second half of 2026, you're basically clearing out that closet. So there's a lot of subconscious healing taking place. You will unearth and dismantle hidden fears, self-sabotaging habits, or negative inner dialogues that you've had with yourself that hold you back from becoming the best version of yourself. This time period will require a lot of solitude for you in order for you to reset yourself. So the universe will actively pull you out of the spotlight, and you will need more personal space, deeper sleep, and time alone to recharge your batteries. And then there's this releasing of the past. So while you're undergoing this internal cleansing of the closet, if you will, the cycle will demand that you let go of like old grudges, unfulfilled expectations, and even relationships that drain your energy. So the timeline for the following, or I should say for the second half of 2026 is as such. July 14th, 2026, that new moon in Cancer, for you is the it's a day for you to like plant seeds of introspection and an internal reset. From late July until November 2026, it's sort of like phase 2. So this is like the subconscious cocoon. This is when you will be processing shadows and really changing your cosmic identity. And then on December 23rd, 2026, with that super full moon in Cancer, it'll be a moment for you of like great culmination and an emotional release and emotional freedom for you. So the kickoff begins with that new moon in Cancer on July 14th, which happens to be coinciding with Mercury retrograde, which is a bit messy this year, but it's heavily emphasizing for you a period of time of reflection. So do not force outward progress right now. Instead, use July 14th and a couple of days that follow that to plant intentions around improving your mental health, creating better boundaries, and breaking free from childhood conditioning. The middle phase, that subconscious cocoon that we talked about before, which is like late July until November of 2026, while you're doing the heavy internal lifting, your outer life will simultaneously be preparing for an upgrade. So on July 26, 2026, the North Node of Destiny enters your sign of Leo, and it'll be there for approximately 1.5 years. I believe it's more like 13 months, but close to a 1.5 year stay. And this is going to push you toward radical authenticity of who you are. So you will feel a tension at this point in time between July and November, between wanting to step fully into that spotlight, but also needing to sort of retreat and process what has occurred in your private life in the past. The climax is that full moon in Cancer on December 23rd. So that cycle, this lunation cycle for you, will close out with a very powerful, emotional, super full moon on December 23rd. A subconscious matter or a long hidden secret or an ongoing mental health struggle will fully come to light for you. This is your moment of like ultimate spiritual catharsis. You will officially close a very heavy chapter of your life. You're going to feel a lot lighter moving into the new year, a lot wiser for what you have gone through, and you will be ready to embrace the massive luck that Jupiter in your sign will be bringing to you as of January 1st, 2027 and onward. So I created a little strategy guide here for you, Leo. During this time period of that second half of 2026, I really want you to prioritize rest. I feel like that's going to be very important looking at the natal chart just for a basic Leo placement, whether you are Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus. So treat sleep and downtime as non-negotiable requirements, not luxuries. Whatever is the normal sleep pattern for you. For some people, they can function well on 5 hours. For other people, they need 7, 8, or 9 hours. Whatever it is for you to be at your optimum best, please create time to have that sleep every night consistently for the second half of 2026. You're going to need that time to recharge your batteries because of the internal work that you're doing subconsciously when you're not even realize you're doing it. Like you're washing dishes and you're tending to work and you're walking the dog. And whatever it is that you do in your day-to-day life, taking care of yourself and the people, pets, plants in your life that matter, subconsciously, you're going to be processing a lot of past trauma and a lot of past grievances. And so you might feel more tired than usual. And just as I said that, the camera actually shut down. So if you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you're new, howdy. But I take everything that occurs during a reading as a sign for the individual that I'm reading for. And I feel like that was a very important message because the battery actually set at 71% and then it immediately went to 0 and the camera shut off. And one, is it Mercury retrograde? For me, it is a technological issue as a Gemini sun sign. However, for you, I feel like there was a deeper message there. And so, as I was saying prior to that shut off, because you are processing all of these things subconsciously, you may feel a little more tired than usual. You might think there's actually a health issue with you. And I'm not giving you a health reading, so if you have a health concern, please see your doctor or physician or medical team. But if you are feeling more tired than usual, and there is nothing medically wrong with you, and you have already established that, again, with a doctor, physician, or medical team, then it's most likely because you are undergoing all of this subconscious processing. So whatever your usual sleep time frame is for you, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, whatever it is, please make sure that you are having that consistently every night for the second half of 2026. It'll be very important for you to keep a very healthy sleep regimen. It's also important for you during this time to track your dreams. Now, I experienced this about 2 years ago, and so I think it's very important for you to keep a journal by your bed. Because you're processing all of these things, your intuition and your subconscious mind will be communicating to you with very vivid, wild dreams throughout the second half of 2026. And it's really important for you when you wake up from them that you jot down what that dream was about. So if you wake up at 1 in the morning, jot it down, go back to sleep. Or maybe you want to speak it into your phone or a recorder, and then you go back to sleep. Because if you wait until you officially wake up in the morning at whatever time you wake up, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 a.m., you might not remember all of the details. It's important for you to know these details because then you'll understand exactly what it is that you're processing and that you need to process. So your dreams will be very active, very vivid, and it is your subconscious mind, your intuition speaking to you through those dreams. So please keep a dream journal by your bed. And during this time period, feel very comfortable or become very comfortable with saying no to obligation. You'll need to protect your energy because, again, you're doing a lot of, think of yourself as a computer. And so if I'm on the computer right now, right, I'm looking at the notes here that I have for you. And while I'm doing this, there are other things working in the background which are draining the energy of my computer. So you have to kind of look at yourself this way. While you're doing all of these other things, subconsciously, like a computer, there are other apps, there are other programs that are working in the background. And that's why it's important for you to be very comfortable with saying no to obligation, because you're going to need to fiercely protect your energy from people or projects that trigger defense mechanisms or that drain your energy. To give you a better idea of how this plays out, I went a step further because, and your intro is a little bit longer than the other. So again, I apologize if you're a cross-watcher watching. And I'm sorry that if you're bored by this, but again, I think it's very important. I also wanted to include for you that you will also be impacted by Jupiter, because as of a couple of days ago, on June 30th, Jupiter officially entered your sign. And it'll be there for this monumental 13-month stay. However, for the first 5 to 6 months, it's occurring in 2026, while all of this other subconscious work is being done for you. So while Jupiter is the great benefic, and it's the planet of luck and expansion and massive breakthroughs, having Jupiter in your first house of self-identity and personal beginnings, while simultaneously undergoing that major emotional purge in your 12th house subconsciously, is going to create a very powerful energetic paradox for you for the second half of 2026. Because the 12th house wants you to pull back and heal, while Jupiter in the first wants you to move forward, stand up, shine, and expand. So the combination shapes your 6-month timeline through very distinct internal and external dynamics. So the paradox is like you are simultaneously burning away the old, and you're using that to now fuel the new. So normally when Jupiter enters your sign, which occurs for all 12 zodiac signs every 12 years, we all expect instant, loud, explosive, main character energy. And again, I know it happened for me 2 years ago when Jupiter entered my sign. And I did see that in terms of career and all of that other stuff. But for you, it's going to be a little bit different. Because this transit overlaps directly with that Cancer lunar cycle of emotional purging, Jupiter is going to behave a little differently during the second half of 2026 for you. You will have that great benefic fuel you forward into a new you of success and public recognition, but that won't occur until January. So kind of don't fight it right now. So during this time period, again, that second half now of the year with Leo now official, or Jupiter now officially in your sign of Leo, Jupiter expands whatever it touches. So in your first house, it magnifies your awareness of self. It will make you painfully aware of where you have been playing it too small, shrinking to make others comfortable, and tolerating toxic situations, environments, or connections. I know that this sounds like it will be a difficult transit for you, but it's actually not. It's actually the ideal glow up filter. Because while the new moon and full moon in Cancer are doing the dirty work, subconsciously clearing out that subconscious closet, Jupiter is acting as a vision board for what you will become in the future. And although it sounds very draining to have all of this work occurring in the 12th house, Jupiter is going to play a role by giving you hope and optimism and this unshakable confidence that, okay, I'm processing all of this stuff right now, but I know that it's momentary. Okay, so it's going to allow you to have unshakable confidence that what you're going through is temporary, momentary, will have long-lasting positive effects, but it's only going to play out for that, 4, 5, 6 month period now. So it gives you that hope, optimism, and unshakable confidence you need to face the emotional shadows without falling into like total despair. Behind the scenes, think of this period as like a backstage rehearsal of a show. So you are being blessed with Jupiter's luck, but the universe is requiring you to do the inner emotional processing first, so that when you fully step center stage on January 1st, 2027, your foundation, that stage, will be unbreakable. So the interlocking transits, July to December 2026, July 14th is that new moon, plant seeds of rest, mental health resets, and breaking old psychological loops. Jupiter in Leo in your first house is going to boost you. It's going to ignite your personal desires, physical vitality, and hunger for a fresh start. Just be aware of that conflict where you want to launch something big, but your body and spirit demand rest because you're tired. The strategy to deal with this is to plan your empire from bed. And that means, sitting up and working on your phone or working on your laptop and then being able to set it aside and take a nap. So if you can do that, do that. August to November, processing heavy emotional baggage, old childhood wounds, and hidden fears. That occurs because of that Cancer lunar cycle that we're in. But Jupiter, again, in Leo, is going to want to expand your personal magnetism, luck, and attracting new opportunities. So you start realizing that your old insecurities don't really match the grand future that Jupiter has in store for you. Jupiter is showing you who you will become, and that the baggage you have will naturally drop away. So to not fear the delay in your expansion, because it's coming. So again, that hope and optimism is renewed for you. So I don't want you to think the second half of 2026 is just going to be like, oh my God, a period of dread. It's not. December 23rd, that full moon, we're closing out that Cancer lunar cycle. It will be an emotional release for you, most likely around the holiday season. You're going to have this final purge of heavy, years-long psychological chapter close out for you. So you might find yourself a little bit more emotional than usual in, you know, that last week or two of December. However, again, you have the benefit of Jupiter in the first house. So as it's turning stationary, retrograde, it's going to force you to deeply internalize your growth and say, I'm ready. So this is a breakthrough moment for you, because as you emotionally let go of the past and you have that good cry, there's a feeling within you that I never have to feel those feelings again, the feeling of sadness or rejection or abandonment. And it's in that final week of December where I'm getting chills here. Some people call them goosebumps, other people call them spirituals. But in that last week of December, you're going to feel fully integrated into your new empowered identity. And a new you will be completely transformed and ready to emerge in the new year. So I know that was a lot for you, and I apologize for that. I want to hit 2 quick things for you on how this will have real world impact for you. And I broke it up into 2 sections, career and ambition. So don't force massive, aggressive public launches during the peak of the Cancer lunar cycle, especially while Mercury is still retrograde, and that will happen until July 3rd or July 23rd, and then there's a post shadow until August 6th. So between now and August 6th, don't force yourself to do anything new. Instead, use Jupiter's presence to rebrand and rewrite your narrative and quietly build your master plan, so come August 7th, you can move forward with whatever plan or goal you have created for yourself behind closed doors during the retrograde period. Jupiter will bring influential people into your orbit who see your potential, even while you're working in quiet isolation. So don't think that you're going to be missing any opportunities. You won't be. The second section here is for relationships and love. So the 12th house clearing will likely highlight where you have allowed codependency or unequal emotional labor to drain you in professional, platonic, and romantic connections. As Jupiter expands your self-worth in the first house, you will find it incredibly easy to draw firm boundaries with people. You will lose the fear of being disliked or having people leave your life, because you're going to realize that anyone who requires you to shrink yourself to stay in their life or to keep them in your life is not meant for your next chapter, which is occurring for you on January 1st of 2027. So now, with all of that said, and I don't know how far along we are in the reading, again, I apologize for that long intro, but it's going to affect you more than the other signs, and I just wanted you to understand what is happening to you internally and externally. Now we can get into tarot. So for Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, what else do they need to know for the second half of 2026? With the lunation cycle affecting their 12th house and Jupiter in their sign affecting their first house of identity. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Don't get a haircut until August 7th. I don't know why. Maybe you're thinking of like radically changing your hairstyle. Wait till August 7th. I don't know why, but I feel like at least one person watching needs to hear that. Okay. Skywriting the Fates, card number 49. Joyful Muse, Inspiration, card number 33. A Tidy House, Clarity and Organization, card number 1. This is like doing the internal work, like clearing the house, right? The subconscious mind. Jupiter is going to inspire you that this is necessary and to not feel emotionally bogged down by it. This is all happening. This is literally happening. I hate to say divine timing, but it is. There's something greater here happening for you. Your next chapter is going to require you to not bring the past into that next chapter. And that's why this is happening. The bottom of the deck, we have Galactic Mushroom, the Divine Matrix. Holy shit. That's what I just said, right? Card number 24. Okay. Let's get into tarot now. Fascinating message here for you. I feel very much connected to your energy right now for like the next 6 months. I don't have any Leo in my chart, so I'm finding it really odd, but I'm going to go with it. We are clarifying for Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Skywriting the Fates, card number 49. Joyful Muse, Inspiration, card number 33, which I also notice they have a paintbrush, and then there are like some art pens here as well. So again, keep that dream journal, okay? And then we are clarifying a tidy house, clarity and organization, card number 1 for the Leo collective for the second half. One more shuffle. Thank you. And we have the Ace of Cups. Everything I said is the truth. The Three of Wands and the Seven of Swords. See, this is what you're cleaning out. Self-sabotaging behaviors, situations, environments, connections, even trauma. It's like you can't take it into the future. It's actually quite beautiful how the cards are coming out already. You then have Nine of Cups, the Queen of Swords, and the Page of Cups. The underlying energy here, Lovers, Six of Cups, and the Three of Cups. The Star, healing, the Empress, and the Sun. There's definitely a purging, okay? And again, this is part of the divine matrix here. There is a purging of hurtful or harmful connections in your life if they're currently in your life, or the trauma from them, with lovers, with friends, with family members. I mean, they're all represented here. Lovers, Six of Cups, and Three of Cups. Let's clarify this now using the After Tarot deck. And so, yeah, it is a time period here of profound healing for you. So I'm clarifying this using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the second half of 2026, we're clarifying Ace of Cups, Three of Wands, Seven of Swords, Nine of Cups, Queen of Swords, and the Page of Cups. Even clearing out childhood wounds, I just heard. Childhood wounds. One more shuffle. Thank you. I think in the past you thought you were doing the work, and you were, okay? And don't feel like, God, I thought I went through this already. You did, but there's still something there in the subconscious that affects your other engagements or your other decision making. And that's why this needs to be like the final purge. Ace of Cups is clarified by the Magician. So you can manifest now the life that you want. Three of Wands clarified by Nine of Pentacles. Seven of Swords clarified by the World card. I have not stopped this. That's a fascinating blend there. Nine of Cups is clarified by Queen of Swords, and it takes us right over here to this Queen of Swords with the Four of Pentacles, which is met with this Scorpionic release, Death card energy here. Beautiful. And the Page of Cups is clarified by the Knight of Swords. Boy, are you slaying childhood trauma or things that occurred to you in connections when maybe you entered them quite naively, okay? But we are slaying them in the After Tarot deck. And again, this is all being done subconsciously for you. You're going to feel it physically tired, but son of a bitch, you can't believe what's here. The Fool card, your new beginning. Two of Wands, moving into the future. Death card, a radically transformed Leo collective here. Skywriting the fates. The universe wants you to have what you have. If you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you haven't, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I hope you consider clicking like, share, and subscribe on the video. If you've seen the readings before, you've heard me say, I look at energy, and the best example I could give is I look at it like a closet, okay? And the closet, think of a closet or the closet in your home that's filled with clothes. Top shelf, maybe you have hats or pocketbooks or wallets. On the bottom, you have shoes. And on the day-to-day, you probably only wear a half or maybe a third of the clothes, of the hats, of the purses, of the shoes. You keep all of this other articles, right, of clothing, if you will, or accessories, out of habit, right? They've been with me my whole life. I remember where I was when I wore that jacket, or those shoes that now have a hole in them, but I really love them and I don't want to throw them out. We hold on to these energies, if you will, these nostalgic energies. But the problem is there's also pain attached to them, because the same shirt that you wore when you found, I don't know, your, favorite, mattress, okay, that now you can sleep on, was also the same shirt you wore when the person you thought you were going to spend the rest of your life with broke your heart. So there's like good and bad memories wrapped up in articles of clothing. So when we look at the closet, it's almost like subconsciously we don't go to that article of clothing anymore. Even though there's a fond memory, there's also a not so fond memory attached. So we have this whole closet of all of these items, and we only wear like the same 4, 5, 6 outfits day in and day out. The other ones we keep there as memories, but there's pain attached to those memories. In order for the universe to help you bring in new articles of clothing, the ones you don't wear, tied to lovers, because you wore them when you had issues with lovers, or you wore them when a family member hurt you, or a friend betrayed you, those items need to be cleared out. We need to create energetic space in the closet. So a lot of you have been manifesting new opportunities in work, in career, in love, in romance, in companionship, and friendship, and you haven't been seeing it come in. And some of you maybe felt like, oh my God, the universe is smiting me. Did God stop loving me? Did the universe stop acknowledging my existence? No, that's not the case. The case is, while you did do some of the work and you went in that closet over the last year or two and you pulled out a pair of shoes or a shirt or a hat and you threw it out, the fact is you didn't do a full clearing. So the universe is coming in here to do a full clearing, okay? And it's almost like you going off to work on July 14th, and then let's say you come back home on December 23rd, you open up the closet and you're like, holy shit, it's all gone. There's only 4 articles of clothing left. That's what energetically is happening. So even though you're not physically removing the items from the closet, they are subconsciously being removed. So by the time you get to the end of the year, you now have all of this space. So what you want, you can truly manifest, because now you have energetic space to allow it in. So it's the universe's way of, like, I don't want to say righting a wrong that occurred to you, but eliminating the debris that the wrong left behind in your life. 9 of Cups, Queen of Swords. So again, there's something here about you seeing very clearly this time period as a necessity. Even though you might feel tired, even though you might feel drained, even though you have to go another 4, 5, 6 months without your manifestation becoming a reality, stay very clear-minded that it is necessary. So when you get to January 1st, 2027, and you open up those closet doors, everything you truly want and need is actually in it. Or at least now you have the space available to create it and bring it in. So inspiration. During this time of cosmic cleansing, if you will be inspired. You just won't be taking immediate action. Okay, and that's where I think you're going to feel this little tug of war. Oh, I have this great idea. I want to do it. But man, I don't have the energy to do it. That's because you're processing all of this, subconsciously. So I want to really learn the guitar. But man, I try to set aside a half hour a day, but I feel exhausted. That does not mean give up on playing the guitar. I'm just using that as an excuse. And I say that because there's a guitar in this card. But again, it's just a little inspiration where the universe is saying you will be able to play the guitar on January 1st. So jot down these inspiring ideas that you have for expansion, for growth, for making money, for creative new skills you want to learn. So when you do launch forward, you know what you're going to be working on. Queen of Swords to the 4 of Pentacles. Again, just stay aware during this, second half of the year, and that Queen of Swords carried over to the Queen of Swords, that there were things you were holding on to, 4 of Pentacles, Miser, that the universe has to come in with Scorpionic, Death card energy here, the Grim Reaper, and remove. So don't give up on these dreams, wishes, or goals. Just use this time to strategize. So when you are energetically capable of moving forward towards them in the new year, you will be able to do just that. A tidy house, clarity, and organization. It's literally like the universe coming in to wipe the slate clean for you, energetically speaking. And I really, really love the depiction of the World card here for your message today, because in the After Tarot deck, the World card is not meant with what we usually see are the 4 fixed signs. It's actually meant with all 4 aces. So as this cycle closes out, look what you have, all 4 aces. So now you get to create the life you want, because the universe made sure you have the energetic closet space, if you will, to bring it all in. So Knight of Swords to the Page of Cups is slaying away all of these things from the past that wounded you and hurt you. Some of you going as far back as your childhood and that Page of Cups. But again, it's all being done as part of the divine matrix, so you can really bring in your wish fulfillment. So let's try to clarify that Ace of Cups. Obviously, wish fulfillment is different for all of you, but let's see if we can get a general sense for you. For Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, please clarify that Ace of Cups for the Leo collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Cups is clarified by the moon. Starts with that lunar cycle, right? July 14th, 10 of Cups, and the 8 of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, 6 of Swords. So again, not to reiterate the message here, but everything that you want, basically, that you want to work on, that you want to build, that you want to acquire and attain and nurture in your life that will truly make you happy is coming in, but it all begins with clearing of the house, energetically speaking. So what you want will come in the future. So don't lose sight or hope of that. Magician, one more shuffle. Thank you. Magician is clarified by Queen of Pentacles, 7 of Cups, and the 8 of Pentacles shows itself again. And then we have that 3 of Wands card. So again, use this time. Again, 7 of Cups, I don't know if astrologically it actually is the same place, the exact placement, but I always see it as Neptune and Pisces. where, yes, there could be confusion there, but I also see it as like wishful thinking and dreaming. And so there is something here about, one, definitely keep that dream journal in the second half, okay? Because there are some things that occurred here in your life that you've suppressed that are coming to the surface. Your intuition wants you to know that it still is there, or that it exists, and that it is literally being removed from your life. Don't know why, someone needs to hear that. So please keep a dream journal. There's also something here about, as you start conjuring up all of these things that you want to do, because again, remember, you're going to feel the force of Jupiter in your sign. Just pace yourself. You can't work on it today, but know that you will be working on it in the future. This is a time for you to plan what you want to create in your life. Don't force yourself to master it or do it or launch it or cut your hair right now. Just kind of hang tight on this. 9 of Cups to the Queen of Swords. I'm not going to clarify for you. I feel like that message came across very strongly. It's just saying, keep your head above the clouds, okay? Understand that if you have all these things you want to do, but you don't feel energetically ready to do them, or you feel too tired to do them, it's okay. Just know this is literally all happening for a reason. And again, utilize the second half of the year to create the plan or strategy to go after what it is that you want, so you can create it or maintain it or attain it, okay? So just see it clearly that your 9 of Cups, your 10 of Cups, it's a little on pause, it's a little on delay. Thank you. Another reason why it's on pause or on delay is because once we do the clearing out of the subconscious, you may wake up on December 23rd and decide you don't want to do that after all. So there could be something here. Let's say you're a business owner and Jupiter entered your sign on June 30th, and suddenly now in the next couple of weeks you have this great idea for your business, some brilliant way to expand it, right? Jupiter is the great benefic, so it's going to want to expand. But you feel too tired. You're like, oh God, I feel frazzled in my mind. I know that I want to do this. I know it would be great. I really want to start working on it now. 8 of Pentacles to the 8 of Pentacles. I want to get this done now. But I feel a little confused on how to do it, or I'm not sure. That is literally your signal to say you're going to be able to work on it, but just plan what it is that you want for now. Do the behind the scenes homework on it, because you may wake up on December 23rd and say, you know what, really glad that I didn't launch that idea. I still want to move forward with it, but I want to do it a little differently. Or maybe I don't want to move forward with it at all. So any big, brilliant ideas that you have in the second half of 2026, one, you're going to feel too energetically tired or compromised to move forward with it. Don't immediately take that as a universe saying, don't do it. Just do some homework on it, okay? Do some homework on it. Again, Queen of Swords, like get the facts of it, plan it, stage it. And if you can, wait until the start of the year to launch it. That would be more beneficial for you, because again, some of you may want to tweak it more or change it entirely. 3 of Wands, clarify that 3 of Wands. So you're going to be very inspired during this time, but just feeling too energetically compromised to move forward. That's okay. Set the stage, okay? Again, think of it as a theatrical event here, okay? Some type of theater show, if you will, or play. Its opening day isn't until January 1st. And the play, there may be some tweaks or changes with the background or costumes, okay? You may want to rewrite the script a little bit. So if you don't have to launch it in the second half of the year, don't launch it. Just kind of work on it and tweak it in the background. Don't give up on it. Just continue to work on it in the background. One more shuffle. Thank you. So when the curtain opens on January 1st, you're ready to put on your show, if you will. We have the 4 of Swords. So again, you're going to be very inspired, 3 of Wands, but maybe a little too tired to move forward. That's okay. This is a time period for you to rest and recover. We have the Chariot, so then you can move forward. That's also Cancer season. And then we have the 4 of Wands. So you will be moving forward with whatever this is. There is victory and success here for you. It's just paused. So I think that's really trying to drive home the message here for you. Jot down these great ideas. Do your homework. Continue to tweak them. You know, book ideas you have, business ideas you have, learning an instrument. It's like, do all the background work. Maybe you do end up learning a new instrument, but maybe it's not the guitar. Maybe you decide come December that you want it to be the drums, okay? So anything that's inspiring to you, just do your homework on it. One more shuffle, thank you. 9 of Pentacles, clarified by the Chariot, 2 Chariot cards here on the table. 10 of Wands and the 9 of Wands. Bottom of the deck, you have the Tower. You're going to move forward with whatever this is, and you're going to be really effing amazing. I don't want to demonetize myself too much. It's going to be effing amazing. Okay, so again, use this, I can't stress it enough. Use the time period to tweak the plan, get all the information, do your homework, tweak, tweak, tweak. Literally think of your life in the next 5 or 6 months, right, the second half of the year. Use it as a staging ground for whatever this is, the business, the idea, the creative skill, whatever's will come up for you during this time. Maybe you want to take a pottery class. Get all the homework on what that entails before you actually take the pottery class, because you may decide you don't want to take the pottery class, or you want to take a different kind of class. Okay, maybe this is painting for you. Just get all the information. You may not want to do acrylic painting. Maybe you want to do watercolors instead, or so there's something here about just this is the time for you to collect all the data. I'm not going to clarify the Queen of Swords to the Four Pentacles. Oh, I'm being told to clarify it. Okay. Clarify that Queen of Swords here to the Four Pentacles. Because this begins, thank you, this begins now the subconscious purge. Okay. It's important that you know this. So this is your external world. Ideas, creative endeavors, okay? Write, skywriting, write. Get the information and all of that, and tweak all of these different ideas you have. Become an investigator for whatever this is for you, even if it's relocation. Don't immediately relocate in the last half of the year if you don't have to. Get all your homework, crime statistics and data, and how are the schools, if you have children, like whatever this is, do all of the background work. So this is your external life here, okay? This is now the internal. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Swords is clarified by justice. Karmic debris is being cleansed. King of Pentacles and the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Empress. So this now begins this whole, okay, what's happening under the subconscious. So you can come out of it better balanced and more grounded. Four of Pentacles. Tell me about what's being let go here. Because again, in the After Tarot deck, we have Scorpionic energy of the Death card. So what is being released here during this time period? One more shuffle. Thank you. Judgment. Ace of Pentacles. And the Page of Pentacles. For a lot of you, this is childhood stuff, okay? It doesn't have to be childhood stuff, but it's definitely relational stuff. And it has been hiding in your moon, my love, in your subconscious for a long time. And it's been preventing you from having some new opportunities. This is almost like a gift to you from the universe, that it's time to let go of this, of the pain, of the resentment, of the abandonment wounds, of maybe like toxic attachment styles that you have. Seven of Swords. Clarify that. Seven of Swords. Three of Pentacles came out on the side. All of these connections in your life that just, it's like you wanted them to work, you put in the effort, they came to a close, they never worked, but the emotional debris is still with you. So you never fully close it out, even though maybe you don't engage with this person or these people anymore. The emotional debris is still there. So you did the hard work of removing yourself from the situation, environment, or connection in the 3D. Bravo to you. I'm sure that wasn't easy. But psychologically speaking, some of the trauma attached to that is still there. So the universe is just going to come in now to tidy the house and fully rid you of that, okay? Give me two more on this, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ten of Wands. And the Two of Wands. Wow, what a lighter load now that you can move forward with. Okay, Two of Cups again. I just feel like that's your masculine and feminine, more balanced. So the universe is coming in, again, to do the rest of the work. You already did the physical. If you're like, but Jen, I already broke up with that person, and as much as they tried, or as many cycles as I had with them, it's done, or I don't talk to that toxic parent anymore, or maybe I gave up that addiction that was harmful to me. Again, you did the hard work in the 3D, no doubt. I'm not trying to take that away from you. But there was still some subconscious, energetic, residual debris there. So the universe is coming to literally remove it from you subconsciously. It's because you've been carrying it around. Remember what I said about the closet? Like, how could you even go shopping, figuratively speaking, and get another bag of items? Your items, your energetic hands, if you will, have been holding on to that debris. And some of you know that, and some of you don't. You just, again, you thought the universe or God was smiting you there, and it's like, no, we could not bring in the opportunities. You had no room for them. What a lighter load, right? To go from the Ten of Wands to the Two of Wands, which technically in this deck is the Ace of Wands, because we are officially leaving the past in the past, and we're moving forward holding just one wand, the Ace of Wands. The World card. Clarify that World card. It's really the ending of a very difficult emotional cycle for you. One more shuffle. Thank you. What a purge. The Tower to the Five of Swords. Wow. What a purge. The lies, the deception, the deceit, the manipulation, the gaslighting. When all those times people took advantage of your good nature. I mean, literally, it's the universe coming in like a fucking massive wrecking ball and ridding it from your energy. Four of Wands, which you had here again. So you can change your timeline. If you've seen my readings before, Ace of Wands, that's the truth. I often say that, you know, a lot of our creative endeavors or relationships begin with the Ace of Wands. It's the spark of inspiration or the attractiveness to the person or the idea or the dream or the goal. And then the Two of Wands, we have to make the decision if we're going to move forward with it. The Three of Wands says, I'm ready. I'm going to put in the effort and wait for the reward to come in. And the Four of Wands is the reward has come in. So now what you want can come in. Four of Wands. And when it comes in, it drastically and radically changes your life. And also, you see my readings before, whenever I conclude saying something and I immediately see an ace and there are only four in a deck, I just feel like for me that's the universe doubling down on the message, that the message, the way I translated it for you is correct. Clarify that Page of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups is clarified by the Eight of Swords. Look at your subconscious mind. Knight of Pentacles to the Empress. You would never been able to step into the role of the Emperor or Empress of your life if this was not occurring. You've been holding on to this for a long time in your subconscious. And look what that Eight of Swords in this deck, in the deck I used for you, is flanked by Three of Swords and Five of Swords. Pain, heartache, disappointment, again, manipulation, and all the times you were gaslit, and emotional manipulation, financial manipulation. People took advantage of your good nature. Maybe people used you, try to ride your coattails. You know, there's a lot of pain here that I see here. And again, the feeling here is like you felt trapped and you just couldn't see why that was. So the universe is coming in to say, it's time to let go of this. You need to become free of this. You did the hard part in the 3D. And if not, you still have time to do that, okay, to sever those ties. But the energetic clearing on the subconscious level needed to be done. And that you needed to work in concert with the universe. And that's what's occurring here. So we are clarifying now the Knight of Swords, the Slay, Six of Cups of the past. Literally, in the After Tarot deck, the person's going back to the past. So the universe, oh my God, literally going into the past for you and eliminating this. It doesn't mean you wake up on December 24th, and you don't remember what happened to you. Of course you're going to remember what happened to you, but it's not going to affect you the same. You're going to feel a lot lighter and freer. Temperance, Archangel Michael is with you during this time. Four of Cups to dump out, my love, what no longer serves you. And then we have karmic justice here to the Hermit. So again, what I was saying, you're not going to forget what happened. You're going to hold on to the wisdom that you acquired during those experiences, but the pain is not coming forward with you, nor will you have the inclination to repeat those mistakes or to engage again with the people who created that pain in you. This is a huge clearing. I do want to get 3 cards for you as of January. So can I get 3 cards, please, for the Leo collective of what they can expect for January? I did not do this for any of the other signs. Don't come at me in the comments. This is a very hard reading. For Leo, not for me, for you. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Eight of Cups. We have the World card. And we have the Ace of Wands. I mean, need I say more? Hands wide open in that Seven of Cups. Strength card, your power card, Six of Swords moving on. I mean, Eight of Cups, it is really leaving all of that emotional heartache and disappointment in the past and moving towards a brand new beginning here in your life. Literally going from 10 Wands to the Ace of Wands. Beautiful, really beautiful energy. Now we can close it out with a Moonology card and a couple of Oracle cards for you. So be gentle with yourself during this period. Make sure you stay hydrated. Sorry to sound like mother here, but stay hydrated, okay? Get adequate sleep. And if during the day you feel like taking a nap and you can take a nap, take the fucking nap, okay? It's really important because this is a lot of work. This is a lot of work. This is like when you're running your computer and you're like, I don't understand. Like, I'm only washing the dishes, right? I only have one video playing, but the computer is draining. The video you're watching is going slow. You're going slow while washing the dishes. Again, I'm just trying to make the comparison. That's your body saying, stop washing the dishes, go take a nap. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, pause the video, and let the CPU cool down. because clearly something else is processing in the background, and you're processing a lot of karmic debris. So when you feel like napping, take the nap, okay? One more shuffle. Thank you. And say no. If you're too tired to go somewhere or do something for someone, again, reserve your energy so you can wash the dishes or watch the video, okay? You have a new cycle begins. Bottom of the deck, step out of your comfort zone. North Node. Wow. A new cycle begins. You are officially, you know, South Node. You're leaving your past in your past. In this deck, it actually says for the South Node, don't let your past hold you back. So you're going to step out of your comfort zone. 3 oracle cards here for the Leo collective. A new cycle begins. In career and finance, in love and romance, platonic connections, maybe even relocation for some of you. Just don't do anything major if you don't have to until January, okay? This is like, again, you're getting the stage ready. You're preparing the script. One more shuffle. Thank you. Patience, okay? Have patience. Beautiful things take time. Let yourself grow stronger in the waiting. Don't push anything if you don't have to. Just use this time to do your homework. And as someone who had Jupiter in their sign, I can tell you, as much as I looked forward to, you know, forward entering, when it did, oh my God, was I was so drained at first. I was not used to it. So again, have some patience with yourself, because trust me, all the sleep you get now, you're going to wish you had it come next year. Trust. Establish trust in yourself, in others, and in the universe. Understand that what is happening here is happening for your best and highest good. Breakthrough. Literally can't make it up, okay? You will be overcoming obstacles and move beyond your limitations, embracing new growth, new opportunities, basically a new life. Let the universe do what it has to do here. Let your intuition and subconscious mind do what it has to do. Silent strength. Build your power in silence. Okay, clearly this wanted to show forward movement. Okay. Build your power in silence, waiting for the right moment to reveal your quiet strength. So you work in the background here on whatever it is that you want to do come the new year, and then you have forward movement. Clearly this card wanted to show itself. Move forward from the heart, guided by your inner compass towards your new future. What a brilliant fucking reading this is for you. I don't even care if I get monetized at this point. I love this for you. I'm sorry for what you went through in the past. But moving forward, when I say you're going to truly take the wisdom and not the pain, you're going to truly take the wisdom and not the pain. You're also never going to allow those people to enter your life again. And if, as new people enter your life, because it will, Jupiter's going to attract them, trust me, after January, you're going to be hit with the possibility, or I should say opportunity, to engage with people. And some of them you're going to want to engage with, and others you're just going to intuitively know that person is way too much like my mother. This person looks like my ex, acts like my ex. You're going to have some really strong boundaries. So allow your intuition and subconscious to do what it does. Get enough rest, stay hydrated, work on your brilliant script of your life, okay? The next chapter, the next sequel, if you will, in silence right now. Give yourself time to launch. That's what this is. This is a launching window. It's like a countdown clock. It doesn't mean you won't launch. It just means that this is a time period for everything to kind of get into working order. So give yourself a break. Trust that the breakthrough is coming. This is all part of the divine matrix, and it all begins with that new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. And that is what I have for you, Leo. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. Over the second half of the year, I will be diving into these messages deeper for all 12 zodiac signs on Patreon. So if you want to join us there, you're welcome to. It's a lovely little small community. I only started about a month and a half ago. But if you want to join us there at any point in time, you're more than welcome to do that. In the description, I should say, information on how to do that will be in the description box, as well as the pinned comment below. Until I read for you again, good luck. Have patience with yourself. And yeah, something really wonderful is happening here behind the scenes. The world is going to see an entirely new you in 2027. So look forward to that. It's going to be brilliant. As always, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your 6-month prediction. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So Virgo, before we get into tarot for your reading, did a little astrological homework, if you will, for my beautiful mercurial cousins. And yours will be similar to Leo's in the sense that it will be longer than the other zodiac signs, and that's because your ruling planet is in Mercury, so I wanted to give you a little bit extra of a bonus. So this information will give you a better idea of what you can expect in the second half of 2026 and how it pertains to the reading that we're about to do. So please bear with me. I have a ton of notes on my monitor here for you. So this reading, as well as this period, begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. It will culminate with the super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And for you, this will be a profound phase of emotional cultivation, if you will. So while Virgo is typically focused on logic and work and community service, this lunar cycle is going to shift your attention towards your social networks, your long-term hopes, and your deep inner healing. So here's how the lunar cycle will specifically play out for you. Mid-July 2026, the new moon in Cancer will begin to create a social shift for you. The July new moon in Cancer falls in your 11th house of friendships and community. So during this time, you will likely see changes in your social circles. New, emotionally supportive connections may enter your life during this time, and while acquaintances who no longer align with your growth will gently drift away. Also, if you're part of any community groups, women's group, men's group, I don't know, rifle association, whatever it is that you are involved in as of personal interest, you may find this period of July, August, September, where maybe you are not interacting with those individuals as much, or you're just too busy to interact with them, or you're, like I said, you're just choosing not to. So there could be a drift away with some social circles, but then a coming together or opportunity to form some new social circles at the same time. With your ruling planet in retrograde at the time of the new moon, I just want you to be mindful, as I try to be, with miscommunications with friends, particularly those that you might be involved in some type of project. This could even be in regards to clients or customers. It's a great time though for you to evaluate your long-term dreams and see why you are pursuing them. So again, we're using the in retrograde to review. We're reviewing the social circles we currently have. We are reviewing the ones we may want to engage with, the ones that have some interest, and also reviewing the dreams that we've had. Sort of we've shelved them, or maybe we've been mildly working on them. It's a review to see, do we actually want to continue pursuing them? From late August till early October, you will be balancing work and community. So as Mars moves through your career sector in mid-July, mid-August, you'll experience a peak in your professional life. So if you're looking for work, opportune time. You're looking for a job, or you're a business owner, you're looking for new clients, opportune time for you to land that. Even if you're looking to do some kind of side gig, if you put yourself out there, the universe will deliver. The astrological energy, though, requires that you maintain visible boundaries with those around you, rather than constantly making yourself perpetually available to others. So watch your energy at this time. If you feel inclined to say no, say no. If you don't have the time to do something, it's quite all right to say, I don't have the time to deal with you, or I cannot emotionally engage with you at this time. So if you're feeling tired, or the energy from the other person is off, just protect yourself at this time. It's okay to say, I can't discuss this right now, but I can discuss it maybe at a later time. Or thank you for the invite, but I'm not able to attend. Maybe I can attend next time. Don't feel inclined to be, say yes or be a people pleaser. You're going to want to conserve your energy, because remember, subconsciously as well as consciously, you're going through those right? Reevaluating projects and long-term goals and social circles. It's a lot that you're processing on the subconscious level. So if you feel tired, take a time out, and don't be afraid to say no, and don't let anyone shame you or embarrass you into just saying, no, I don't want to engage in this conversation right now, and I have the right to say no. And that's all. So make sure that you protect yourself. You're basically learning to balance your visible self, okay, your public self, and your ambitions with a need to feel emotionally secure and nurtured in your personal life. So if an engagement or interaction with someone does not make you feel emotionally safe, even if it could be financially profitable to you, find a way to exit that conversation or situation gracefully. You don't necessarily want to burn any bridges, but it is a time for you to protect your energy. December 23rd, 2026, with that super full moon in Cancer, for you, will actually activate an emotional culmination point. So arriving just ahead of the solstice, the December full moon in Cancer will illuminate the culmination of your journey. It focuses squarely on the axis of community and self-care. You will feel highly intuitive during the month of December, particularly the last 2 weeks, and you will be very protective of your inner sanctuary, because remember, from July until December, you're clearing house of the connections you no longer want in your life and the connections you do want. So as you build that closer inner sanctuary, you're going to want to guard that inner sanctuary, and that means resisting energies that you don't want part of your next chapter. The full moon will likely bring a significant milestone or completion. So if you set any type of long-term goal in July, you will most likely find achievement and success with it. Meaning, remember I had said, like, if you put yourself out there for a job, or you're a business owner, you want to get more clients, or you're looking for social communities that you do want to engage with, social circles you do want to engage with, by the time you get to December, you're reaping the rewards. The friendship circle is stronger. You look back at that job that you've been at then for 3 or 4 months at that period, and you're like, God, I'm so glad that I took that risk in July and August and I put myself out there, because the universe delivered. So there's a feeling of pride when it comes to that inner sanctuary that you built for yourself, in terms of like materially what you're gaining from a job, because again, you're making the right decision for yourself, but also the people that you're bringing into your circle. There's a feeling of, I'm so glad I'm not talking to that person anymore. I'm so glad that I met this new person. And there's also a little shift here for you in that last week. It's going to encourage you to step out of like your protective shell. And you're going to feel, you're going to feel inclined to want to celebrate your achievements. You're going to look back and go, my God, this year was so effing difficult. I want to do something nice for myself. And if you get that calling in that last week or two, it might require you to step out of your comfort zone. Maybe this is something that you may have to do on your own, right? Maybe you don't have a very large social circle. Maybe your social circle is online, and this may require you to do something on your own. Do it. Get out of your comfort zone and do it. Look back at 2026 and say, this was a really effing hard year, but be proud of what you have achieved. Maybe you found a new job. Maybe you left a toxic relationship. Maybe you're in the process of divorce. Maybe you relocated. Maybe you launched a business. Maybe you landed a really great client. Maybe you got a 50-cent raise. However great or small it is, make sure you celebrate your successes at the end of the year. This is going to put you in a very good, energetic, and also mind frame when it comes to the new year. So you definitely want to close the year being proud of yourself, being proud of how resilient you have been. Trust your gut feelings moving forward when it comes to the connections in your life, the people who you engage with. The people who don't feel home to you, they're not welcomed in 2027, and don't feel bad or guilty by blocking them off, okay? You have the right to live the rest of your life in peace. Now, I have 2 more things here for you before we get into tarot. Your career and professional life. So the 11th house rules your professional networks, industry connections, and collaborative projects. So I want you to use, and again, you have the divine gift of free will. You don't have to do anything. I'm just telling you what I would do if I was a Virgo and this was my chart. I would focus on collaborative success. So projects requiring teamwork or like community backing will reach highly profitable milestones by December. So if you are involved in any type of like charity or community group and you're trying to like put an event together, it will be highly successful. If you're working on a project that benefits the community or benefits the collective, it will be highly successful. If you're doing any kind of fundraising work for like a nonprofit organization because you feel like their mission or vision really aligns to who you are and you believe in it, it will be highly successful. So if you at this time, July and August, even October, feel inclined to do something like that or engage in like community cleanup, even it could be, you will be highly recognized, highly successful, so go for it. There will be a network pivot for you, so you will naturally distance yourself from cold networking, and you're going to align yourself with groups that share your core values. So again, maybe you're part of a women's group or a men's group. July and August, you might be looking at them and going, you know what, I'm going through a really hard effing time in my life, and these people are not helping me. You know, I'm couch surfing, I have no place where to live, and yet I'm part of this group, right? And we're all supposed to have one another's backs, and none of these people have offered to help me. So you're going to start looking around at the people around you and go, wow, in my hardest times, they were not there for me. I either am acknowledging that I have been there for them, or I know if roles were reversed, I would be there for them. And so you're going to start shutting yourself off to those people who are not nurturing you or didn't nurture you through difficult times. And that's okay. Again, that is you protecting your energy. What you will do, though, is find and align people who are nurturing to you and who are helping you through your difficult times. You will receive some type of public recognition in the second half of 2026. So your contributions to any type of group or organization will publicly be celebrated right around the December full moon on December 23rd. So maybe you're getting an award, you know, I don't know, maybe you raise funds for the local church, or I don't know, some group, okay? Maybe it's a veterans group or something like that. If you do that in the second half, you are receiving some kind of award or recognition for it. That shouldn't be why you're doing it, but it's sort of the universe's way of letting you know, we see the good thing you did, and we want you to be acknowledged for it publicly. So whoever you are helping will be acknowledging you. It's like they're going to feel a call within to acknowledge how you help their group or organization. You will also form boundaries at work. You're going to learn to say, no, I'm sorry. My job says I work 9 to 5, for example. I can work occasionally overtime, or I can occasionally work a Saturday, but I can't work overtime all the time, and I can't work Saturday all the time. So anything like that, or you have a coworker that is a slouch and they're always putting their work on you, and it drains you of your time or your energy, or prevents you from taking care of your own responsibilities, you're going to learn to politely say no to that coworker or even to that boss. And you're going to find that by doing that, you will become more respected in the workplace. Again, as long as you're doing it in a professional way, not like, fuck you, not working Friday. That's not going to get you anywhere. But again, coming across in a very professional way will actually garner you respect from your peers, even the people you're saying no to, including your boss. Again, just do it in a highly professional way. Now, romantic partnerships, romantic relationships. Oh, I also added a self-care routine for you too. I knew I did a bonus for you as well. Okay, so your romantic relationships. Cancer energy introduces a deeply emotional, nurturing dynamic into your social and romantic spheres. So a lot of you in the second half of 2026, if you are single, you may find that a friendship in your life leads to romance. So a platonic connection could easily develop into a deeper, emotionally safe romantic partnership for you if you're looking for that. And especially if you're getting yourself out there into community groups, you will most likely form friendships, and one of them will turn into a romantic partnership. You'll also find that you are growing in your vulnerability. You're going to find yourself dropping your usual analytical guard because one, it's just your characteristics, your nature. But two, a lot of you have been very deeply wounded and hurt. So trust is an issue for you. But you're going to find yourself very naturally dropping your guard with some people and beginning to share your feelings with them. If you are partnered, the second half of the year will most likely push you gently to express more of your true feelings to your partner, and to express your wants, needs, and desires to them as well. I love the aspect of social integration, because for those of you where you are meeting someone new, or maybe as you're watching this video, you're in a newly formed relationship, the second half of the year will provide you with, again, a little gentle nudge from the universe, like, hey, we think this is the one. It's time for you to introduce your partner to your friend group, your social circle, and your family. So if you just met someone recently and you feel things are going well, or you meet someone in the second half of the year, you will most likely introduce them to your family. If you are currently engaged in a relationship, and I don't actually mean like marital engaged, I mean like you're currently in a relationship, all is going well. I'm not talking about third party or anything like that. It's going well. Second half of the year, you will most likely do some type of activity with your person and your like immediate friend group, like maybe their best friend, your best friend, or your family or their family. If you're having difficulties in partnership, that's going to be something entirely different for you. So I'm going to do a secondary thing for you on that in 1 second. And you'll also be checking the vibe. So I think in the past for you, Virgo, you had a difficult time utilizing your intuition with some people. Now, I think you're a highly intuitive sign, but sometimes I think when you get very invested in someone, you sort of ignore the red flags because you want to believe that they're a good person like you are. That's going to change for you, okay? You're not going to have those blind spots anymore with people in your life or new people entering your life. And this is going to stay with you for the rest of your life, okay? So people who are like emotionally unavailable partners, you're going to be turned off to them. And if you're currently in a relationship with someone who's emotionally unavailable, they're shutting you down, you're expressing your wants and needs, and they're turning that cheek or they're not fulfilling them, those relationships are probably going to end by the end of the year. But again, you're going to feel very relieved when they do, and then you're on path to meet someone, again, most likely through a friend group or social circle, and that person will get you, okay? So if you have a connection falling away, it's okay. I know I shouldn't say okay, I've been there and it's difficult, but understand it's part of a greater scheme to put you on path towards someone who will value your emotional needs and will fulfill them. So don't fight what maybe is happening now in a relationship. I would say like go with the flow. And then I didn't include for you specific self-care routines. So under this lunar cycle, 5-6 month period, this is going to highlight for you your routine. And I think it's an ideal time for you to focus on emotional decompression. So water therapy will help you a lot. Prioritize like taking long baths, taking long showers, maybe going for a swim. Again, I don't know if you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. Walk near water. If you can't do any of those things, especially if you're in the southern hemisphere and it's winter, or you're in the northern hemisphere and it will become winter, you may even want to get one of those small little like indoor fountains for like, I don't know, $20 US on Amazon, just to hear the trickling of water. It's going to be very soothing for you, and it will help to regulate your dysregulated nervous system. I also want to suggest for you in the second half of the year to do some digital detoxing. I'm not telling you to check your phone, check your phone in the garbage, or, cancel all of your like Facebook and Twitter and X and anything else that you're on. But there's something here about you like schedule regular weekends away from social media. Again, this is like to protect your energy from the collective anxiety, because the collective is going to be going a little stir crazy in the second half of 2026. And you, because you're ruled by Mercury, you're going to feel this. Like you're going to actually be thinking things. It's going to be very overwhelming. You're going to get caught up in your head. And you might find yourself existing in the 8 of Swords, 9 of Swords, 10 of Swords, and you're like, why am I feeling all of this paranoia? It's not even mine. My life's actually okay. You're like literally going to be a magnet, if you will, to that. So maybe every other Saturday or maybe on Sundays you want to do like, no digital stuff. If you have to send an email from work or answer the phone or text someone, that's different. But like that doom scrolling, or maybe you want to do like no Facebook Sunday, something like that. So I would try to start incorporating that from now into your thing. Just schedule some time during the week or a weekend where you're like, this is the day, I'm not even going to look online. I would also reduce any type of doom scrolling 1 hour before going to bed, because again, I think it could be very impactful on your dreams in a negative way, and you want to make sure that you're getting very sound sleep in the second half of the year. Also, dedicate time to your home, whether you live in a little studio or a 6 bedroom mansion house, whatever it is, dedicate time to nurturing your space. You don't have to spend a lot of money. Move the couches, clean underneath them, maybe reorganize, take a painting from this room and put it here, or a picture from this room, put it here. Sort of spruce up your space if you can, clean it, and keep it very cozy and physically comforting for you. And then journaling. I know some of you roll your eyes when I say this, but I do encourage journaling. I actually have my book right here, so I don't want you to think that I'm lying. I have my book right here, and I have started journaling regularly. And I suggest that you do the same thing. I got this book on Amazon. I think it was like $16. And I have a pen here as well somewhere that I like to write in. It's in my favorite color, green. I know it's crazy. I like hardly ever wear green, but I do like green as an accent. And so again, I picked this up for a couple dollars on Amazon, and I've been using it to journal. And I think journaling is very important, and it will be very important for you because again, you are ruled by Mercury, as I am. So I would write down immediate emotional reactions you have when someone does something that triggers you. They say or do something that triggers you. Carry that journal with you, or when you get home, or as soon as you can, maybe text it to yourself, or you can't text it to yourself, but email it to yourself, something like that. And then later on when you get home, physically write it out in that book. Typing is good with your thumbs or your fingers, but writing it out does something different energetically for you. So as soon as you can, you get to that book and you write down how it made you feel in that moment. It's going to be really important for you to do that before your logical mind tries to overthink and overprocess and maybe even respond. Absorb what they're saying and go to your book and write it down. And this gives you the ability to read it over and over again and ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? This is what this person said. Why is it making me feel this way in this moment? Try to identify the trigger. Are they identifying some type of self-wound that you have that maybe still needs to be worked on or healed? So just writing that stuff down is going to help you look at, oh yeah, every time this person says this, and maybe it's like 5 different people. Every time they say something similar, it triggers back for me, I don't know, an abandonment wound. Maybe your mom died when you were 5 years old, you know, and then you're able to tie it together. Is it still terrible that those people maybe said those things to you? Yes, but you may have over catastrophized what they said because it goes back to an earlier trigger. So that's just a little homework assignment. You can take it into the future with you to identify triggers, and that way you're not over catastrophizing things moving forward. I think I got everything there for you. Okay, let's get into tarot now. Sorry. And I'm sweating. It's like 110 degrees up here today, so I'm sorry if I'm sweating on cam, but I felt called to do this reading for you, so let's get into it now. This is for Virgo. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, and I apologize for that 20-minute intro, but I did tell you it was going to be a long one. For the second half of 2026, what else do my mercurial cousins need to know for the second half of 2026? This will probably be close to a 1-hour reading for you, maybe 50 minutes. So if you want to pause the video now and get something to drink or a snack, you're welcome to do that. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Okay, Virgo, we have Watchers, Transpersonal, card number 60. Overflow, Overwhelm, and Plenty, card number 43. I think that was the first card out for your mercurial cousin, a Gemini. So maybe if you have some Gemini placements, you want to watch that. And then you have Horseman, Herald of Change, card number 30. That is just screaming fire horse, which we are in the year of the fire horse, and this is screaming it. Okay, at the bottom of the deck we have Covenant, Sacred Contract, card number 7. I told you, you have some new soul contracts on path. You don't have to connect to all of them or any of them, but they are being made available to you. Notice the page here is blank, and we have the feather, if you will, in the inkwell here. So it's up to you if you want to connect and start writing these names down, figuratively speaking, of course, though, in your soul contract list here. All right. Tell me more about this here for Virgo. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 60, Watchers, Transpersonal, card number 43, Overflow, Overwhelm, and Plenty, and card number 30, Horseman, Herald of Change. Oh, what is that song? Thank you. So if you've been here before, welcome back. If you're new to the channel, howdy, welcome. Please click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Okay, I think that is Florence and the Machine. The dog days are over. I'm hearing that song, the dog days are over, so you better run. Okay, so something is changing here in your life. Tell me more about this here, please, for Virgo. One more shuffle. Thank you. Virgo, we have the Page of Wands, we have the Ace of Wands, and we have the Six of Wands. There's your public recognition. Consequently, also on a horse, just like this individual. All right, let's see where we go with this. We also have the Seven of Wands. Those are your boundaries. We have the Moon, so there's a new opportunity here. It could be financial with the Overwhelm and Plenty card, so we're going to see what this is for you. Could be freelance, creative endeavor, something that you currently do, but maybe you did in the past, maybe you put on the back burner. So there's something here, some kind of talent or creative idea. You don't see this coming yet. And the Six of Wands clarified by the Six of Cups. So something is changing here in regards to a partnership in your life, but you also have something in regards to community as well, that again, if you invest yourself into it or you help out some type of community group, there is victory here for you, like public recognition by the end of the year. At the bottom of the deck, here's where we have like our underlying energy. We have the Knight of Swords, we have the Four of Wands, and we have the Chariot. 8 of Swords, 9 of Wands, 7 of Swords. Okay, some of you could be selling a home or relocating, particularly those of you where you are involved in a marriage or long-term committed partnership where maybe there was cheating, either on your side or their side. Yeah. I'll show you why I'm saying, again, it's just underlying energy. Obviously not everyone's message. If you're in a happy marriage or a happy long-term committed partnership, do not please do not accuse your person. This is specifically for those of you where that's where you're at. I have the Eight of Swords here. This individual is flanked by 3 swords and the 5 swords. So their heart is breaking over some type of manipulation, gaslighting, or deception, and they don't know what to do next. Next, we have the 9 of Wands. This is someone who's incredibly wounded, trying to stand firm, trying to stand strong, trying to go through their day, but finding it incredibly difficult and feeling like they've been attacked by the last person they ever suspected would attack them. And I'm talking like emotional attack, okay? And then we have the 7 of Swords. Okay, this is someone who's lied to you, betrayed you. 7 of Swords to that 8 of Swords, because I've got the 5. Again, gaslighter, manipulator. I have you there in the Queen of Pentacles. That's Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy, whether you're masculine or feminine. I have the Hierophant energy, which is long-term committed partnership, possibly even a marriage. And then I have a Queen of Wands sneaking up behind that, which whether it's masculine or feminine, usually in this type of energetic read, it feels like the other person, okay, like a third party. 7 of Swords to the Queen of Wands. No offense if you're a fire sign. It's just, again, how I read a set of cards. Obviously, only take that if that resonates for you. But I do see that connection ending, okay? And most of you selling a home or moving away from home or moving away from the community. Something like that is occurring for you. All right. We're going to clarify this now with the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. Please clarify this further for Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the second half of 2026. We are clarifying Page of Wands, Ace of Wands, 6 of Wands, 7 of Wands, the Moon, and the 6 of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Wands is clarified by 7 of Swords. Okay. Ace of Wands is clarified by Judgment. 6 of Wands is clarified by the King of Pentacles. The 7 of Wands is clarified by the 7 of Cups. The Moon is clarified by the 5 of Cups. There's your new connection. The 6 of Cups is clarified by the Chariot. This is who you're moving on from. All right, you have big changes here. Remember, general collective reading. Just take the portions of the reading that fit for you. Typically what I do, I'm a Gemini Sun, a Scorpio Moon, and Aquarius Rising. In this type of reading, I'll be watching all 3. And I do this even for other tarot readers that I follow. Like I follow MJ with Soulful Revolution and several other people, Chris, Minnows Pond, etc. I don't mind giving them shout outs. I love them. I look up to them. They mentored me in ways they will never understand. But anyway, Paul, of course, Dove and Serpent Tarot is another one. Anyway, I usually watch those 3 placements, and I take the parts that I intuitively feel, because it's a predictive reading, and I feel like, yes, that is, I can see that being on my path, right? I can feel that that predictive reading is most likely on my path. It's speaking to me. I take the parts that speak to me and I create my own reading, if you will. And that might be something you want to do, because not everyone's going to align themselves with every message that comes through today. Speaking of underlining cards here on this deck, the 8 of Pentacles, the 2 of Wands, and the Knight of Swords shows itself again. Oh, you're effing angry. 9 of Swords, the 4 of Wands again, and the Page of Wands to the Hierophant. Okay. All right, obviously, only take the messages that fit. I'm going to clarify this more for you, but Page of Wands to the 7 of Swords, Watcher, transpersonal. This is for those of you where you are currently engaged in a connection with someone where there has been some falsehood. What that falsehood is different for all of you. For me, 7 of Swords is a sliding scale sword card. So this person lied to you. They lied by omission. They betrayed you. They financially took advantage of you. They promised you a raise or bonus or commission. You never got it, or you got less than what you anticipated or what they promised. Your person lied to you. Maybe you found out they were stepping out of the connection, maybe cheating on you. This was very personal to you. Transpersonal. It's very personal to you. It could be a friend that betrayed you, okay? So for some of you, you have already discovered this. For others of you, your intuition is telling you what's happening, but you don't yet have the concrete proof. If you don't yet have the concrete proof, it looks like you will be discovering the proof, okay? So there's something here like that. There's someone in your life, professional, platonic, or romantic, who has engaged or is engaging in 7 of Swords behavior. It appears here you're trying to make a decision about whether or not you want to stay connected to that person or you want to reconnect. Like, the job effed me over. I don't know if I want to stay at this job anymore, okay? I think my person is stepping out on me, but I don't have any facts. I believe the facts are coming. I think my person stepped out on me, and now I know for sure that they did. If you're watching a reading, you know for sure that they did. There's something here of like, I don't know if I want to reconcile. I don't know if it's salvageable. I'm very confused. 7 of Wands to the 7 of Cups. I still have emotions for this person, but I'm highly guarded because of what they did to me. And again, it could be a friend, it could be a family member. So if you suspect and you don't know, I think you're going to find something out. Brace yourself for that. If you already know, there seems to be a feeling here of, I don't know how to move forward from this. So whoever screwed you over here, it was very personal to you. Overflow, overwhelm, and plenty. Ace of Wands to Judgment, the Moon to the 2 of Cups. You do not see this partnership at this time. If you have, it is very, very new. I'm talking within the last month or two. Could be professional, platonic, or romantic. And I say that because it's like, while you're dealing with these 3 cups here of whatever this person did to you or these people did to you, there's a new soulmate here. Some of you recently have this person enter your life. Others of you will be meeting them in the second half of the year. There's a financial opportunity with this individual that you may not be seeing at this time. Again, it could be a friend that you make the judgment call to engage in some type of creative community project with, and it ends up becoming the love of your life type of thing. Or this could be something where you decide to engage in some type of community group or organization, and you do some type of fundraising for them or some type of event, and it's highly successful for you. It could be a new job. For those of you where this was a job where you feel that they've been shady with you, this would be a new job opportunity. If you're a business owner, this could be a really big get in terms of a client. Horseman, Herald of Change. You have 2 things happening simultaneously, thank you, Mercury retrograde, for that one, in the second half of the year. You are moving on from one connection or a group of people, again, maybe a community group or a social group, and you're moving towards another. Or maybe you're moving away from a love partner and you're meeting someone else. There seems to be a moving on from one energy, one soul contract, and moving towards another soul contract. Right behind that, I have Divine Feminine. You can be masculine or feminine. Don't be offended. We all embody both energies, feminine and masculine. And this to me tells me there is a birth. Could be figuratively for some of you, but for most of you, this is just birthing some new connections in your life. You will be nurturing new connections in your life. In this deck, that is card number 6. And so number 6, as we know, is the Lovers. So for some of you, it could be the break from a love partner and an entry of a new love partner. If not, it's just a choice you're making to break away from someone who engaged in 7 of Swords behavior to you. And over the course of the next 6 months, even if you don't see it at this point, later on in the year, you will have the choice, okay, Lovers card, to engage with some new soulmates that enter your path. If this is your story, you seem to be really pissed off here by the end of Cancer season, and that's only about 2 or 3 weeks away. Let's begin to clarify. Clarify that Page of Wands. For me, that's like the Lewis and Clark adventure card of tarot. So there's something here of discovering. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Wands is clarified by the 3 of Pentacles, the 4 of Cups, and the Queen of Swords. Bottom of that Queen of Pentacles, that's you, whether you're masculine or feminine. I'm grabbing this energy as yours also, okay? Queen of Swords. You're seeing this very clearly now. Either they already did it, and you're seeing this person very clearly as they are an untrustworthy individual, whether it's a professional, platonic, or a romantic connection. And for others of you, if you have suspected the truth, but the truth has sort of been like kind of hiding, is the feeling I get here, you will receive concrete proof of the truth. So like more facts will come forward. Clarify that 7 of Swords. Either way, whether you know of this or you suspect it and you're about to find it out, you still seem to be confused about what to do with this particular partnership. Do I keep talking to this friend or family member? Do I continue staying at this job? Do I continue trying to fight for this romantic partnership or return to it? One more shuffle. Thank you. 7 of Swords is clarified by the World card. Yeah, do I end it? 6 of Swords, move on from it. And the Knight of Pentacles, bottom of the deck, the Empress, which is interesting because I had said that. Divine Feminine card is there. So there's a feeling here of, and I'm not trying to make you sound cocky. If you're the cross-watcher watching, I always say I'm not cross-watcher friendly because I kind of just tell it how it is. The feeling here is you know that you can create the type of partnership that you want, professional, platonic, or romantic. You're not being cocky about it. It's just you know your value and worth, okay? You showed up here as the Queen of Pentacles. So you know how nurturing you can be in a connection, or how dedicated you are to a job, or how you bend over backwards for a friend or family member. So your self-worth and self-confidence, maybe it took a hit from this person, you know, for whatever this person did. But at the end of the day, you know what you bring to the table. So there's a feeling here of I can create the type of connection that I want. The World card here in the After Tarot deck has, instead of all 4 fixed signs, all 4 aces. So it's like the magician vibe. So the feeling here is, I know, again, you're very logical, I know I could close this out and find something else. A new community to live in, a new love partner. Again, I don't know who's 7 of sorting you here, you know, but the feeling here is, I know I could close this out and find new elsewhere. Or find new elsewhere first and close this out. Again, I don't know what it is for you. Maybe you want to find a new job before you leave this job. But you also know it's well within your wheelhouse to try this again. And that seems to be where you're stuck. I know I have what it takes to put my effort into making this work again. I just don't know if I should. Because I don't want to be making a mistake. And I don't want to miss an opportunity of maybe finding another job, or a better community, you know, or a better romantic partner, or a better friend, etc., etc. So you seem to be a little stuck here with that 6 of Swords to the Knight of Pentacles. You know that you could move on if you want to and plant a new seed elsewhere, but you also know that you're fully capable of engaging or re-engaging with this individual or group of people if you want to. If you want to. I'm not saying that you have to or that you should. It's just the energy within you is like, if I really wanted to make this work, I could. I could work through this. Okay, I care about this situation where I'm in connection enough that if I wanted to make it work, I can make it work. I just don't know if I want to make it work. 7 of Wands. Tell me about the 7 of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. 7 of Wands is clarified by the Hierophant. Queen of Pentacles, there you are again, and the 3 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, 3 of Wands. Lots of 3s here, my loves. Lots of 3s. I don't want to go down the third-party route. If you're there, you know exactly what is happening. But for those of you where that doesn't apply, that Hierophant could be anything. Marriage, long-term committed partnership, community, especially community you lived in a long time, an organization you're part of, like a community group, a social organization, political, religious organization. There's something here that at some point in time, and it could even be a job. Sorry, I should have said that also. In career and finance, the Hierophant is usually the corporation or company or entity that we work for. And if you're a business owner, this is just your business. There's something here that once upon a time, it brought you a lot of stability or it brought you joy. You liked engaging with this. You liked going to this job. Maybe you had a family with this person, or that's something that you wanted. Okay, it felt really good to connect to these people. Friends, social group, family, etc. But 7 of Wands, you're finding yourself at this time, and over the course of the next 6 months, having to put up some walls. Specifically for the person or people who did that 7 of Swords to you. And I think for you, it's a little emotionally confusing because there's a part of you that really wanted that to work. You really wanted the job to work. You really wanted to stay in that community. You know what I mean? You really wanted this romantic partnership to work, but now you're faced with the prospect of having to move on from it. And it's difficult for you because although you're looking at it logically, your heart is also invested as well. Clarify that 7 of Cups. And that's why it's so confusing. I think logically, you know what to do. If you and I were sitting down at a table and I said to you that this, whatever the situation is here that you're going through, if I said to you, Virgo, this is what I'm currently going through, logically, you would know exactly the advice to give me. But that's because you're not emotionally invested in what I'm going through. Like, you're not emotionally connected. You might be emotionally invested in me as your friend, but you're not emotionally invested in what I'm going through, maybe with my person or my friend or my mother, whatever it is. And so you would give me very logical black and white advice. But if you had to take your own advice, it would be a little difficult for you to do that because your heart is on the line here. There's some emotional investment that you have. Maybe you really like the job or what you do, but you hate the effing boss, you know. There's something like that here happening. Or you really love this person, but you hate that they 7 of Sworded you, or what that 7 of Sword now means for you, or how it wounded you. So your heart is on the line here. This is why you are confused. One more shuffle. Thank you. The 7 of Cups is clarified by the Lovers. Could be a love partner for you, doesn't have to be, but it does indicate a choice. There's a choice here that you need to make, and I think your battle here is between heart and mind. Because your mind is probably saying, F them for what they did. I'm not falling for that again. And I'm more than capable of finding blank elsewhere and better. And then part of you, I think, emotionally is going, but I like them, or I admire them, or I respect them, or I love them. Three of Pentacles. This is this person that you work with, you collaborate with, you built something with them, or you wanted to build something with them. And Four of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck is the Death card, and you showed up here again as the Queen of Swords. The Four of Pentacles is usually my miser card. I'm holding on tight to this situation, environment, or connection. But in the After Tarot deck, it's met with the scorpionic energy of the Death card. We have the Grim Reaper here. So you have a choice here to make about whether or not you're going to continue collaborating with this person or these people, or whether or not you're going to let them go. Don't allow me or any other tarot reader to tell you what to do. But I feel here that the majority of you, maybe 80%, are letting this go. Even if at the time of this reading, you're like, I don't think I can do that. I do think you're going to do that. I do think you're going to do that. That Queen of Swords showed up twice. Queen of Swords, Three of Swords, Knight of Cups. In the After Tarot deck, the swords are out of the heart and they're healed. And the Knight of Cups is drinking from the Ace of Cups. And then I have the Nine of Pentacles, which is single, free, and independent. And right behind that, I have the Moon card to the Death card. And that's why, I mean, like, some of you don't see it at this time, that this connection is closing out. So you will find another job, maybe revamp your business if this is a business for you. If you're a business owner, you might be firing this employee if you feel like they Seven of Swords you. This could be a divorce for some of you, or long-term, almost permanent, if you will, disengagement from the person or people that engage in that Seven of Swords behavior. And if you're watching this and you're like, but I don't have anyone who's Seven of Swords me, that's great. I would take this as you are closing out a major cycle with a friend group, family member, or family members, plural, or you are changing your job. But if you're a business owner, this is a radical change in your business. And it's all of your choosing. You are deciding to do this. This is very personal to you. Okay, very personal to you. Ace of Wands. Tell me about the new that is coming in. This is either a new long-term committed partnership or some new creative endeavor, a way to make money, some new project that gets you public recognition. This sparks a fire back in you. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands is clarified by the Death card. It's almost on like either while this is closing out or it's one right after the other overlapping. I remember having a friend going through that, and it was like on Friday she decided she was going to divorce her husband. We spent all weekend consoling her. She was very upset. It was something she didn't want to do, but I mean, he's Seven of Swords her like I don't know how many times in 16 years. And on Monday she heard back from a company she applied to like 3 months prior, and they were like, you got the job, but it required her to relocate out of state. And she was like, I'll do it, because she was so final in that decision, even though she was sad over it, that when the opportunity came in literally like 2 days later, she took it because she saw it as a way for her to rebirth her life elsewhere, far away from him. So there's something like that here happening. For some of you, this ending is coinciding with a new beginning. So maybe you're going through a divorce and you're meeting a new person. No shame in that, as long as you're not like triangulating. I mean, my divorce was 3 years long, and in that period I met someone else. So, you know, it could be something like that where you have this closing out, you're meeting a new person, or it's literally right on the heels. And this could even be like the job is ending and you're finding a new job, but it could be like, you know, the romantic partnership is ending and suddenly now there's something comes up on your phone or your computer and you're like, oh, maybe I want to get involved in that men's group or that women's group. So again, it's just some type of involvement here. It sparks your passion and your creativity. Four of Pentacles and the High Priestess. You don't know this yet. Two of Swords. You can't see this yet. So whatever you were holding on here to, that you are letting go of, something new is coming in. And it's passionate and it's exciting and it's creative and it's fun. And the universe is sort of keeping it a little secret from you. So again, it's either happening right on the heels or simultaneously. And remember, this is a predictive reading for the next 6 months. It appears here you make the judgment call to move forward with this, regardless of what else is closing out. Tell me more about that judgment call here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Two of Swords, your decision will be made. Because in the After Tarot deck, there's no decision. Five of Pentacles, this is financial. In the After Tarot deck, this person is coming out of financial or emotional lack. So this is almost like a no-brainer. Like, of course, like my friend, when she was like, I'm getting a divorce, and then she got the phone call from the job 2 days later. She was like, it was no-brainer. It was instantaneous. I'm going to do it. 9 of Cups makes you very happy. Bottom of the deck, 5 of Wands, like I was saying. There's no inner discord within you. You don't... 9 of Wands, 4 Swords. Yeah. This is literally happening at the same time. And I don't mean to laugh at you. It's a heavy energy. So I'm trying to lighten it up for myself. Literally happening on the heels of this or simultaneously. It makes you very happy, whatever it is. And you seem to be a no-brainer. I'm going to do it. It either is emotionally pleasing to you or financially pleasing to you. Overwhelm and plenty. The moon. Tell me about the moon. Well, let me bring up my moon dates here on my website, thetimeline.tarot.com. You can click on toolbox and scroll down if you ever want to see these. I have the full moon dates there, the new moon dates, retrograde dates, and major planetary or celestial shifts that might impact you as well. So let's see if we can get some timing here. First, tell me about the moon, and then we'll get timing. Tell me about the moon. What do they not see coming? One more shuffle. Thank you. The moon is clarified by the 5 of Wands, the 4 of Swords, and the Page of Pentacles. There's the opportunity. Literally, while you're going through this, whatever this is, you're closing this out or you're recovering from it, this is an opportunity. You do not see this coming. 5 of Cups. Tell me about the new soulmate. Professional, platonic, or romantic. General collective reading. You claim this person however you need them to be. The big client, the new job, the new romantic partner, the best friend for the rest of your life, whatever you need. Friend who becomes like a family member. You claim this person or people however you need them to be. One more shuffle. Thank you. Tell me about the new. 5 of Swords. Well, there's no conflict with these people. There's no gaslighting with these people. There's no lying with these people. So you have someone who's authentic here coming towards you. In the After Tarot deck, we are not fighting. We have the Death card. I'm telling you, it's on the heels of this other thing. Could be a Scorpio. And look at the moon. It's almost like the universe doesn't want you to know. It's literally as you are freeing yourself from this. Come on, Spirit. Let's go a layer deeper, please. I'm going to use this deck. This was one of the first decks that I got. I'm looking around to see, am I being called to use another deck for you? No. Come on, Source. Tell me more about this, please. Tell me about the new soulmate. Tell me about the new soulmate for Virgo in the second half of 2026. Please tell me about the new soulmate. One more shuffle. Thank you, Veronica. Your name's Veronica. Maybe they're Veronica. Veronica, Ronnie, Ronald. Just kind of pin that somewhere in your memory. 7 of Swords. Queen of Wands. Remember we saw that Queen of Wands combination there at the end? Look at the 5. It's like it doesn't want you to know. It's as soon as... Ace of Cups, that's the truth. It's as soon as you disengage from this person who either triangulated you or put you in a third party or betrayed you in some way. It's literally as you are moving away from them, disengaging from them, this new person comes into your life. Ace of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, Knight of Cups. Yes, you have a new offer and a new opportunity. On the heels of this closing out, or like my friend, as soon as you say it, the new comes in. As soon as you say, I'm closing this out, the new comes in. So on the heels of this or simultaneously occurring, can I go one more layer deeper, please, for them? One more layer deeper, and then I'm not going to push it. One more layer deeper. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Pentacles, there you are. You're not going to tell me, are you? Temperance, no. And the Devil, no, not going to tell me. All right, I'm not going to push. Knight of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. This is as you are freeing yourself from a toxic situation, environment, or connection. This new person or new group of people are literally being brought in by Archangel Michael. It's almost like they are protecting you from this to ensure you move away from it or to ensure you never return to it. This is literally divine intervention between you and whatever the heck it is here that you're moving on from. And you are not meant to know who or what it is bringing in to you. And I think it's because energetically, you need to focus on closing this out. So we're going to leave that here. I want to move towards the Herald of Change. So we know that there is a changing of the guard, if you will, here. 6 of Wands. Tell me about the 6 of Wands. I really tried for you there, Virgo. I mean, I used 3 different decks. They don't want you to focus on this, okay? They want you to focus on closing this out and protecting your energy. This is already on energetic standby for you, okay? It's already on your path. You don't have to manifest this person or people in it or the opportunity. It's already on your path. When it crosses your path, you get to choose if you want it or not. But it's already on your path. They want you to focus on closing this out, okay? One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands, clarified by the Fool. There's your new beginning. Temperance, again, Archangel Michael brings this in. And the Hangman, bottom of the deck, Wheel of Fortune. Whatever this new person or people are, okay, it's going to make you realize why that didn't work out, why that change was necessary. Because whoever this person or these people are, they were not good enough for you. You were changing and evolving, and they weren't. And they have that right. People have the right to say, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to do any spiritual work. I don't care about looking at my wounds. And I'm going to be honest with you, and I don't care if I get demonetized. I'm really fucking tired of hearing hurt people hurt people. We are grown adults. We've all been hurt in our lives. There are some of us who have been sexually abused, emotionally abused, physically abused, financially abused. Some of us multiple things in that by so many different people in our lives that we trusted. So grow the fuck up and stop hurting people. So I think you were with someone here who perpetually hurt you. And I think your dedication and your loyalty to them, or what you believed they could be or what you believed it should be, okay, would have kept you stuck a long time. Unfortunately, the universe here had to break your heart in order to fix your vision. And that's what you're going to see when this new person or new opportunity or new group of people enter your life. Eight of Swords. When you're free from that, you're going to understand why you had to become free from that. Clarify the King of Pentacles. This is you now in your highest vibration. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Pentacles, clarified by Eight of Swords. Again, when you were freed from that, Seven of Wands, and you put up good defenses, Two of Cups, there's a new partnership. God, I love you today. Hangman at the bottom of the deck. You have someone new, professional, platonic, or romantic. And this is not 10 years from now, Virgo. This is in the next 6 months. As soon as you move on from this. This is not going to come in, or if it has come in, it's not going to solidify until this is out. This is literally divine intervention to keep you away from someone, or to help you move on from someone who this person's trapped. And maybe in time they can heal and they'll grow and they'll do all the work that you and I have done and that we continue to do, because God knows we're not perfect, you know, but we try. There was no try on this person's part. You know, this is someone, when they have an issue at work with you, they don't come and sit down and talk to you. Instead, they think they're going to shiv you and give the raise or promotion to someone else. You don't need to work for someone like that. You don't need to be in a business partnership with someone like that. You don't need a client that uses you and then goes off to your, you know, and then uses a competitor. You don't need a romantic love partner who you are constantly devoted to and they're stepping out on you. So whoever this person or these people were, they have an inability to sit down and say, there's a problem, or I have a problem with you. Instead, they step out. They step out. They go to another coworker. They go to another client. They go to your competitor. They go to another lover, a friend group where they triangulate you. You know, it's like mean girl energy, mean guy energy. You leave the room and they shit talk you. You know, this is not a person who knows how to sit down and maturely converse over an issue. So they are not spiritually grown. That's the long and short of it. And so they stepped out and betrayed you in some way, professionally, platonically, or romantically. And again, maybe they could heal in time, but right now, you are being removed from this person's life for your own protection, and because someone better wants to enter your life. The universe actually wants to give you what you've always wanted, that this person is not capable of giving you. So if you want to fight this, I think you're going to have a tower. I hate to tell you that. But if you're ready to move on from it and take this time to heal, by the time you get to Sagittarius season, which ends on the 21st to 22nd, right as we're nearing that super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, and that's the end of this reading. Between now and then, you have this come in. Six of Cups. So yeah, some of you are changing jobs during this time. You're leaving a toxic job environment, a community that you live in. And it could just be like, this is a community you live in. We don't have to, you know, over-catastrophize everything in tarot. It can be the community you live in or the house you have, as much as you like it, it's financially draining you. It's a money pit. And maybe you're looking forward towards retirement or a simpler life. Maybe you don't want a house anymore. Maybe you want a condo. Maybe you want an apartment. So you could be like moving on. That Chariot to that Four of Wands, this is like coming up twice here. So there's something here about moving on from something that was once structured and stable in your life, which for whatever reason became not structured and not stable. Emotionally, physically, financially, etc. You seem to be moving on from it. New person on your path. Tell me about the Six of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Cups is clarified by the Wheel of Fortune, the King of Pentacles, and the Page of Cups. You're moving towards the new soulmate, the new opportunity. Tell me about the Chariot. Okay, they fell face up, so we are going to take them. The Chariot, the Ten of Wands, the Ten of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles, the Hermit, and the King of Wands. Who is this person? King of Wands at the bottom of both decks, Knight of Cups with the Offer, and the Sun card. I just got chills. Ten of Cups. This is what you want. This is the ideal boss. This is the ideal business partner, client, best friend, family member, community, lover, okay? Oh my God, I'm getting a bunch of goosebumps. Call them spirituals. It's literally as soon as you turn your back on whomever, whatever this is, you have the Sun come in. Ten of Cups, Ten of Pentacles, Empress. Go nurture this new beginning. Oh my God, go nurture this new beginning. King of Wands, Knight of Cups, the Sun card here again, the Ten of Cups. Get away from this. What you have coming in is so much better than what you're leaving. And it's not until you get there that you realize the difference. And yeah, you're probably really effing angry that you have to move on from that because you didn't enter it thinking you were going to move on from it. Fair enough. But use that anger or that fuel to propel you forward towards your new life. And look, maybe this is, I don't want to say as simple as, there's something you can do to make money to get out of that. Maybe you're like, but Jen, I'm in a marriage and he or she is the breadwinner and I don't know how to break away. You have an inherent gift. You have a skill that you can use to make some side money to save, to move on from that. And maybe it takes you a year to do it, but start planning it now. Start doing it from now. Get away from whatever that is. So maybe you can read tarot. Maybe you know how to paint. There's something here that you can do. Clean houses, something. Okay, you have a skill and you're very good at it. You're meticulously good at it. And you can do that for some extra money on the side to buffer you from that or to create the doorway for you to move on from that. Let's get you a Moonology card and we'll close it off with some oracles. So you have a sacred contract, a karmic contract closing out. You have at least one new contract coming online. One does require you to move on from the other. And you have the ability here for a new financial opportunity that will either help you move on from this or create some kind of buffer or give you the money you need to move on from this. And again, for most of you, that skill is within you. So I would think, what can I do well? Can I play the guitar? Okay. Can you play the guitar at a cafe on the weekends for some extra money and tips? You know how to paint? Okay. Can you offer your friends and your neighbors to paint their rooms for X amount of dollars? I don't know. Maybe you're really good at haunted houses. If that's something that's big in your area, in your region, can you do that for some extra work? What can you do, Virgo, to make money? Maybe you're great at painting nails or coloring hair. Is that something you can do for extra money? You have an inherent gift, and maybe for some of you it is tarot or Reiki or giving massages. Use your gift to help bridge your way away from that or buffer yourself from that. Let's get a Moonology card here, please, for my Mercurial cousins. One more shift. One more shift. Wow. One more shift. You are just one shift away from the life you want. One more shift. One more shuffle. Thank you. You're very close to achieving your goal. Gibbous moon. At the bottom of the deck, be bold. Be bold and make the first move. Cardinal. The cardinal moon. Right behind that, surrender to the divine. Full moon. Let this go. You're very close to achieving your goal. You're not lost, Virgo. You're exactly where you need to be. Let's get you 3 oracle cards. Boy, this was worth the sweat. This was worth the sweat. And I feel fired up for you, so I think it's just adding to my sweating. So I apologize. 3 oracle cards here. Probably the most powerful message I've done out of all of them so far. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We'll take it. soothing stillness. Find true peace in your stillness of your inner self. Remember I was saying about that self-care stuff? Okay, water therapy, disconnecting from digital stuff, not looking at doom scrolling before you go to bed, making your home your sanctuary. Or if you live with roommates or you share a residence, it could just be a little corner. Just make it yours. Frame a picture that you like to look at, get a plant or fake plant, you know, get that little water fountain, create your own little sanctuary, even if it's just a chair in the corner, okay? One more shuffle here, thank you. And get a journaling book. Reflection, find better ways to improve yourself by looking at your own reflection. That literally came out after I said get the journaling book. You may want to journal some of this out, your thoughts, your feelings, okay? It'll help you process them. And then you have safety. Feel protected and stable. Grounded in security, no matter what life brings. You have a lighthouse here waiting for you. I know you're going through a difficult time, but the universe is literally calling you like, Virgo, over here. And sometimes you hear it and sometimes you don't. Focus in on where it's calling you. The universe is taking you in another direction to safe harbor. Bottom of the deck, potential. Unleash your inner potential, new ways to make money, and transcend your self-limitations. You have a new opportunity here, a golden opportunity here. Figure out what your talent is. Most of you already know, and find a way to monetize it. Look it up online, okay? Watch YouTube videos. How are other people doing what you want to do? Not everything requires a certification or a class or a degree in this day and age. Use your base knowledge and understanding. Use online, maybe even AI. I mean, I'm not a big proponent of AI, but I have to say, I'm creating thumbnails now for my YouTube videos utilizing that. So it could be something like that. Maybe you plug into AI. Hey, I have these 5 skills. Give me the top 10 things I could do in this region. Like, this is where I live. Tell me the top 5 or top 10 ways I can make money using these skills. Maybe it'll give you some ideas you never thought about. But you're very close to achieving your goal. That is what I have for you. The next 6 years, well, next 6 years. Maybe that's something else that just slipped out of my mouth. Maybe the next 6 months will set you up for the next 6 years of your life. That is what I have for you. If you like that message, it resonates with you, you want to claim all or part of it, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And as the second half of the year progresses, I will be doing a couple of readings for each of the zodiac signs about this, because there'll be like certain important dates that I feel we're going to have to touch base on and kind of see where you're at and if anything new, because as we shift and change, so do the energies and opportunities. And I'll be posting those on Patreon. So if you can join us over there, fantastic. I only started about a month ago. It's a nice small group of us, but if you can't do that, it's okay. Trust Source knew that already, give you all the information that you needed. But if you can't join us over there, information on how to do that will be in the description box, as well as the pinned comment of this video. Until I read for you again, stand strong. And as always, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. Libra, before we get into the actual reading using our oracle cards here and the moonology cards and tarot, I did some homework for you, astrological homework, if you will. I think it's important that you hear this. It may be a little lengthy, so if you want to pause the video and get a snack or something to drink, that's okay. I'll be here when you get back. But I think that it's really important for you to understand what is happening astrologically and how that will impact you. And then I think the reading itself will probably make more sense to you. So for you, this lunar cycle, which begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026, and culminates with the super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026, will profoundly alter the balance between your professional ambitions and your domestic life. Because this cycle highlights the Cancer-Capricorn axis, it will directly activate your 10th house of career, while simultaneously activating your 4th house of home and family. So this cycle basically represents a major revolutionary arc, if you will, for the Libra collective, and it will shift you away from people-pleasing habits, if you will, and more towards lasting personal and professional alignment. So I broke it down in several sections for you. I want to begin with career. The new moon on July 14th is going to spark a fresh start for you in your 10th house of career, public reputation, and long-term financial goals. However, because the lunation occurs during a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, this isn't about like rushing into a brand new job or taking the first job that crosses your path or making any hasty decisions about jumping from one industry to another. Instead, let's use the RE in retrograde, the re, to review. So this is the opportune time for you to revisit an old professional dream. Once upon a time when you were 20 or 30 or 40 years old, what did you want to do with the rest of your life to make money? There's something here about going back to that, because for most of you, it's probably not what you're doing today. 2, it's a time for you to reevaluate that maybe you need to pivot from an existing career strategy. And this is about you reviewing where you're currently at, looking at your career path. So let's say you're an administrative assistant. How much growth have you had in the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years being an administrative assistant or a cake baker or a mechanic? Are you in the exact same position you were when you entered the industry? If so, it may be time to take those skills and pivot in another direction where there is more career growth. So maybe you go from being at a bakery and you're just a cashier. Maybe this is a time where you actually want to take some courses and get into the back and actually start baking the goods. Maybe this goes from you being a mechanic to suddenly now you shift over to being like a part manager or working with the supply chain in some way. Again, you're taking in existing knowledge, but you're pivoting it and moving it in another direction where the career path will have more growth and more financial opportunity. And then there's also something here about you reevaluating what is your actual definition of success? What is your ideal job at the ideal pay? It's something about looking at that and then being honest with yourself. Is that currently what you have professionally? With the sun squaring Saturn, it's going to also force you to face some real world limitations. Maybe you are a 45-year-old accountant, and when you're reviewing that old professional dream, it was to be a sous chef. You have to be honest with yourself. You don't have the credentials to suddenly just leave your job as an accountant and become a sous chef. However, although that is a real world limitation you need to face, there's also a possibility that there are some online classes or courses or maybe real world classes or courses you can take, so then you can go back to that dream and make it a reality. There could also be something here about facing real world limitations, that it's possible that the current job that you have is not something that will be around 10 or 15 or 20 years. We have Uranus has moved into Gemini. Technology is going to soar over the next 7 to 8 years. And you have to be honest with yourself. The job you have, can that be replaced by computers? Because that's really what is happening. I'm not a fear-mongering tarot reader, but again, we have to look at the real world scenario. If the job you currently have can be obsolete in 5 or 10 years, don't wait for it to become obsolete. Do something now about it. There's also something here about you planting quiet intentions regarding how you want to be recognized, and focus on building emotional intelligence into your leadership style when it comes to work. So I want to look at the 6-month evolution now for you. August to November 2026, as the moon builds towards that December peak of the super full moon on December 23rd, you're going to find yourself constantly adjusting the scales between your public persona and your private sanctuary. The solar eclipse in Leo on August 12th is going to open a new door in your networking and community sectors. The allies you make during this time period will directly impact the professional goals you set in July. So there's something here about being very mindful about the type of people you want to connect with, or the type of networking you want to do, because the universe is going to draw into you between August and November the type of people that will help you in that path. So you need to be very intentional with what do you want to do for the rest of your life in terms of your profession, because those will most likely be the types of people that you will be meeting between August and November. And then in October, there is a self-alignment that is occurring. The new moon in your sign, Libra, on October 10th will act as a personal reset button. And you will find the clarity needed to shed some outgrown identities. And that will allow you to show up more authentically at work. The super full moon on December 23rd is a culmination for you. it's going to illuminate your 10th house of career once again. And so full moons are times of harvest, exposure, and a culmination. So a major professional milestone, promotion, or change in career, or a public achievement that you started in July during this whole review process, if you actually take the initiative to move forward with it, it comes to fruition. So the job is yours, or you reach that milestone, or you end up hopping industries, or you go back to take that course or class because of that dream that you had once upon a time, and now you're like successfully completing the course or class. Because it's a super moon, emotions will be running high, so you'll clearly see if your professional ambitions have caused you to neglect your home life, your family, or your inner foundation. And you'll be forced to release professional obligations that do not offer genuine emotional security. Quick reference blueprint for you before we move further. That new moon in Cancer on July 14th will highlight your 10th house of career and status, and you will most likely revisit past professional goals and set some long-term milestones. The new moon in your sign Libra on October 10th will hit your first house of identity, and this might be when you want to like upgrade your personal presentation. You might change your haircut, you might change your clothing style, something that is more authentic to the you that you are becoming. And you may also realign your priorities. The super full moon on December 23rd will hit your 10th house again of career, and that will enable you to celebrate a big career win that you started in July and August. And it's also going to remind you that you need to balance work and home life. Ultimately, the cycle demands that Libra stops compromising personal security for external validation. So by December, your public life will look drastically different. You'll be deeply rooted in what makes you feel genuinely secure rather than just what looks good to others. So I wanted to move forward to see how Mercury retrograde will impact your communication. So Mercury retrograde during the July 14th kickoff directly targets your sectors of status, public communication, and professional networking. And that's why I wanted to look at it, because I feel like it's going to brush upon that 10th house of career for you. So because Mercury retrogrades through Leo and backs into Cancer, the cosmic static moves from your social circles into your career world. For Libra, this transit will shift your usual diplomatic communication from external politeness to deep internal review. It's almost like you'll be going into hermit mode, pausing and contemplating about what you want to say before you say it. So maybe in the past you were very quick to say something to keep the peace, or just to say yes or go along with something, but this time period is going to shift you for the rest of your life. Before saying yes to something or agreeing to something, again, just in an effort to make everyone else happy, you're going to pause and check in with yourself and say, do I really want to do this? Is this beneficial to me? So you're going from we to me, which is actually good for you because I think you have been a people pleaser for most of your life. Phase one, social misunderstandings. I want you to be really aware of this, okay? Early July, before backing into Cancer, Mercury begins its retrograde in Leo. And that is your 11th house of friendships, groups, and networking. So the impact for you will be miscommunications with colleagues, bosses, potential employers, and maybe even text threads gone wrong, or mixed signals with professional organizations. So you want to be mindful of the text that you're sending and who you're sending them to, because you are more prone to misfiring text messages. There's also something here in regards to group projects. They may stall. So if you are, I don't know, part of the accounting department and there's a big project that you have to do, there may be some missing data, okay, or some poor coordination between you and your colleagues or you and your coworkers. Again, it's only for like the first 2 weeks of July. The career review then occurs on July 14th, where Mercury has backed into Cancer, your 10th house of career and reputation, and your professional words will carry extra weight at this time. So if you're going out on job interviews, be very mindful on what you're saying, because they're going to land hard to whoever's listening to them. The delivery, though, could be a bit cloudy. So you may to yourself think, I'm being very direct with this person, but the person who's hearing your words may actually be like, what the F is this person talking about? So again, just your words are going to carry extra weight, but may come across as a little sloppy, messy, or cloudy. So high stakes conversations with bosses, clients, or authority figures will require extreme care for that second and third week of July. I would avoid signing any contracts. I'm your sister sign of Gemini here, another air sign. I would avoid signing contracts at this time, or maybe even starting a new job. Now, if you really need to start a new job, then go ahead and do it. But personally, for me, I would probably wait until Mercury goes direct, which will happen on July 23rd. It's a little bit of a post-shadow period until August 6th, but I never really look at the post-shadow periods as being as significant as when it's actually in retrograde. So if you can hold off on moving into a new job or hopping industries, if you can wait till July 23rd, it'll probably be more beneficial to you, because you may start a new job during this time and then really regret it when Mercury goes direct. And if you're contractually now obligated because you signed some type of contract, then you're stuck in a job for 1, 2, 3 years, or however long your contract is for. Trying to see if there's anything else that I have to remind you of. Yeah, I would just avoid signing any contracts, and that would even be like purchasing of a vehicle, if it's a lease, or you're getting any type of loan or mortgage. If you really, really have to do it, I would make sure that you have a professional look it over, an accountant, an auditor, an attorney, or someone that you trust. Key communication rules for you for the month of July. Double check every email, every text, every post you make on social media, any pitch you make to a new employer or to your current employer. A typo or vague wording can easily distort your professional message and your professional image. And you might have everything it takes to land that job, Libra, but if there are just a few typos on the resume or on the application, the employer looking at it might look at you like you're not well educated or you don't know what you're talking about. And that's not the case, but again, typos could make you look worse. Also, sending the wrong emails, especially if you're like emailing out your resume, let's say, you want to make sure that you're changing like the header or the subject line, so it's really going to the person it's supposed to be going to. Pitching brand new ideas might fall flat, okay, for the month of July. So if you're currently employed and you have this great, fantastic idea for the company, for the department, it might be a great idea, but your ability to communicate that great idea may fall flat, and people may at work look at you and be like, all right. So you might want to hold off on ideas. Again, the idea is probably a wonderful one, but you may want to wait until after July 23rd to pitch it. If you want to pitch a revised version of an old project or reconnect with a former boss or mentor, this would probably be the ideal time for you to do that. But nothing new. Again, it could be like a revised version of an old project, but I wouldn't launch any new projects during this time. And it is a good time for you to connect with former employers or mentors, especially if you're looking to get some references down for you, so then after July 23rd you can apply for a new job. You already have all of these people who have agreed to be a positive reference for you. I would pause before you pacify. Libra's instinct is to smooth things over very quickly, and with this retrograde, fast fixes will backfire on you. So instead of saying, yes, I can do that, yes, I'm available, yes, we can go there, instead say, let me look into that and get back to you, or let me check my calendar. That's going to buy you a little time to actually go inward. Again, we're starting to put you into Virgo energy of the Hermit, to go within and go, is that really what I want to do? Do I really want to go out to dinner Friday night with those people? Or do I really want to go out to lunch with that coworker? So again, there's just something here about, let me look into that, or let me check my calendar and I'll get back to you. You're trying to condition yourself during this period of time to get out of people-pleasing mode. This is also the opportune time for you to secure any digital files that you have, birth certificates, driver's license. If you're an artist and you have any digital media or portfolios, any type of like presentation materials, anything that is on your computer or on your phone or on a laptop, it's probably best for you to secure it with like an external hard drive, okay? Especially if it's work related, because tech glitches can just like wipe out things over the course of the next 3 weeks. And then I wanted to look into relationships for you. So this cycle will also alter how you connect with others by forcing you to choose authenticity over people pleasing. So because your career and home sectors are changing, every relationship in your life will feel the pressure to shift as well. And here's exactly how this period will play out for each of you. Professional relationships, you'll go from people pleasing to people leading. So your professional ties face the most intense restructuring during the July Mercury retrograde and that December super full moon in your career sector. You're going to stop bending over backwards to appease difficult bosses, toxic clients, or demanding colleagues and coworkers. Around the July 14th new moon, a contract dispute or miscommunication will force you to draw a hard line with a coworker, a colleague, maybe an employee if you're a business owner, your boss, or a client. You cannot negotiate your peace of mind for a paycheck anymore. And this may be the breaking point where you decide you want to change jobs. Again, I don't think you should change jobs during this time period, but you should start getting all of your references and start exploring past jobs. And again, it's just a time for exploration. I would not job hop until after August 6th if I were you. By December, you will have shed off old professional connections, the ones that drain you. Most of you will be leaving your job and entering another job, or maybe hopping industries altogether. And some of you will actually be opening up your own business by the latter part of the year. Basically, what you're looking for in career are mutually respectful, professional partnerships, and you're going to be moving away from those that are not mutually respectful of you, your time, or your talents. In terms of your platonic relationships, you're going to be sifting through the circle of friends and family. Your social life will undergo a major edit driven by Mercury retrograde in your friendship sector in early July, and that solar eclipse in Leo on August 12th. Any outgrown friendships, superficial networking circles, maybe even family members that haven't kept in touch with you, particularly if you went through something difficult in the last year, those are most likely will just naturally fade away, and you will not be reconnecting or revisiting with relationships with those people. In July, a misunderstanding with a friend or a group dynamic could reveal who truly supports your growth and your new path, and who's just around for the good times. So if you're changing, because again, you are becoming more authentic, and some people don't like the way you dress, or they don't like the way you speak, or maybe you used to be a drinker and now you're not a drinker anymore, you might realize that those friends were only hanging around you because of what they could get out of you. And as you are improving yourself, they no longer want to support you. And frankly, they shouldn't be in your life if that's the case. The August 12th solar eclipse will bring fresh, aligned, powerful new allies into your life. Like literally, if you're shedding away the old and you're becoming more authentic, the universe is just going to bring you fresh, aligned, powerful new connections. You're basically trading a large, exhausting social circle for a smaller, highly supportive network moving forward into your future. In terms of romantic relationships, it's important for you to start balancing the scales. The cycle forces you heavily on your career and home. Your romantic life is deeply impacted by how much energy you have left over for your partner. So the shift here occurs when you move away from over-functioning in your relationships. So there's a need here for you to stop hiding workplace stress. I know a lot of Libras that do this. They have a really difficult day at work, and instead of coming home and being honest with their partner or honest with their spouse and just say, look, tonight I can't make dinner. It was a really rough day at the office. Can you make dinner, or can we get takeout? Most people-pleasing Libras will just end up making dinner anyway. It's just going to add to your stress. So there's something here about you being honest with your partner, your spouse, roommates, anyone that you share home environment with. When you're having a hard day at work, don't hide the stress from them. Let them know what you are experiencing. And also let them know that you may not be able to fulfill some obligations because of the stress that you're enduring. That enables them to now pick up what you can't give. And that is a healthy, balanced relationship. You know, and I say this all the time to him. Some days I'm 70, he's 30. Some days I'm 30, he's 70. As long as there's an ebb and flow, we are always harmoniously balanced. If it gets too much 70-30 or the other way, then clearly one person's taking advantage of the other. But every now and then for you to say, I had a hard day and I can't do blank, can you do it? Or, you know, it's going to have to wait till Saturday. That's actually a very healthy thing for you to do. And I think most of you will be learning how to do that within your romantic partnerships. The October 10th new moon in your sign will act as a massive personal reset. And you're going to realize that to be a good partner, you must first be true to yourself. So you're going to stop sweeping marital or relationship or dating issues under the rug just to keep the peace. And I like this for you. You're basically learning how to heal a communication wound that you've probably had your entire life. By December 23rd, that super full moon in Cancer, a major decision regarding your living situation, family planning, or work-life balance will be made. So this could be divorce, separation, This could be engagement or marriage. This could be we are relocating to another town, to another part of the country, or to another part of the world. So you will be working in unison with your partner. For those of you who are partnered, around that December 23rd moon, it's kind of like, what do we want 2027 to be like for us? Are we in this? Are we separating? Are we relocating? Something like that. Are we having children, not having children, etc.? True romantic partners will step up to support your professional rise. And most of you will be very surprised to see that, because I think in the past you had a lot of partners that did not support you in your professional endeavors. Most of you will have a romantic partner who's currently in your life, or a new one who's entering your life in the second half of 2026, who will be very supportive of your professional rise. They actually want to see you do well. Any unbalanced relationships, though, if you're currently in one, unfortunately, it will crack under the pressure. And by the time we get to that December 23rd super full moon, the two of you will most likely call an end to it and go your separate ways in the new year. All right, now I think I got everything. 20 some odd minutes in. Now let's get into tarot. This is for Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What else do they need to know for the second half of 2026? Second half of 2026 for Libra. One more shuffle. Thank you. Okay, Libra. Mindful, groupthink, card number 40. Benefactor, grace and generosity, card number 3. That always reminds me of Cancer, so if you have some Cancer placements, maybe you want to watch their reading. And then you have the farther gate, bold step forward, card number 55. Changes on the horizon for a lot of you in terms of career, maybe even your relationship sector. Let's see where we go with this. At the bottom of the deck, we have a tidy house, clarity and organization, card number 1. So some of you could be moving into a new place actually now in July and August. And if you're not, you may consider relocation by the end of the year. Again, I don't know if you'll actually relocate by the end of the year, but the discussion is going to come up either internally, or if you have someone in your life, externally with that person. Tell me more about this here, please, for Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. Some of you may actually want to become homeowners, and others of you are downsizing. You may want to sell your home and go into like a 55 plus community, or a condo, townhouse, something that requires less maintenance, maybe even like an apartment. Clarify this further, please, here. So I think it's more like if you are expanding family, you're probably going to want to become a homeowner or just get like a larger dwelling. And if you're not expanding family, you probably want to go into something smaller that's easier for you to tidy and maintain. And that's because a lot of you will be focused on your career. One more shuffle here. Thank you. All right, Libra, we have the Hierophant. We have the Eight of Pentacles, we have the King of Cups, we have the Star, we have the Two of Cups, there's your connection, and we have the Sun. Very nice. Bottom of the deck, Four of Cups, Two of Swords, and the Four of Pentacles. See? Four of Wands, House. Okay, 444 here. There's something in regards to structure and stability. Obviously, we're going to clarify this further. But there's something that you're doing for a living, or possibly even a connection, that you're not happy with. That Four of Cups is like, I do this for a living, or I'm in this relationship, but I kind of dream of doing this for a living, or not being in this relationship. And same thing we see that, so that Two of Swords, that's you, Moon in Libra, and you are the house of marriage, partnerships, contracts, whether they're professional, platonic, or romantic. And then we have the Four of Pentacles to the Four of Wands. So it's sort of like, I'm holding on to this job, or I'm staying in this industry, or I'm holding on to this person. Again, it's a general collective reading. Take it how it resonates to you. But I'm not really satisfied there. So it's maybe like all I've ever known, or there's some comfortability there, or there's some stability there. But it's not the Ten of Pentacles, and it's not the Ten of Cups. And so you're a little bit in indecision mode here. Again, this is just underlying energy about what do I want to do in regards to work, maybe even house and home for some of you. And for others of you, it's in regards to partnership. Let's clarify this now. I'm using the After Tarot deck. Interesting. I just turned it the wrong way, and I'm wondering if that's what you're doing. You might be considering walking away from something. Situation, environment, connection. All right. Anyway, as I was saying, this is the After Tarot deck if you're not familiar with it. The images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we're clarifying the Hierophant, Eight of Pentacles, King of Cups, the Star, Two of Cups, and the Sun for the Libra collective for the second half of 2026. Thank you. The Hierophant is clarified by the High Priestess. The Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Knight of Cups. The King of Cups is clarified by the Seven of Pentacles. The Star is clarified by the Ace of Wands. The Two of Cups is clarified... Ooh, two cards came out. The World and the Nine of Swords. And the Sun is clarified by the Three of Pentacles. Again, underlying energy, Ace of Pentacles, Four of Swords, and the Lovers. I gotta take that Four of Pentacles. Dare I say, there's a version of yourself that you are choosing to put in your past. Okay, I'll get to this in a second. This was the first thing that grabbed my interest. High Priestess to the Hierophant. It's a general collective reading. Hierophant's going to be different for all of you. The job that you have, because in a career and finance reading, the Hierophant is typically the company or corporation or entity that you work for, or maybe that you want to work for. It could be a community group for some of you, religious or political organization, some type of governmental institution, and for others of you, it's a committed partnership. And that could be like very close group of like friends, family members, and maybe even your spouse or someone that you once upon a time envisioned being your spouse. So the Hierophant is different for all of you, okay? But it is something that has been in your life for quite some time. And the High Priestess tells me you're going within thinking about whether or not you want to continue participating in this. So yeah, this is really heavy with, do I want to do this for the rest of my life in terms of a job, or do I want to stay in this marriage, or do I want to stay in this community? There's something like that here, and you're giving considerable thought to it. Start to the Ace of Wands. It's almost like maybe there is something else that I want to do. You know, maybe I don't want to be an accountant for the rest of my life, or maybe I don't want to be single for the rest of my life, or maybe I don't want to be married for the rest of my life. Again, this lunar cycle will highlight for you career and finance, but then also love and romance. So for some of you, it's job, and for some of you, it's a committed partnership, particularly if you're in one already. And then we have benefactor, grace and generosity. Eight of Pentacles to the Knight of Cups. I really like this actually, because I think you're learning, or will be learning in the course of the second half of 2026, that you can't pour from an empty cup. Because the Knight of Cups in this deck is actually drinking from the cup. So there's something here about you mastering the skill of no longer being a people-pleasing Libra, and instead putting yourself first. It's almost like you're learning, you know when you're on a plane and there's some turbulence? Well, I should say when you first get on the plane, usually the stewardess or stewardesses, flight attendants, if you will, they give you the whole rundown on what to do in the event of an emergency. And one of the first things they tell you is when the oxygen masks fall down is to put one on yourself. Because if you need to save yourself first before you run up and down the aisle saving everyone else or helping everyone else around you. But I think for the longest time I was speaking to a group of you where you made sure the mask was on everyone else. That's what's changing here. It's almost like you are mastering putting the mask on yourself. And again, it doesn't mean that you're not going to take care of those around you, but you more or less over the course of the last maybe 1 or 2 years are really through some pretty difficult lessons. I think you have learned that it's really important for you to take care of you, and that appears here to be what you're doing. Like you need to be the benefactor of your grace and your generosity before other people are the benefactor to your grace and generosity. There is a particular connection here in your life, professional, platonic, or romantic, that you seem to have some anxiety about severing ties with. And we'll clarify this more to see what this is all about. And then we have the farther gate, bold step forward, King of Cups to the Seven of Pentacles. This is almost like, I really want to love what I do for a living. I don't want to job hop all the time. I don't want to age out of an industry. I don't want an industry, I don't want to get stuck in an industry that is aging out. So there's a feeling here of I really want to do for a living what I love doing. And what is that saying? Like, if you love what you do for work, it never feels like work. I know I just botched that up, but there's something. Mercury retrograde, forgive me, it's my ruling planet. But if you love what you do, it's almost like you never have to work a day in your life. So the Sun to the Three of Pentacles, I really think a lot of you are contemplating another job, a new job, or possibly even changing industries altogether. Let's begin to clarify. Clarify the Hierophant here. For the Libra collective, clarify the Hierophant. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hierophant is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. Everything I said is the truth. The Seven of Swords and the Empress. Bottom of that King of Wands shows themselves again. So you are the Empress, Libra, whether you're masculine or feminine. It's a major arcana card that you share with Taurus. The Hierophant consequently is also Taurus. And you are ruled by Venus. Whatever the Hierophant is to you, again, the job, the community group, the friend group, social circle, spouse, there's something here that you're not sure if you want to proceed forward with it. You don't know if you want to stay at this job, in this industry, or in this committed partnership. So it could even be a friend group. Clarify the High Priestess. You're really going within for this. It's almost like I don't want a Seven of Swords myself. I don't want to F myself over by continuing to stay at this job or engaging with this person or staying in this marriage. I don't want to screw myself over. Or if you're out of work and you're looking for work, it could be like, I just want to make sure that I'm selecting the right Hierophant, right? The right company to go work for. I don't want to screw myself over. One more shuffle. Thank you. The High Priestess is clarified by the Empress again. The Knight of Pentacles and the Ten of Swords, bottom of the deck, Ten of Cups. I do believe that you're closing something out here. And again, it could be you're deciding over the course of the next 6 months you're leaving your job, or you're changing industries, or you're getting a divorce, obviously those of you that are married. But you're giving considerable, and again, it could be a friend group for some of you. But there's something, person, place, or thing, if you will, in your life that you're giving considerable thought to in the second half, that you initially, Ace of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, and the Empress. Initially, you have the opportunity to engage with the Hierophant, to stay at the company, to accept this job, to stay friends with this person, to enter this new social circle. Ace of Pentacles is an opportunity. So you have an opportunity to stay or to engage, okay? We'll call it engage or re-engage. And you're looking at this saying, but if I do this, am I screwing myself over again? By staying friends with this person or staying at this job? You're really looking long-term, which I love for you. You're being very mindful of your future. Some of you could be 40 years old, or maybe you're in your 40s. You're being very mindful of your future. You have an opportunity here to engage or re-engage with the Hierophant, and you're saying to yourself, if I do that, I might actually be screwing myself over in terms of long-term success or long-term progress. And it looks like you give considerable thought to this. Never allow me or tarot to tell you what to do, but by the end of the year, you are closing this out. Meaning you're leaving the job for another job, you're filing for divorce, maybe you're ending even some karmic connections here as well. So it could be just looking around at your social circle and being like, I no longer align with this person or these people. So whatever the Hierophant is to you, after a long period of time, say about 3 or 4 months, by the time you get to November, October, November, you're not engaging with the Hierophant anymore. The Star, you're going to move towards the new job, the new industry, possibly a new romantic partner, a new friend group. You're moving towards the new. So you're deciding to leave this behind. Tell me about the Star. The Star is wish fulfillment. Tell me about the Star. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Wheel of Fortune. The Page of Cups. There's the new offer. Death card. Bottom of the deck, 8 of Cups. This comes on the heels of you ending something else. So let me put in context of work. I have a Libra here who's currently employed, not really happy. They have an opportunity here. They could continue staying at this job that they're really not happy in, or they can go out there into the world and try to find another Ace of Pentacles, another job opportunity. And you sit on it for a month or two, and one day you look around at work and you're like, I really don't want to be here anymore. I'm going to start putting out my applications and resumes. I'm making it my second job to find another job so I can get the hell out of this place. And by the time you close out the year, you're no longer at that place of employment because you have a new offer here and you decide to take the offer. So you take this new job and you give that job notice. And again, if you're married, this could be looking, giving a lot of contemplation, a lot of thought to your current marriage, and then deciding that you want a divorce. And it's possible while you're going through the divorce process that you meet someone new. So this is a changing of a guard, or this is you deciding, I don't want to be friends with this person or these people anymore. And it's like literally on the heels of you doing that, because your energy is shifting, a new person comes in. So it's very much a changing of a guard here. Friend for friend, lover for lover, job for job, etc., etc. Clarify that Ace of Wands. Clarify the Ace of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Wands is clarified by the Moon. The Two of Cups, told you, it's new. 10 of Cups, good for you. Bottom of the deck, the Sun card. I'm going to throw this out there for some of you. This might even be like an ex who wants to return. And you pause and think about it for a little bit and you're like, no, I'm good. I'm good where I'm at. I'm either good with my person, so I'm deciding not to return to an ex, or I'm good being single. I'll wait till I meet someone new. I'm not going back to that person. In that case, you close out the year meeting someone new. So take it how it resonates to you. The Hierophant is something that at the time of this reading, you're already giving considerable thought, severing ties to it. The job, the industry, the person, or you're already having some engagement with an ex that wants to reconnect with you, and you're already, whatever this is, you're already leaning on the no. And that's why this is like, nope, I'm either going to look for the new job or the new love partner, or I'm good single until the next romantic partner comes in. Clarify that Eight of Pentacles. I think the old you would have stayed at that job, would have stayed in that friend or friend group, would have stayed with that romantic partner, or maybe even went back to that relationship for those of you where it's an ex. The people-pleasing Libra of the past would have stayed in this. And you would have been Seven of Swords yourself. The new Libra says, I want better for myself, even if that means for a little bit, I got to be single until the right friend or the right friend group or the right romantic partner comes in. So this is where I see the shift in you already in terms of connections, professional, platonic, or romantic. You would rather be alone or be in the new than be in the old. Clarify that Eight of Pentacles. Thank you. Eight of Pentacles is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. This is what you've learned over time. Ace of Cups, that is the truth. And the Fool. Whole new journey, my love. Bottom of the deck, 10 of Pentacles. Lovely. So you are clearing house here in terms of career and finance and love and romance. It literally is out with the old and in with the new. And that new includes you putting the oxygen mask, so to speak, on yourself first. And it was a lesson that you learned over years of your life. Last probably 8 to 9 years have been the most difficult for you. Knight of Cups. I was told not to take it. I don't take every card that falls face down unless I'm told to. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Cups clarified by, again, Page of Pentacles. Justice, that's your major arcana card, and the Three of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Six of Wands. Libra, this is amazing. This is over the course of the next 6 months, the lesson that you've learned from some pretty difficult connections in your life, professional, platonic, or romantic, is one, you need to pour into yourself first, because you can't pour into others from an empty cup. So you've learned to put the oxygen mask on yourself. Bravo to you when it comes to connections. And two, you have healed a communication wound as well. In the After Tarot deck, the Three of Swords are out of the heart, and the heart is bandaged. The Lady Justice is holding the Ace of Swords. So you've also healed a communication wound. So you're able to say this, not only to yourself you're being honest, but you're being honest to others when you say, this no longer resonates with me. I don't want to be an accountant anymore, and I'm okay not being an accountant. And maybe the whole fucking world knows me as being an accountant. But once upon a time, I dreamed of being a sous chef. So I'm going to go to school, I'm going to take some courses, I'm going to be a sous chef, I'm leaving this behind, and I don't care if it doesn't look fancy or great that I'm not an accountant anymore. I'm a sous chef. I like being a sous chef. I'm okay if I have to divorce this person. I either have someone new or I know someone better is on my path. I don't have to stay in situations, environments, or connections that deplete me, that take advantage of me, and that keep me stuck. 444, that keep me stuck. And I'm certainly not going to continue hanging around with people where I can't speak my truth, because if I speak my truth, they get all upset. No, I'm going to speak my truth. And I'm going to do it from a place of honesty and integrity and authenticity. Two of Cups, which I imagine is what you're closing out. And this was like the replacement for it. Sorry if you're the cross watcher. That's just kind of how I'm energetically seeing it. Yep, that's the truth. Ace of Swords. Knight of Swords to the Ace of Swords. There's a connection here in your life, professional, platonic, romantic, that you will be closing out. And it could even be with a group of people in 2026. One more shuffle. Thank you. Further clarified by the Queen of Wands. Could be a fire sign. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Bottom of the deck, King of Swords. So, if you see my readings, I always say queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. Kings take action. Whether you're masculine or feminine, this is you in your highest vibration, making the judgment call that you are severing ties with this individual after a lot of contemplation. Clarify the World card to the Nine of Swords. I suspect it's whoever you're leaving behind there. They fell face up, so we're going to take them. Nine of Swords is clarified by Page of Wands, Page of Cups, and the Hermit. I want the new. This is what you're going after. I want the new. I want the new job, the new boss, the new friend group, the new romantic partner. New. After a lot of introspection. So I have a group of you where you're not only closing something out, you're being crystal clear in letting that person know, I'm not returning to you. Ever. And you're being genuine, and it's coming from years of experience, because again, people-pleasing Libra would have went right back to that friend group, job, whatever, ex. Not the group that I'm reading for today. The group I'm reading for today says it's in my best interest to move forward into the new. King of Cups to the Seven of Pentacles. I feel like we're going back to work now in this column. Tell me more about that King of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Cups is clarified by Judgment. King of Swords, there you are again. And the Six of Wands, bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups. So, Libra, while you're considering closing out this connection, professional, platonic, or romantic, and you decide that moving towards the new is in your best interest, and you find your voice, and you close this out, and you're not cruel about it, you're just very direct and authentic, and you close this out. There's also something here that you don't see coming. You have a new professional opportunity here. I don't know who this person is, water sign, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. But there is, if you're looking for a job opportunity or an investment opportunity, one is made available to you. Clarify that Seven of Pentacles. And it looks like you're really happy when you land the opportunity. It makes a judgment call to present you with this offer. Clarify that Seven of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the Sun. Yep, biggest yes card in the deck. The Sun card, the Magician, and the Strength card. Holy Jesus. Leo Virgo season. This is happening in Leo Virgo season. So remember what I was saying about if you're looking for a job, I would not look for a job until we get to like August 6th, right? After the whole retrograde and the post shadow is done. Well, at that point, we're in Leo season. And right after Leo season, we move into Virgo season. A Magician is Gemini, but it's also Virgo. So if you are looking for a job, I would utilize from now until that August 6th day to collect your references, type up your resume, make sure you read it, 10 times. Remember, you want to check for typos. Make sure those references are on point, that they are professional. Don't just, put Joe Schmo down the street down on the references. And there's something like a new job opportunity is presented to you, Leo season, Virgo season. So at that point, we're looking at second, third, maybe fourth week of August. Second, third, fourth week of August. This is a damn good job offer. Don't take it from me, do your due diligence, but it seems to be oh my God, this is the type of job I've always wanted. So if you can delay that, I would delay that. Same thing if this is an investment. This could be your partner or a friend, or maybe even like your accountant or financial advisor has an investment idea for you. Again, do your due diligence, but there's something here about you seem to be very pleased with the offer this person is presenting to you. And then Sun to the Three of Pentacles with that Sun card here, it looks like you decide to move forward. You're going to take a bold step forward and accept this job. Clarify the Sun. Clarify the Sun. So closing out a connection, finding your voice, severing a tie, connecting with someone new. If you're currently in a romantic partnership, this is very beautiful energy. And I mean, for those of you where it's happy and it's healthy and there's no third party bullshit, this is really nice. This is passion. This is love. This is, what was I going to say? This is like same soul embodying two, different bodies. It's a very nice energy. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun is clarified by the Nine of Wands, the Five of Cups, and the Six of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, that Seven of Pentacles. So it looks like the job opportunity comes in and you're trying to decide if you want to move forward with it. Six of Pentacles is also your sign. It's Taurus, but I always look at it as Libra because the person holds the scales here. And you are justice, right? Scales of justice. So there's something here when the offer comes in, you're like, I don't know. This sounds too good to be true. That's the feeling. This sounds too good to be true. They're offering me what? One more shuffle here. Thank you. Three of Pentacles is clarified by Seven of Swords, the Knight of Swords, and the Six of Pentacles. You don't believe this opportunity. Your feeling here is too good to be true. It's too good to be true. So you receive a job offer in Leo or Virgo season, and your feeling is it's too good to be true. Now, again, I'm not telling you what to do here. It looks like you're going to accept it. And it appears here that you're accepting it with the mindset of, I'm going to take this job offer, but if at any point in time I feel like these people are lying to me or they're taking advantage of me, I retain the right to leave. And it's like you're telling yourself this. I don't think you're telling the boss that, hey, I'm taking a job. If you fuck me over, I'm out of here. This seems to be, I'm very cautiously optimistic about this. I really want to hope that this is everything that I wanted, or it's as good as they're presenting it to be. So I'm going to move forward with it. I'm accepting this job offer. This person is giving you this job. You're here accepting it. But again, the mindset is, if there's any sneaky stuff or any bullshit happens, like happened at the last job, or they promised me some kind of raise in 3 months and I end up not getting it, I'm choosing to walk away. I reserve the right to walk away. If there's any sneaky stuff, and again, in the Six of Pentacles in the After Tower deck, the person's walking away. So if they promise me blank, health benefits or whatever's going on here, and at some point in time, they end up not holding their share of the deal, I reserve the right to walk away. I'm not going to sit stuck anymore at a job that I don't like. It's sort of like been there, done that. Okay, I think I got everything here for you. I want to draw some cards for you for this person that you're severing a tie with. Again, it could be a boss for some of you. For some of you, it's going to be a boss because you're going to start this new job. For others of you, it's an ex coming back and you're like, no, I either have someone new or I'd rather be single until I find someone new. It could be a friend for some of you, or like I said, a family member. I just see you contemplating closing out the connection and then doing it. I want to get 3 cards for you on this person's reaction. Regardless of who they are, professional, platonic, or romantic, can I get 3 cards for this person's reaction that Libra is severing a tie with? Yeah, definitely severing this tie. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Their reaction. 6 of Swords, 4 of Swords, 3 of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, 9 of Pentacles. 9 of Pentacles, the Chariot, and the 10 of Swords. This person feels, or will be feeling, very backstabbed, very betrayed, that you sort of want to go your own way, that you're disengaging from them, that you're filing for a divorce, or you don't want to reconcile, or you don't want to be their friend anymore. Tell me more about what this person will do. This person may try to compromise with you. I see like 2 people here in the 3 of Pentacles, and it almost kind of looks like a judge here. So there's something here about like they're going to pause and think about it, but then there's like some kind of compromise. One more shuffle. Thank you. Six of Wands. So their ego is hurt here, okay? Five of Cups. Their ego is hurt because you're telling them that you're moving towards a new soulmate. In the After Tarot deck, the individual is not looking at 3 cups that are spilled over. They're literally looking right at the new set of 2 cups. So again, if you're giving your notice at work, this is your boss saying, all right, I know that you're not happy here, but I mean, there's got to be something that we can do. Maybe the first Friday of every month, you can work from home or something like that. Or we'll give you off every other Sunday, you know, if you're working the weekends. There's something here. Their ego is a little wounded here, so they're immediately going to be triggered to try to give you some compromise. This is the same thing if this is an ex and you're like, no, I'm already with someone else. There's a wounded ego here at play. And it's like, but there's got to be something that we can do. So this person is aware that you're eyeing another connection, another friend, another boss, another lover. And so this is coming from a place of wounded pride. This is like, can we work it out? 8 of Pentacles, 2 of Wands, 6 of Cups. Yeah, like this person's very nostalgic about their connection with you. So there's something about, can we work it out? Can we make a decision? I feel like you're a no here. But again, please don't allow Tarot to tell you what to do. But World card, 10 of Swords, the Death card. For me, it looks like this is done and over with. If it were my reading, I would be like, it's over. You know, it's over, Johnny. So let's get you some Moonology cards and then some Oracle cards. So Libra, this is a big shift for you in terms of you're definitely changing a job or changing an industry. You're cautiously optimistic about the new job. You're reserving the right to leave. You're learning how to speak your truth, how to be more authentic. You're cutting at least one person here out of your life. They seem to be in disbelief. Their ego is hurt. They're going to try to compromise with you. I got to draw 3 more cards on that compromise. 3 more cards on the compromise, please. And then you have love here. So again, if you're in a healthy partnership, it just looks like it's blossoming and it's blooming as the year goes on. And if you're single, you're meeting someone here in the energy of one of the moons. Let me see here if I can get timing for you. Let's get timing first. Not every card in tarot is timing, but let's get timing for those of you who are single and you'd like to meet this person. And remember, you have to put yourself out there. They're not just going to magically ring your doorbell. Okay, can we get timing here? It's around one of the moons, so the full moon or the new moon. One more shuffle. Thank you. Timing, 10 of Swords, 10 weeks. So 10 weeks from today. Going to make me do math? So 10 weeks from today. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is going to put you right around the 2nd week of September. Well, that makes sense then. We have a new moon in Virgo on September 10th. So it would be in the energy of the new moon in Virgo to where most of you will be meeting this person. But again, going to have to put yourself out there. And that's only for those of you where it's new. But notice what card came out for timing. 10 of Swords. So the new is a replacement for the old. I have no other way how to say it. So I'm breaking up with you and I'm meeting this person. Or I'm deciding to leave this job and I find this job and now I accept it and I got to give these people my notice. There's a changing of a guard here in the Libra collective. I wanted to get 3 more cards for you on what the negotiation here is. So yeah, this is lovely. This is like the type of love reading I'd like to get from myself on some days. So that's very nice. The negotiation here, one more shuffle. Thank you. Compromise, negotiation, justice, that's you. Someone's going to say that they'll be better. 8 of Swords, Queen of Cups, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. The Hermit, Virgo energy. There's something here about them saying like they can do better, they'll be better. If this is a romantic partner, this is like no one can love you, like no one's gonna love you the way I love you. Ugh, just stop. Sorry. All right, let's get you a Moonology card. So the compromise at first is I'll be better, I'll do better, or again, we can change your office, or we can give you a nicer view. You can have off every other Friday. And then when you're like, no, there's like, well, you know, no other employer is going to take care of you the way I have. Really? That's why I'm leaving. You know, or good luck finding a new friend. No one's going to have your back like me. Really? That's why I don't want to be friends with you anymore. So whoever you are disconnecting from doesn't understand that they weren't that great being blank. You know, the boss, the friend, the lover, etc., etc. And again, it's coming from ego. One more shuffle. Thank you. So your Moonology card, you're very close to achieving your goal, Gibbous Moon. So very close to achieving your goal with closing this out, deepening a current romantic partnership in your life, or finding a new one. You're very close to finding your voice, and you're very close to a new job opportunity. At the bottom of the deck, you have Don't Let Pride Get in Your Way, full moon in Leo. So twofold message here for you, Libra, with this Don't Let Pride Get in Your Way, full moon in Leo. One, don't let pride get in your way when it comes to this opportunity that I said some of you would be receiving, like this would be like Leo, Virgo season. There's something here about, again, I would accept it if I were you. I would just be cautiously optimistic. Okay, and again, if you see anything shady, you can always exit the company. There's also something here about this person, this person's pride getting in the way. Okay, there's a little wounded ego there when you tell that person that you no longer want to connect with them. And you shouldn't let their injured pride get in your way of closing this. Again, people pleaser of the past, you would have said, oh, okay, yeah, we can still be friends, or we can still stay in touch, or no, don't let their wounded pride or their wounded ego get in your way when it comes to moving towards the new. And some of you around December 23rd are going to be thinking about 2027 and where you want to live. So some of you might make a decision with your partner, maybe even the new person that you connect with, something here about relocation, but I don't feel like that's going to happen until 2027. But there is discussion here between either it's internal to you if you're single, or you and a romantic partner, someone either currently in your life or, like I said, that new person. There seems to be consideration, if you will, about changing homes, changing locations. One more shuffle. Thank you. And it's something that if you decide to move forward with it, and that Ace of Pentacles, by the time you get to Gemini season 2027, you've sold the house, or you're relocated, or you bought the new house, something like that here is happening. But again, I don't feel like it's happening till Gemini season of 2027. We have resilience, possess strength that doesn't easily break, growing stronger under pressure. So there's a little pressure here when it comes to excommunicating this person or these people. Don't break, stand firm, be resilient, then embrace your truth, okay? This new voice here of yours that you found. Accept your true self, loving yourself first. You have to love yourself first, unconditionally, before you can love others. And then you have rooted in grace, face life's challenges with grace, maintaining inner stability and calm amidst change. There is a changing of a guard here, like I said, jobs, industry, lover for lover, friend for friend, but just trust. At the end of the day, establish trust in yourself, in others, most importantly, in the universe. That is what I have for you, Libra, for the second half of 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that. As the year progresses, I'll be diving more into this message and posting those videos over on Patreon. So if you can join me there, fantastic. The information is in the description box as well as the pinned comment below. But if by chance you can't join, that's quite all right. Just trust that Source already knew that and you received all the information you need to receive for the second half of 2026. I would get ready for some really big changes in partnerships as well as your career. And it all begins with this new moon in Cancer on July 14th. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Scorpio, Sun, Moon babies, rising as well as Venus. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, rising as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So, Scorpio, like like the other signs, I did a little astrology homework for you. So before we get into tarot, let me go through it. It'll give you a better understanding of what this reading is about and also what you can expect for the second half of 2026. So this lunar cycle begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. Will culminate with the full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And this will deeply impact you by activating your ninth house of expansion, higher education, travel, and your belief systems. Because Cancer and Scorpio are both intuitive water signs, this cycle forms a highly supportive time for you. And it is a supportive trine as well. So this planetary aspect will harmonize your natural depth with a profound desire to broaden your horizons. It marks a major transition out of your comfort zone into a much larger worldview. So the catalyst begins with this new moon in Cancer on July 14th. This will be a reset button for your philosophies as well as your long-term goals. Because this new moon arrives during Mercury retrograde, the fresh start isn't about launching a brand new concept at this time, like out of nowhere, out of the blue. Instead, it is about returning to something from the past. This could be like a book, a creative project, an academic pursuit, maybe a skill that you want to learn. It could even be like a travel dream or an idea for relocation. It's something that you previously wanted to engage in, wanted to learn, wanted to explore. You either started doing it and you stopped, you put it on the shelf because life got in the way, or you thought about doing it and you never really pursued it. This is the time for you to go back and like re-examine those things. The new moon also forms a 10 square with Saturn, meaning you might initially feel restricted. Oh, I can't do that. I'd like to do that, but there are some financial obligations. Or you could have some self-doubt. I'd like to do that, but I don't want to do it alone. So the stars are asking you to confront these fears honestly so you can clear a path for growth and move forward with these projects again that you put on the back burner. It's like this is the time to do it. The evolution for you from July to December, I don't know how to quite say this. It's like you're going to undergo a quiet but radical perspective shift. Okay, yeah, that's a good way to say it. A radical perspective shift. You will find yourself shedding outdated beliefs, leaving behind routines that keep you small, and choosing courage over comfortable certainty. This is an ideal window for you to enroll in a course, publish a book, launch a podcast, or even plan a long-distance trip, or to start getting some information about what you need for relocation for those of you who have been sort of like playing around with that idea, toying around with that idea. The lunar cycle reaches its emotional and powerful climax right before the holiday season in December. So this grand finale, all of those intentions that you plant, all the projects that you revive in July will finally manifest in a major way. So you can expect a breakthrough regarding a legal matter, graduation, completing that course, launching, that podcast, or maybe publishing a book. Opening up a business for some of you, and for others of you, it could even be the launch of a spiritual practice. As a water sign, this full moon will bring intense emotional clarity to you. You will fully recognize how much your world has grown since July and August, and you will feel a deeper sense of soul alignment and personal freedom. So I also did a little homework for you in regards to your relationships, professional, platonic, and romantic. So July to December, you will see a shift in your relationship focus, and you seem to be pulling away from connections that are superficial in nature, and instead looking to connect with people professionally on a platonic level, and even in regards to romance, people where you have like shared beliefs with, that you find emotional safety in, and where there's a mutual growth and expansion between you and the other individual. Because Cancer rules your ninth house of expansion, relationships will succeed if they help you grow, and they will fail if they keep you small. So I broke this down for you. Professional relationships. You will most likely seek out mentors who align with your core beliefs. You will find yourself naturally stepping away from professional connections built purely on superficial networking. You will trust your gut regarding workplace dynamics. Your intuition will instantly flag colleagues, clients, vendors, associates, bosses who are not being entirely transparent with you, and you're going to trust your gut, your intuition, when that red flag comes up. This cycle will directly impact your ninth house of higher wisdom and the public, so you will likely attract overseas clients, academic peers, or legal experts who elevate your professional status. This is an excellent time for you to pitch collaborative ideas, sign contracts. If you can postpone them until we're out of Mercury retrograde post-shadow, that would be great. So that comes to an end August 6th. So anytime after that would be great for you to sign any type of professional contracts. And during this time period, your professional magnetism will be high. So you will be drawing in people, and it'll be important for you to discern who you should work for and work with or collaborate with moving forward. This is also really big for those of you where you have some type of work involved with like the public in terms of like publishing, teaching, or media. You're going to find more people being drawn to you for your advice and your expertise in those areas. In regard to your platonic relationships with your family and with your friends and maybe even local community that you are engaged with, you will crave deep philosophical conversations. Surface level, small talk will drain your energy faster than usual over the next 6 months, and you'll just find yourself naturally distancing yourself away from those types of connections. You will actively seek a soul family type of connection. You're going to crave friends who actually provide you with genuine emotional safety, with whom you can openly share your vulnerabilities with without feeling like you're being judged. Old friends from like different cultural backgrounds or geographic distances may resurface for you during this time. So you might also choose to travel to reconnect with these individuals, or to find new ways online on how the two of you can come together and share your experiences. And you will find joy in learning alongside your friends and your family members. So you might find yourself joining a book club online or in person, maybe a workshop. You might even desire to travel to or engage in some type of like spiritual community outing. And that would most likely then introduce you to long-term, lifelong friends that you are more in line with when it comes to your spiritual beliefs. In regards to romance, this cycle will require a balance of intense emotional depth and personal freedom between you and your partner. You will feel an intense urge to protect and nurture your partner. For those of you who are in connection or will end up in connection during this time period. However, you need to be careful not to smother them out of a desire for control. Vulnerability will be your greatest strength right now. So letting your guard down will create an unbreakable bond with your person, or to allow energetically to allow people in that you can connect with. If you are closed off to your partner or closed off in general when it comes to meeting a romantic partner, you will automatically create energetic distance in the relationship, or you will find it more difficult to meet a person. Your partnership sector is seeking adventure. So couples who travel together or learn something new as a team will thrive. Stagnation will cause friction. So that might be something that you want to look at in terms of attributes for those of you who are single and you're looking to connect. Someone who's a little bit more adventurous, maybe has some fire placements, would probably be individuals that you find yourself more attractive to during this time period. If you are in a partnership, doing a little weekend getaway, or again, some type of like day trip where the two of you are engaging in something fun, outdoors preferably, would be something where like you're working as a team that would help your relationship. This is a beautiful transit for romantic renewal. So those of you looking to renew a past connection or a current connection, this is the ideal time for you to take the initiative to reconnect or to deepen the connection with your person. If you're single, you may find love while traveling or studying. And if you are partnered, you will experience a profound emotional deepening by December. But again, it hinges on two things for you: pulling back on the control, but opening up more in terms of vulnerability and expressing your emotions. All right, I think I got that all out of the way now. Let's get into the cards and see what they have for you. This is for Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the second half of 2026. What do they need to know for the second half of 2026? One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have in the hand, the universe is your partner, card number 31. So again, if you're energetically open to professional, platonic, or romantic connections, I feel like they come in to you, but you need to energetically align with that. You can't be like, I want someone, but then you're not vulnerable enough to put yourself out there. You have the farther gate, bold step forward, card number 55. So something here is changing in your world. Again, a belief pattern, maybe starting a new job, learning something new, or revisiting that one thing that you put on the shelf. And then we have the crossing, initiation, card number 54. Interesting how we have 55 and 54. So you have the opportunity here to move in a new direction in terms of partnership, whether that is professional, platonic, or romantic. At the bottom of the deck, we have watchers, transpersonal, card number 60. Okay, let's see where we go with this message here. For Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 31, in the hand, the universe is your partner. Card number 55, the farther gate, bold step forward. And card number 54, the crossing, initiation. What else does the Scorpio collective need to know about this for the second half of 2026? One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Page of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Knight of Pentacles, the Moon, the Ten of Wands, and the Seven of Pentacles. At the bottom of the deck, the underlying energy, Ten of Pentacles, Eight of Swords, and Two of Pentacles. And that leaves the Queen of Cups, Judgment, and the Fool. Well, there's your new beginning, my darling, whether you are masculine or feminine. And that was followed by the Judgment card. So let's clarify this now. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, which I'm a proud member of. Let's clarify. Page of Pentacles, the Sun, Knight of Pentacles, the Moon, Ten of Wands, and the Seven of Pentacles for the Scorpio collective. Did I just say Sagittarius before? If I did, I apologize. If not, you may be dealing with a Sagittarius during this time. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Five of Cups. The Sun is clarified by the Empress. The Knight of Pentacles is clarified by the Two of Pentacles. The Moon is clarified by the Fool. There's your new beginning, my darling. The Ten of Wands is clarified by the Six of Wands. And the Seven of Pentacles is clarified by the Queen of Swords. It's almost like you're going to see where maybe you have been procrastinating on something. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. There it is again. Page of Swords and the Hierophant. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Cups, Nine of Swords, the Two of Wands, and the Four of Pentacles. Okay, so let's break this down column by column here. So in the hand of the universe, or in the hand, the universe is your partner. Page of Pentacles to the Five of Cups. There's something here that you are learning, okay? There's a new opportunity here at a connection, professional, platonic, or romantic. And again, it could be revisiting an idea that you sort of kicked to the curb once upon a time. So we'll see what this is all about for you. But the Moon to the Fool card says you can't see it right now, but you will be moving in this new direction. The farther gate, the bold step forward, the Sun, and the Empress. I feel like this is something that you may start doing or initiating or moving forward with during Leo season. Sometime between Leo and Libra season. And Ten of Wands to the Six of Wands is almost like, I know that this won't be easy, but I'm going to push through anyway because I want victory. So I want to launch that business, or I want to change the job, or I want to deepen this connection, or I want to find a new connection. Again, we're going to see, try to narrow it down for you what it is. But it looks like you're like, well, it's not going to be easy to be vulnerable, but I'm going to try. Or it's not going to be easy to publish that book or find a new job, but I'm going to try to do it. And for some of you, it could even be like changing your beliefs. And this could be like going from a particular religion to another, or deepening maybe your spiritual beliefs, or even finding a bridge on how the two can work. And there are a lot of people out there that are like, oh, if you're into esotericism and spirituality, that means you can't be religious. And I'm like, really? Because I am. I'm Christian, and I can still do this, and I found a nice bridge. So for some of you, you may be finding a bridge between that as well. And then we have the crossing, the initiation, the Knight of Pentacles to the Two of Pentacles, and the Seven of Pentacles to the Queen of Swords. There's almost here like you are recognizing the initiation. Why you didn't do this or start with this was because there was some maybe apprehension here, or you were stuck in a little bit of procrastination station. But it looks like you're coming out of it and you're creating a plan to move forward with this. So let's see what this is all about. Clarify that Page of Pentacles. Because in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Cups, we are not lamenting over what has been lost or the opportunity. Instead, we're looking at this opportunity here. So it's almost like, okay, this job isn't working out for me. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm just going to look for another job. Okay, this business is stalled and maybe I've been sitting on it too long, but I'm just going to find a new way here to expand the business. And same thing in connection. Like if you're single, this is like, okay, I want to get out there and learn how I can meet someone new. And if you're in a partnership, this might be the moment where you're like, you know what, I want to stop dwelling on the discomfort or the hard times that we've had. And instead, I want to find a way to renew the connection. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Lovers. So it's your choice, the Devil, and the Nine of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have King of Pentacles. So there's this feeling here of, I want to do this, but I have a lot of fears, doubts, and anxieties about doing this. Again, whatever this is for you, that devil is in your mind. Devil to the Nine of Swords. So it's almost like, well, I don't like this job and I want a new job, but I don't know if I should put myself out there. I know my business is stalled and I have all these ideas, but I'm a little bit nervous about implementing them. I can tell you I'm nervous about that. I've written, I don't know how many podcasts, but I have not actually recorded any of them. So I could see this resonating for me in terms of that Devil to Nine of Swords. It's like, this is one thing that I've never done before, and I want to do it. I literally have like 12 podcast episodes at this point, and what's holding me back is Devil to the Nine of Swords. So again, for you, this could be, it is in terms of a connection, but again, a connection to a skill, a connection to deepening your spirituality, a connection to engaging with your person, a connection with meeting a new person or finding a new job. There is a connection here, and the only thing stopping you from moving towards it are doubts, fears, and anxieties. Tell me more about that Five of Cups here, which is actually the Two of Cups in this deck, because again, that's exactly what this person is looking at. One more shuffle here. Thank you. This is clarified by the Ten of Swords, the Five of Pentacles, and the Death card. So it's you. So whatever this has been for you, Wheel of Fortune, you're aware of it because you killed it before. Meaning you had this idea, I don't like this job. I want to find another job. But before you actually put yourself out there to find another job, you decide not to. I want to connect with this person. I want to be vulnerable. But each time you get close to doing that, you pull back. Maybe it's a trust issue. That's possible. You know, I want to meet new people, but then, I don't want to put myself out there. Because in the After Tarot deck, in the Five of Pentacles, the person is actually coming out of being in a state of lack, whether it's emotional or financial. Like they're coming out of this building, they have a big old sack of coin behind them, where typically we see them shivering. So it's like, you already know what it's like to go within and get what you need. And as you're coming out, there are more people outside. And you're sort of like, hey, you can go in there. So I feel like you can go in there and get what you need. So instead of just being out here and shivering. So you have experience with this. So the feeling I get here is I really want to do this. But every time I even think about doing this, I sort of kill it in my head. The Moon. Tell me about the Moon. And I feel like what the universe is saying is you can do this. You can revisit the skill. You can launch the business, expand the business. You can go back to school if you want to go back to school. The universe is your partner here. There's an Ace of Pentacles here that you can grab that's being given to you and you're sort of not going for. So you can connect with this person or meet a new person or relocate or travel. But you sort of squash the idea before you actually move forward with it. Clarify that Moon. Because again, the Moon could speak to our doubts, fears, and anxieties. So, I mean, when the sun is out, we can see for miles, but when the moon's out, you can't see so far. And so I think every time you start taking a few steps, you pull yourself back. I don't think you realize that you are more supported in this endeavor than you realize. Tell me more about the Moon. One more shuffle here. Thank you. I feel like we're going to get the Strength card. We have the Four of Cups. We have the Queen of Wands. And we have Temperance. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Pentacles. So again, if you've seen the readings before, welcome back. If you haven't, welcome. For me, queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. Kings take action. So far, I don't see you taking action in this. You're assessing that you want this. You're assessing that without this in your life, without moving in this direction, Four of Cups, you're not that happy. So you're not that happy at the job or being single or maybe even being partnered. Like whatever this is for you or your business or where you live, could be community-based for you as well. So you're, as you assess this in the now, you're like, I'm really not happy with that. I really want to change it. There's a part of you that knows that you can change it in that temperance energy, because that's fire energy. But these doubts, fears, and anxieties, how do I say this? I think you, as a Scorpio moon, I think you appreciate that I can be quite, you know, to the point sometimes. And I feel like you're over catastrophizing something because you haven't even started this yet. And you're already doom and gloom that it's not going to work. Going back to school, launching the skill, like you're coming up with all these reasons why you can't do it. The Fool. Tell me about the Fool. I think that's what you're realizing here is, oh my God, nothing changes if nothing changes. And I'm the one here that needs to change. So if I want to go back to school and I don't have the money, then I need to look for grants. I need to look for ways that I can get the money. You know, I have to look into student loans. I have to look for other ways to obtain that knowledge. Maybe there's some free classes online. Maybe there's a partner, you know, that you're dealing with, like a friend or a family member or a lover that you can connect with that might give you some ideas or provide the assistance. So I feel like whatever it is here for you, you come up with all of these reasons or excuses about why you're not moving forward with it or why you're not open to it. So the Fool card, what jumped out of the deck, is the Five of Wands, Justice, and the Lovers shows itself again. So you're going to get to a point over the course of the next 6 months that you're going to decide without any reservation within you, because the Five of Wands were not internally conflicted here. And you're going to realize that the just, fair, and right thing for you to do is to do this. Again, whatever this is for you. The feeling here seems to be, you know what? I just have to start doing this. I have to start looking into it. I have to start taking some incremental steps towards it. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. And I'm going to die with a regret. I'm going to die with a regret that I didn't connect with that person, connect with this person, learn this thing, relocate, go on vacation. Again, this is touching your 9th house here. So when we're looking back at that, see, okay, so this is the feeling. Remember, I'm so glad that my eyes took me to that. So this moon forms a tense square with Saturn. So you might initially feel restricted by financial obligations or the lack of finances or self-doubt. And I think for a lot of you, this is self-doubt. So the Sun, bold step forward. So maybe it's this reading that'll, you know, kind of shake you gently by the shoulders and be like, come on, you can do this. You can at least start taking one bold step to find out how you can do this. Don't kill it before you even try it. The Sun. So I think for most of you, over the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks, this is sort of what you're feeling, again, in regards to this, whatever this is. And then it looks like when we enter Leo season, you're deciding, I have to nurture this. I have to birth this, right? That's what the Empress does. The Empress gives birth, gives energy to what it is that they're desiring in their life. So it looks like then you make a choice. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but it looks like you're going to move forward with this. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Sun is clarified by the Knight of Wands, more Leo energy. Page of Wands, more Leo energy, and the Hangman. So after a period of procrastination, Three of Wands, Aries, and this is astrologically the Sun in Aries. So this is, I have to do this for myself, right? Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's all about me, myself, I, right? It's the I am card. So it's like, I am going to do this. So after a period of stagnation, inquiring, collecting some data here, some information on how you can do this, then it looks like you're proceeding forward with this. Empress, you're taking a bold step forward towards this. Clarify the Empress more here. One more shuffle. Thank you. I told you, the Sun shows itself again. Leo season, the Chariot season, moving on, moving forward. And who drives the Chariot? The Emperor and the Empress. So here you are in the driver's seat, and now you're like, now I'm going to move forward. Very interesting. This is Temperance card in the deck that I use for you. It's a stained glass tarot deck. Archangel Michael here is holding 2 cups. And it's like, this is where I am, and this is what I want. And this is where I am, this is what I want. But they're not coming together. In the After Tarot deck, the cups are flowing. So this is like, as above, so below. one cup up, one cup down. So this is like, you're now, it's like creating alchemy, right? This is the moment of alchemization where you're like, this is where I am and this is where I'm going. And now I'm taking steps to get there. 10 of Wands. And it's like, I know that it might not be easy to find a new job or launch the business or expand the business or launch the podcast, you know, or engage with this person or be vulnerable or put myself out there to meet someone new or maybe even join a community group. But I'm going to do it because at the end, I want success with this. This. I might just call your video that. This. I want success with this. One more shuffle here. Thank you. And I know that that card says transpersonal, but I'm really just focused on the word personal. Whatever this is for you, it's very personal to you. You're already feeling a call within to move in this direction. The only thing getting in your way is your mind. And that's, the mind can be the devil's playground. 10 of Wands is clarified by the Chariot. You're going to push through anyway. Hermit in the Tower. You're going to do this anyway. And by the time you get to Virgo season, you're going to be like, oh, okay, that wasn't so difficult after all. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords. That's the truth. So just taking one bold step in this direction gives you this feeling. By the time you get to Virgo season, it's that look back. You're looking back at the last 4 weeks of Leo season and you're like, oh my God, I did it. I am so much closer now to whatever this is. I keep using the word this. I'm so sorry, but that's the word that I continue to be given. 6 of Wands. Tell me about this victory. Tell me about the victory. So you decide to move forward with it. One more shuffle. Thank you. 6 of Wands. We have the 6 of Pentacles, we have the Emperor, and we have the 6 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, 10 of Wands. So now you have someone else here. Here comes another energy here. A mentor, the new boss. Okay, I don't know who this is to you. Your spouse, your partner. It could be someone new for some of you. But as you're embarking on this journey, because you're leaving A now and moving towards B, you're leaving this job and you're moving towards the other job, it could be this soulmate here. It certainly could be a boss. You're going from being single to being partnered. You decided to be vulnerable and put yourself out there. You're meeting your partner. You want to be more vulnerable or emotionally expressive towards your current partner. This is now them meeting you here. So this is now another energy. I'm going to pull some more cards on this for you, but I want to go through the rest of your reading. So there is someone here who's a bit of a counterpart, professional, platonic, or romantic, that once you take that one bold step, they're now energetically drawn to you. So once you say, we'll use work as an example and you can extrapolate it to your life how you see fit. Once you decide to say, okay, this is what I'm doing. I really don't like this job anymore. I'm very nervous to get back out there into the career world and go on, you know, submit my resumes, and I don't really want to deal with rejection and then go on interviews that end up going nowhere. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. It's like the moment you say that, the universe is like, okay, here you go. Here's the boss. Just put yourself out there. Get your resumes out there. So it's the moment you do it, you have someone else here that's like, I can help you do this, or I'm providing you with the job. So I don't know for some of you if this person is in your life or not. I'm going to gather for some of you that this person is. I only say that because if I go by the original meaning of the 6 of Cups in this particular deck, it is returning to the past. So it's as you're moving forward, you're leaving A to go to B. Here's this person. Knight of Pentacles. Again, we'll get back to them in a second. This is more about you now. So Knight of Pentacles, there's a plan here created. There's a plan here created and you're nervous. Okay? You're nervous. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Strength card. I knew we were going to see that. The Strength card, the 7 of Wands, and the Fool. You're a little nervous to do this. That's why I was shuffling the deck. Ace of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Yes. You're nervous to put your resume or application out there and go at that first job interview. Or now you launched a job and you're a little nervous first day at work. Understandable. You're nervous that you've decided, you know what, it's time for me to put myself out there and meet someone. And now you get connected to someone and you're going out on the first date. You're nervous. You know, you're planning a vacation and you're nervous. Maybe this is the travel agent. Maybe this is your friend who's going with you or a romantic partner. You're nervous about going on the trip. You know, so whatever it is for you, going back to school, like I said, learning something, whatever is affecting that 9th house for each of you, you know, will be different. But there's a feeling here of, I'm nervous, but I'm going to do it anyway. 2 of Pentacles. And this is the crossing. This is literally now you changing your life in some way. You're moving towards this portal here. So once you take that bold step into the unknown, right, into that moon energy, because it's kind of cloudy here, as you get closer, I notice how all the cards now are. It's like then you get to the top. So then you make it. Then right behind that we have adaptability. So then you make it. Clarify the Two of Pentacles. Because in the After Tarot deck, the Two of Pentacles is, I'm no longer going back and forth on whether or not I want this. I'm creating the time now. Your back is turned here and you're moving towards the ship, which we see the person waving in that Three of Wands to. So now you're moving towards it. One more shuffle. Thank you. And there's a person or people here waiting for you. They're literally waiting for you. So again, I don't know who this person or people are. So there's someone here helping you cross into this next chapter. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Page of Cups. There's the offering here from this person. Five of Swords is no argument. And the Ten of Pentacles. So you move towards it, the Star card. So the feeling here is I'm very nervous, but I'm going to do this. And the moment you start doing it and you start gaining the momentum, the universe brings in the right people, whether they're in your life or not. Okay, if they're not, you're connected to them. And then you move forward. And the feeling here is I'm so glad I took that offer opportunity, because in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Swords, no one's fighting. There's no mischief here, or so the feeling is like, wow, this feels so good. I would have sabotaged myself from a really good thing had I not taken that first step. Seven of Pentacles. And then the realization is I should have done this sooner. I should have did this sooner. I should have launched a business. I should have went on this vacation. I should have put myself out there to meet this person. I should have had a conversation with my person about the relationship. Whatever this is, I should have brought in my spirituality sooner. The feeling is like, wow, I wasted a lot of time. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Pentacles, clarified by the Two of Swords, the Seven of Swords, and the King of Swords. That's exactly what you're doing, Ace of Wands. Because again, Queens process the present and the past, and Kings take action. And I have you here as Queen of Swords going, wow, I should have did this sooner. And then the King of Swords is like, I would be here already had I done this however many months or years ago. So you're feeling here like I really sabotaged myself. I should have went on this vacation sooner. One more shuffle. Thank you. I should have, put myself out there for this new job sooner. Instead, I've kind of forced myself to sit in a really shitty job. Like I should have did this sooner. The World card. Yep. Nine of Wands and the Four of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Cups. Don't be so hard on yourself. By the time you get to the latter part of the year and you've completed this whole entire cycle, because that's what you're doing, you're going from procrastination station to battling your own doubts and reservations, to taking a leap of faith, to being connected to the right people, or deepening connections with the people already in your life so you can boldly move forward. When you finally arrive, whatever this is for you, you get that degree, you get that certification, the business is thriving, you're in the new job, you're in the new relationship, your current relationship is solid, whatever it is here for you, this is for you. Don't beat yourself up over it. You're going to have to release that, because you might be a little upset with yourself, like, oh, God, I should have did this sooner. And that's not, in this new chapter, don't hold on to that. Everything played out the way it had to play out. I think I got everything there for you in terms of this message. So this is very personal for you. This Ten of Pentacles, this long-term goal that you have in career and finance, or love and romance, or again, maybe your spiritual beliefs. It could be travel or relocation. But the Eight of Swords to the Two of Pentacles here, there's this feeling with that Seven of Pentacles, again, the Page of Swords and the Hierophant. There's a feeling here is I should have moved towards this sooner. And again, I feel like don't be so hard on yourself. Let's find out more about the Emperor energy here. It could be Empress. I don't read body parts. You know that by now. This is just the other person, okay? The friend, the family member, the lover, the new landlord, whatever this is for you that you are moving towards. And you know what it is because you've been procrastinating the shit out of it. Gotta be honest with you. So, one more shuffle here. Thank you. The Emperor is clarified by the Five of Pentacles. That's what you were leaving behind. The King of Cups and the Knight of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Four of Swords. So this connection, again, whether it's in your life or it's someone new, It's someone that you would not have connected or reconnected to had you sat on the sidelines and done nothing about this. Clarify this further for me, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Wands, that bold step, the Knight of Swords, and the Devil. Yep. That's what you're going to realize. Seven of Swords to the Ten of Cups. That's what you're going to realize. And I pulled the King of Cups again. So you're showing up in masculine energy here, whether you're masculine or feminine. And again, kings take action. So your whole thing here is I should have did this sooner, because that devil, the doubts, the fears, the anxieties, or what was the only thing getting in the way of me connecting or reconnecting with this person or deepening the bond with this person. I have the Knight of Swords here twice. And I love that the Knight of Swords followed by the Devil. The Knight of Swords in this deck is like slashing away those doubts, fears, and anxieties. And in the After Tarot deck, you're freed from them. You're no longer chained to the podium or chained to the podium that the Devil presides over. And it all begins with one little step. That's it. One bold step. And it might sound little, but it actually is a bold step forward. And that's how you connect with this person. So for those of you where this is a new person, okay, a new job, like a new boss or a new friend or a new lover, I'm going to pull you 3 cards if this is new. If you're looking for new, let's get 3 cards if they're looking for new. The new professional, platonic, or romantic soulmate. One more shuffle. Thank you. The new Queen of Swords, 4 of Wands, and the Hierophant. So the new is exactly what you want. Magician. It's the person, and it's not a person, because again, it's new. It's the person that you've been manifesting that is aiding you here some way, somehow, with structure and stability. And that Hierophant could be anything. In career and finance, that's a job, company, corporation you work for, so this is the boss. In terms of friend groups, community groups, again, maybe a spiritual group that you want to join, this would be the person or those people connected to it. Same thing if this is a new romantic partner. This is the type of partner you've been manifesting. So professional, platonic, romantic could be your best friend for life, but you end up connecting with this person. For those of you where this is a current person in your life who's helping you with this, okay? Friend, family member, lover, someone who's assisting you, supporting you, collaborating with you, kind of cheering you on to do this. 3 cards for the existing soulmate. One more shuffle. Thank you. The existing soulmate. Page of Swords, Knight of Cups, and the 6 of Swords. Bottom of deck, King of Wands. This person is lovingly, literally lovingly supporting you on this journey. Like you're not alone. There's 2 people here in the boat in the stained glass tarot deck. So when you communicate to this person, hey, I want to do this. I want to go on this vacation. I want to go back to school. I want to change jobs. This is the person in your life that says, do it. Do it. I'm there. And I'm going to join you. Okay, I'm going to join you. We're going to go on that trip together. Or I'm going to help you with those anxieties about putting your resumes or applications out there. You know, this is the friend, family member, lover who's cheering you on. Okay, King of Wands, the Ace of Pentacles. You're moving towards that Ace of Pentacles. That's what gets to the 10. This person is supporting you. 5 of Cups, Queen of Pentacles, the 5 of Wands. I get the feeling here from this person, like they feel like if they don't help you with this, they would regret it. They feel like they need to help you in this journey, if you will. So you have someone who's very supportive. And by chance, for those where this is a past person, and by past person, it's the friend, family member, or lover you no longer talk to. But you're going to reach out to them and say, I want to do this, and I need your help in some way. So if you're willing to do that, let's see what 3 cards we get for them. Again, it's someone, it could be a cousin of yours that is proficient in this, okay? Launching this business. And this might be you reaching out to them and saying, listen, I want to launch this business. I know we haven't spoken in a couple of years, and I'm so sorry for that, but I really admire what you've done with your own business. And I was just wondering if you could maybe give me some tips. You know, it would be something like that. Or you reaching out to a past employer and saying, I currently work for ABC Corporation. I want to apply to XYZ Corporation, but I was, you know, I'm in need of a reference and I really enjoyed my time working for you. Would you be willing to give me a reference? So again, it's someone here with that Emperor. It's like they're almost like your equal, like they're supporting you on this. So again, we're looking to a past person now to connect with in order to move forward with this. One more shuffle. Thank you. The past person, King of Pentacles, Six of Cups, there they are again, and the Nine of Cups, bottom of the deck, Justice. This past person says, yes, I can help you with that. Yes, I can help you with that. And this could even be someone that says, I can help you financially with that as well. So they could be an earth sign. They don't have to be. Or they could be a Libra, and the Justice card, Libra. Ten of Cups, the Emperor. Yeah, I mean, and Three of Swords. This is someone that you don't talk to. Okay, this is someone, there's been a break in the connection for whatever reason. A family fight, you broke up with them. And again, I don't think this is you asking for reconciliation. That's not what I see here. This is more like, I need help with doing this, and I need your advice, or I need your guidance. And I know we haven't talked, but I trust your opinion on this. I saw that you did it, or I heard that you did it. So you're contacting this person for support, for aid, for assistance, and they're wholeheartedly helping you on this. So you have very good cards here. Let's close it out with a Moonology card and some Oracle cards. So whatever this is for you, please use the second half of 2026 to do this. Even if it's uncomfortable, even if you have to step out of a comfort zone, learn it, launch it, do it, whatever that is that you put on that shelf, and you allow doubts, fears, and anxieties to stop you from proceeding forward, move forward with it. Because you have a support system here, whether you realize it or not. Let's get a Moonology card here, please, for the Scorpio collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Nothing will come of this situation, void of course moon. And if you do nothing with whatever this is, you will wake up on December 23rd, 2026, being exactly where you are now. Single, same job, or in a relationship that's a bit rough. Because this could even be you saying, I really want to talk to my person about blank, having kids, getting married, whatever it is. But I'm nervous. I don't know if I should. And then you take a bold step forward, and this person is like, hey, yeah, I want that too. Let's do that. So if you don't, and I think it's the universe's way to push you out of a comfort zone. And unfortunately for you, the Devil to the Nine of Swords has become an uncomfortable comfort zone. So nothing will come of this situation if you don't take the initiative to do this. Bottom of the deck, have faith in your dreams. Have faith in your dreams. The universe does, and clearly one other person here does as well. Close it out now with some Oracle cards. So whatever this personal thing is for you, never realized how many times I use the word this, but here I am. Please go after it. You can do this. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Reflection. Find better ways to improve yourself through reflection. And because you're looking in a mirror, there's something here about, one, be honest with yourself. What is that thing that you put on that back shelf that you sort of are a little feeling that intuitive nudge to go back to? And then two, be honest with yourself that the only thing getting in the way of where you are and where you want to be is you. It's just doubts, fears, and anxieties. Embrace your truth. Accept your true self, loving yourself and others unconditionally. You're going to have to love yourself enough, Scorpio, to take one bold step forward out of a comfort zone and into this Ten of Pentacles that you're desiring. And then you have step by step. You can't make it up. It literally starts with one step. Snail. Little Virgo energy there for you. Create a plan, create a path, allow the natural pace, follow the natural pace, and gradually achieve your goals. I think the universe is quiet and yet loud in this message for you today. Braveheart, face the world with fearlessness, breaking through all the boundaries with courage. And the lion here is on top of the mountain. And here you are on top of the mountain. So I'm noticing this for you. And I just want to show you this. This is like, this offer is here for you on hand. You have to reach for it. You have to step out of a comfort zone. You have to take one bold step, even though you don't know what the hell is, you know, right after you take that step. But you have to cross through this. You have to walk this trail. And it's like when you do, on the other side is literally you on a mountain peak. You can't make it up. So you can do this step by step. And most of you have one person here that will support you. At the bottom of this deck, we have the Seven of Swords to the Ten of Cups to the King of Cups. And again, that's you. This person might be a fire sign. They showed up again with that King of Wands energy. But the Seven of Swords is you looking back as you're heading towards that Ten of Cups and going, if I didn't do this, look what you're about to step into, a trap, more sabotaging behavior. So I really think once you get there, once you get here, this is like you looking back and going, wow, I would have missed this. I would have missed this had I stayed stuck, had I not taken the initiation. So take the initiation, literally the initiation card is here. So whatever this is for you, please use the second half of 2026 to change your this, because your this will become bliss. That is what I have for you. That is your message for the second half of 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, subscribe, hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And between now and December 23rd, I'm going to do some additional readings because I feel like we have a few astrological events happening that will impact this. And also as you begin to move towards it, the energy is going to change as well. And maybe some new things will be headed your way. So I will be doing those videos and posting them on Patreon. It's a small little community there, but I love it. And it allows me to be a little bit more one-on-one with some individuals. So if you'd like to join me there, information for that is in the description box as well as the pinned comment. But if you can't, that's okay. I still love you, and just trust the source already knew that and gave you everything that you need to know for the second half of 2026. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So before we get into tarot, I did a little astrology homework for you. So I'd like to get into that now so you have a better understanding of this reading, but also what the second half of 2026 means for you. So this begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. It will culminate with the full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And for you, this will be a major turning point regarding your home, family, as well as your inner peace. Because these two lunations, if you will, the new moon and that full moon, will touch your 8th house of transformation, shared resources, and psychological depths, as well as your 4th house of home and ancestral roots. This period of time will be the universe's way to shift your focus from your usual pursuit of outward adventures towards a private sanctuary. So the period initiates for you a need for rest, reflection, healing, as well as some quiet shadow work. You may feel called to retreat from the spotlight or your everyday life just a bit so you can process hidden vulnerabilities, restructure your household, or deal with deep-seated emotional truths. Some of you at this time may actually want to take a retreat. You might feel called, whether you've done that in the past or not, you might feel a call within to do a bit of a retreat for yourself. You will also be challenged to nurture yourself first, rather than focusing on nurturing the needs of other people around you. It's the universe's invitation to you to cultivate emotional independence, clear out some old emotional baggage, and establish a tangible foundation of emotional security for yourself moving forward. The full moon, which is a cold moon on December 23rd, will bring this highly emotional arc to an ultimate peak. So in December, you can expect major resolutions regarding family connections, any real estate moves or transactions you're doing, as well as emotional breakthrough that finally balances your fiery independence with your internal need now for emotional safety and belonging. I also wanted to look at the chart for you in regards to your connections. Again, because this cycle will deeply impact these two placements across all relationship dynamics for you, professional, platonic, or romantic, I thought it would be best if we looked into that. And what I found here was that you'll actually be shifting your focus from superficial connections to ones that are more like profoundly emotional, vulnerable, where you feel comfortable being vulnerable with the person or people, and they in turn feel comfortable being vulnerable to you as well. And because these two lunations will touch upon your 8th house of like intimacy, trust, shared assets, as well as your 4th house of foundations and belonging, your closest bonds will require more depth, clearer boundaries, and emotional accountability. And I broke this down for you, whether you are a Sagittarius sun, moon, rising, or Venus placement. So if you are a Sagittarius sun, in respect to professional relationships, you will learn how to share more control. And that means you will work on trusting your colleagues more with major projects instead of feeling the need to do everything yourself. For Sagittarius sun, for your platonic connections, you will, and that's with friends and family members, you will feel less inclined to attend like surface level social gatherings. And instead, you're going to prefer more one-on-one, meaningful catch-ups instead. And in regards to your romantic relationships, if you're a Sagittarius sun, you will be pushed to drop your guard. True freedom over the next 5 to 6 month period will come from you committing to emotional honesty and expecting or even demanding that from your connections. If you are a Sagittarius moon, in regards to professional relationships, work dynamics might feel emotionally heavy, and you will need to protect your energy and establish firm boundaries with demanding coworkers, bosses, as well as your client base or customer base. In regards to your platonic relationships, if you're a Sag moon, you will seek out friends who will feel like family, and you will strengthen bonds with family members. Again, for those where you're feeling more like I can be emotionally vulnerable with this person or people. If you currently have friends or family members where you're not feeling that you can comfortably be emotionally vulnerable with them, those connections will naturally fade out of your life, and instead you're going to seek people that you can be emotionally vulnerable with. This period will highlight for you who genuinely supports your emotional well-being and who doesn't. And in respect to romantic connections, if you're a Sag moon, your safety radar will be highly active. You will crave deep reassurances of loyalty and a partner who can actually hold space for your big feelings that you're now stepping into. If you are a Sagittarius rising, in respect to platonic connections, your professional alliances will be shifting. Expect to align with people who respect your need for long-term security rather than quick wins. In respect to platonic relationships, if you're a Sagittarius rising, old friendships that lack mutual support may naturally just fade out of your life to make room for more nurturing connections that are coming in. And in respect to romantic relationships, if you are a Sag rising, the lines between romance and domestic are going to be a bit blur. So you may take major steps like moving in together or redefining your relationship status or your long-term relationship goals. And if you are Sagittarius Venus placement, in regards to professional relationships, you might seek more of like financial collaborations, contract negotiations, and business partnerships are going to face a hard review. Joint ventures will require absolute transparency from here on out. So if you are collaborating with someone, and this could be anything, this could be like your mortgage company, your credit card company, it could be your boss. If you're a business owner, it could be negotiations in respect to contracts that you have with vendors. But it's almost like you're going to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb and make some adjustments. If you feel like the other entity involved is not being transparent with you, you will most likely seek to replace them as a boss or a client, or again, maybe you'll find a new mortgage lender, etc. In respect to platonic relationships, if you are Sagittarius Venus, you might find yourself hosting friends at home more often, bonding over shared meals and deep late night talks, and also exchanging mutual advice with one another. in respect to romantic relationships, if you're a Sagittarius Venus placement, you're going to feel this cycle more intensely than the other placements in regards to romance, because you will be confronting fears of intimacy. You're going to rewrite relationship patterns of the past, and you're going to seek a soulful, unbreakable bond. If your current connection does not have that, you will most likely end it, because you would rather be alone than be in a relationship where there's too much fluctuation in respect to where you are in the connection. So if you're a Sagittarius Venus placement and your partner is like non-committal, or you both can't decide on moving in together or having children, like big, big long-term goals for the relationship, you will most likely end the connection, because what you really want is an unbreakable bond with someone who shares your values. So with all of that said, now let's get into the cards for Sagittarius Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I want to scroll back up to my notes here in case we need to reference them. Okay. For the second half of 2026, what can Sagittarius expect for the next 6 months of 2026? Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have deep quiet, meditation, and stillness. I did say that about some of you retreating or pulling back, and that is card number 11. That's going to be a change for you to do that. And then you have Eye of the Needle, intentionality. This is looking very carefully at those professional, platonic, romantic connections in your life. Also seeking some new ones. And then you have Fool's Embrace, transmuting pain. And this is that quiet, deep shadow work that you'll be doing. Card number 22. And at the bottom of the deck, we have Winter's Dream, gestation period. Oh my God. I'm laughing at that because, again, you might be in the southern hemisphere, but I'm in the northern hemisphere. So when I see Winter's Dream, for me, that's just like the culmination of this whole 5 to 6 month process for you until we get to that winter solstice there on December 23rd. So let's begin. Let's clarify this more, please, for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 11, deep quiet, meditation, and stillness. Card number 17, Eye of the Needle, intentionality. And card number 22, Fool's Embrace, transmuting pain, for the Sagittarius collective. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Eight of Swords. We have the Seven of Cups, and we have the Strength card. In the bottom row, we have Two of Cups, we have the Three of Wands, and we have the Death card. And at the bottom of the deck is like underlying energy for this time period. We have Six of Swords, Five of Pentacles, and the High Priestess, and that leaves the Phoenix to the Queen of Cups to the Empress. Wow, Eight of Cups here at the bottom of the deck. Let's clarify this now using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. So for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements for the second half of 2026, we are clarifying Eight of Swords, Seven of Cups, Strength, Two of Cups, Three of Wands, and the Death card for the second half. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Eight of Swords is clarified by the Five of Cups. The Seven of Cups is clarified by the Death card. The Strength card is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. The Two of Cups is clarified by the Three of Swords. The Three of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Cups. And the Death card is clarified by the Devil. Bottom of the deck, we have the Sun. Love it. The Knight of Wands and the Star card. That leaves the Three of Pentacles, the Moon, Page of Wands, Three of Cups there at the bottom of the deck. Obviously, we're going to clarify this more, but I feel like the cards on the table already, especially with the intuitive messages I'm getting, I think this is exactly what I had just discussed would be occurring for you as this arc, if you will, from the new moon to the full moon touches your 8th house as well as your 4th house. So there definitely is something here of you taking a time out. And again, I don't think it's like you're quitting your job or you're taking a 3-month leave and you're going to travel the world. I mean, it could be for one of you watching, but I just feel like an emotional step back. Like I really need to review who I'm connecting with in my life, why I'm connecting, with them. So it seems to be a little hermit energy here going on in regards to the connections in your life, and you deciding which ones you want to heal and nurture, because in the After Tarot deck, the swords are out of the heart and the heart is bandage. So it's like deciding which ones you want to keep and heal and which ones you want to end. And it appears here that what you are detaching from is maybe a pattern that you had of staying in connections for either superficial reasons or longer than you should have because of other commitments. It looks like you're moving on from that. So maybe that was a pattern for some of you watching, like, I'm committed to this person, they're my sibling, right? And they're come hell or high water, they're family. And what you might realize as you are looking more carefully at that relationship, you might realize this person is very toxic. And even though they're my sibling and I wish them well and I love them, it doesn't mean I have to allow their toxicity into my life. And so maybe that was a pattern there for you. Or it could be with a romantic partner. It could be with a boss, you know. I don't know who this person or people. Maybe for some of you, it's a couple of people. But I do see you breaking away from this habit. And I see that because in the After Tarot deck, the Devil card, the people are not shackled. Typically, we see two individuals shackled to one another, or the podium that the devil presides over, right? The image depiction is a bit different depending on what deck we're using. But in the After Tarot deck, they're freed. So I feel like any toxic connections you had, again, maybe they are toxic, but I feel more like the pattern here was toxic within you. Like, I have to stay connected to this person for blank, no matter how much they injure me, or no matter how much I can't be emotionally vulnerable with them, but I'm going to keep them in my life anyway. I feel like that's what's changing, what's being healed. So in the process, I do think that you are letting go of at least one person here in the second half of 2026, but then I see new connections coming in as well. So let's begin to clarify. Clarify the Eight of Swords. And I feel like your timeout period here, if we look at the After Tarot deck, the in the Five of Cups, the Three Cups that are spilled, the individual here actually is not looking at those Three Cups. They're not pining over them. Instead, they're looking at the new set of Two of Cups. And then here we have Two of Cups with a heart that is healed. So I almost feel like this is the back and forth. This is where you're having that deep, quiet stillness within you and going within and saying, do I want to pursue new connections? Or do I want to continue attempting to heal these connections? So let's clarify. Make sure your deck is right side up. It is. Clarify that Eight of Swords, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Eight of Swords is clarified by the Four of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles, and the Three of Cups. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Three of Pentacles. So again, this could be friends, family members, lovers. You take this how it resonates to you, but you are very much up in your head about whether or not you want to continue giving, Six of Pentacles, to these connections where you're starting to feel like you have outgrown them. You're no longer on the same emotional or vibrational wavelength as them. Clarify this further, please. Clarify this Five of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Page of Cups, the High Priestess, and the Wheel of Fortune. That's exactly what it is. Bottom of the deck, Four of Wands. So Four of Wands, Eight of Cups. So I just see you here going back and forth, probably in July, maybe even August, going back and forth. A lot of meditation about whether or not you want to continue giving to these types of connections where you're just not feeling emotionally, it's like this person or people are not as emotionally invested in you as you are in them. And you're realizing it's quite the energy drain. And you're also at this time craving more and more deeper, emotional connection. So as that begins to shift in you, you're naturally going to look around at the people that you interact with all the time. And again, it could be colleagues. And you're realizing there's such a disconnect here. So let's clarify the Two of Cups. Clarify the Two of Cups. So it's almost like, again, High Priestess going within. Do I want to do another cycle here at this job? Like, do I want to do another year at this job? Do I want to continue connecting to this person, whoever they are? Clarify the Two of Cups. Or do I just want to maybe leave this behind and connect with new people? One more shuffle here. Thank you. Two of Cups is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles, the Empress, and the Seven of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Queen of Wands. So there's a little bit of a withdrawal here from you, from connections that are currently in your life. Like you're not engaging with them as much as you used to, or you're not as nurturing with them like you used to be. And it's almost like until I have absolute clarity about whether or not I'm going to continue in this particular connection or move on from it, instead, I need to kind of take a step back and assess. So it's not completely quitting the job, you know, like instantly. It's not like tomorrow morning you wake up and you're like, I'm effing out of here. It's not, you know, you block everyone on your phone or you break up with your partner. It's, I'm just going to take a little step back and nurture myself until I meditate, right, in stillness, in deep quiet, and figure out what I'm going to do with this person or these people. Clarify that Three of Swords, which again in the After Tarot deck is healed. And I think that's what you're trying to figure out here is, do I want to continue trying to heal a connection that at its core is broken? Because again, you're changing. And so you're naturally and very organically feeling a disconnection. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Three of Swords is clarified by the Ten of Pentacles, the King of Wands, and the Four of Swords. Bottom of the deck, Two of Wands. So before you make a decision, you are going to go within. Because this person or these people mean a lot to you. You either have known them for a long time or you have shared resources with them. Or again, could be a vendor, right? If you're a business owner, but you will be making a decision and you're the one making the decision on whether or not you will continue investing in the connection or if you are moving on from it. If you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you haven't, welcome anyway. Please click like, share, comment, subscribe. But for me, Queens exist in the present. They exist in the today. They're processing what's happening in the here and now. And they're also looking back. And Kings take action. And I have you here in Queen of Wands looking at all of these various connections, realizing how much the dynamic in them has changed, how much you have changed. And then you're stepping into the role of the King of Wands saying, this is my decision now. Regardless of what they want, it's my decision if I want to continue interacting or engaging. And so with that Four of Swords, I think you're taking a time out here from connections. I can see you emotionally pulling back a bit until you decide if you want to continue it or not. So Seven of Cups to the Death card, there is an ending to confusion here when it comes to, again, this person or these people. Clarify the Seven of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Cups is clarified by the Knight of Swords, the Three of Swords, and the Emperor. Bottom of the deck, the Moon. So what you're not seeing right now is there is at least one connection here in your life that you are going to move on from. It's whatever connection comes to your mind right now that you are deeply confused about. You don't know if you want to continue talking to this person, or they're inconsistent, or they leave you confused. And again, it could be an ex, it could be a friend, it could be a family member, it could be your current lover. But your boss, you know, and if you're a business owner, it could be a vendor that you have, or maybe even your client base. There might be a portion of your client base that you don't want to engage with anymore. So take it how it resonates to you. But at the time of this reading, you're already Seven of Cups confused over whether or not you want to continue engaging with them. And it looks like, again, Kings take action. You step into the role here of the King of all Kings and that Emperor energy. Three of Swords to the Knight of Swords. This is you communicating that you no longer want to engage in that particular connection. Clarify the Death card. And in the After Tarot deck, the Death card is like done. It's not a rebirth. There's no possibility of going back because it's your intention to close out this connection. You're seeing it very clearly. So this is the absolute, I'm moving on from this job. This is the absolute, I'm getting a divorce. This is the absolute, I'm breaking up with this person. This is the absolute, I don't want to connect to this person anymore, or I don't want to use this vendor for my business. Like you are for certain here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Death card is clarified by the Nine of Cups, the Tower, and the Two of Swords. And in the After Tarot deck, the Two of Swords, the decision is made. Five of Wands, no one's fighting here. And Nine of Pentacles, it's single, free, and independent. King of Cups is dumping out the cup. So you're very clear here that you will no longer engage with this person or these people, because you're realizing, I just keep giving and giving and giving, and I'm not getting anything back. I give love, or I give time, I give talent, I give cooperation, and I'm not getting back what I should be getting back. And so your decision here seems to be absolute over the course of the next 6 months, that you are moving on from whomever or whatever this is. And for some of you, this decision will be final in Scorpio season. Three of Wands. For others of you, it'll be beforehand. Three of Wands. And here we move forward. Now we move forward towards new connections. Connections that now have emotional depth to them. So now you're looking for the new job. Or like I said, the new vendor. Like once you make your decision, I'm done with blank, then you're going to start seeking a replacement for it, if you will. Clarify the Three of Wands. I was told not to take it. Three of Wands. And look, it's possible for some of you, if you're a little bit more ahead of the Sagittarius collective, you might have just done this in the first half of the year. And so in that respect, this would be the new now that is coming in the second half. So I don't know where you are on the Sagittarius collective, but I do have new here on the table. There's no doubt about that. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Three of Wands is clarified by the Seven of Swords, the Hierophant, and the Queen of Swords. Bottom of the deck, we have the King of Pentacles. Clarify the Ace of Cups. Clarify the Ace of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Ace of Cups is clarified by Seven of Cups, Queen of Cups, and the King of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Wands. So there's a little changing of the guard here, if you will. And whoever you're leaving behind is not pleased that you are disconnecting from them, or you're putting up some real, if this is an ex, you're putting up some really heavy boundaries. This would be like a Sagittarius where you have already separated from this person, but let's say you have one kid with them. This would be like, do not call me unless there is an emergency that concerns the child. We don't need to talk about what you're doing, what's going on. If it does not pertain to the child, you and I have no reason to communicate. That would be a very hard boundary. So if it's an ex, I can see it playing out that way, or someone who's soon to be an ex, but you still have a child with them. There could be something like that here involved, like, do not contact me unless it has to do with the child. Or do not contact me unless it has to do with a divorce. There's something like that here playing out for some of you. So where it's an ex or soon to be ex, but you still have some like clearing up of debris, if you will, with them, like maybe in terms of a legal thing, or maybe like you're splitting assets. I can see you putting up that hard boundary. If this is an ex or soon to be ex and you have children connected, I can see you putting up the hard boundary that unless this is pertaining to the child, you can't randomly stop at the house or call or text me like, I'm not available. There's a reason why you're an ex or you're soon to be ex. It seems to be pretty hard like that. It's almost like, don't contact me, I'll contact you unless it's an emergency. Now, for those of you where this is not an ex or soon to be ex, where you have anything that in connection with them in regards to children or finances, then I just see the person putting up a bit of a stink. So when you go to give your 2 weeks notice at work, I would expect a pretty cutting comment from them about your departure. I don't think they're asking you to stay. There seems to be a little shiv on your way out. If it's a friend or family member, they're pretty nasty here. So I don't know who the Hierophant is to you. Someone that has been in your life, has been a staple in your life for quite some time. It looks like when you go to cut them out in that Seven of Swords to the Queen of Swords, there's a verbal lashing out, and it could even be a romantic partner. Like, you're never going to meet anyone as good as me. Yeah, I hope not. That's why you're becoming an ex. No offense if you're the cross watcher watching. So I just see you here dumping out a cup with someone here that it's been in your life for a while, because you're no longer emotionally fulfilled. Therefore, you no longer want to emotionally invest in them. And instead, you're looking towards the new. I mean, the Queen of Cups is literally lifting the lid off the chalice and is like, I want new. So there's a changing of the guard here, and someone who's got some unkind words for you on your way out the door. And in the After Tarot deck, the Seven of Cups, are leaving Six Cups on the shelf, and we're going for the Ace of Cups. So that's what I mean, where there's like a changing of the guard, even if it's not immediate. Like, I'm not saying you're going to break up with someone on a Friday and Saturday you meet the new person. But your goal here is to eventually meet a new person, you know? So whenever you're giving your walking papers, if you will, or yeah, you're giving it to them, or you're ending the connection here, there seems to be some cutting words from this person. I'm going to pull some extra cards for you because I see them trying to cross your boundaries. When you tell them, like, this is done, this is over with, again, there's something verbal here. We'll get back to that in a second. Strength of the Page of Pentacles. I feel like you will be strong enough to move towards a new opportunity, and one does come in. So if you're breaking up with someone in July or August, you're meeting someone new by the end of the year. Like, there's no doubt about this. And if you're deciding to leave a job, as long as you make it your second job to find another job, you have another boss here, and that's why you're able to give this company your notice. So there's a replacement here at play. And if you're a single Sag and you're like, I don't have an ex that I have any dealings with, and I'm okay with my job, there's most likely a friend or family member here that you're severing ties with. And then there's a new friend or friend group that you will be connecting with. There's definitely someone here leaving your life, and it's your choice. It's your choice to walk away from them. Strength. Clarify the Strength card. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Strength is clarified by Queen of Wands. The World card. I'm telling you, it's your decision. And Temperance, Sagittarius, is your energy as well. And at the bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Cups. We are leaving behind connections that they were the Three of Cups at some point in time. There was unity or happiness or collaboration, shared memories. You know, there's some nostalgia there in a Three of Cups as we're leaving it. But there's also a clear acknowledgement of it never became the Ten of Cups. And if it did, it was very short-lived. So you're exchanging the Three of Cups for the Ten of Cups. And again, these connections may have had something superficial, Ten of Pentacles, that kept you connected to them. But now you're looking for connections that deeply resonate with you. And you seem to be quite comfortable here moving on from the ones that don't. Clarify the Page of Pentacles. It's almost like I have to do this. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Page of Pentacles is clarified by Judgment. Two of Pentacles and the Three of Wands. You're moving on from someone, Empress, and you're choosing to nurture yourself until you connect with this new person or new people. You're looking for people at a higher emotional vibration than the one or ones you're leaving behind. So again, we have the Death card here. So this seems to be an absolute decision. Clarify that Death card. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Death card is clarified by Judgment. Shows itself again. The Two of Swords and the King of Wands. You're making this decision. Again, Ten of Pentacles. You're looking for Ten of Cups and Ten of Pentacles. I want something that is solid, but it also has to be emotionally fulfilling. If it's solid in terms of pentacle resources, but I feel emotionally unfulfilled, it's not solid enough for me anymore. Maybe in the past you would have settled for that. Now moving forward. Clarify that Devil. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Devil is clarified by the Lovers, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Eight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Wands. There's someone new here on your path, energetically. And I'm going to pull cards for you on this person as well. Now, I have to throw this out there for one of you. I'm not predicting an immediate sudden death here. I'm not that type of tarot reader. But if at the time of this reading, you are caring for someone and they are terminally ill, the cards indicate that they are passing away over the course of the next 6 months. Again, if you know that the person you're caring for, your parent, your grandparent, your spouse, something like that, it does appear here that they're most likely passing away. And as sad as you are at the loss, there's a relief here also. There's a relief that now you can finally get back to living. And you might feel a little guilty about feeling that way in that Seven of Swords energy. So And other people around you might feel like you're moving on too quickly. Mom and dad died and you're relocating, you know, something like that. Or our grandparents died and you're going on vacation. But as the caretaker, you know, their illness has become your life. So there's something like you're going to move on very quickly from this, and people around you may not understand that. But you lost a part of your life while you were caring for this person. Same thing if it's a spouse. I'm not saying your spouse passes away one day and you're in a relationship the next, but there is a freeing feeling here for those of you where you are experiencing that. And again, some people around you might not understand it, and you may decide to cut ties with them as well, because they just don't understand how much you sacrificed while you were caring for that person or those people, and how much of your time you lost. And it looks like you're quickly moving on. Again, I don't think you're moving into another connection very quickly, like if this is a spouse, but this seems to be, I need to get on with my life. This is definitely the energy of, I need to get on with my life. I stayed too stuck in this, whether the person's passing away or not. And again, I'm not predicting death, but there is something here if this person is already terminally ill. I wanted to get you 3 cards for those of you about these cutting words that this person has to say to you. It's almost like after everything that I did, you know, it's like the boss when you give them your notice and they're like, I knew I should have fired you last year or something. And it's like, yeah, but you didn't. Like there's no reason for this at the end. Or good luck finding someone as good as me. Oh, okay. Thank you. It's a friend or family member that's trying to guilt you on the way after everything that I did. So 3 cards here, please, for what this person has to say to Sagittarius as they're exiting. And again, same thing for those of you where someone you're caring for at the time of this reading ends up passing away, and then you book a vacation or you're putting the house up for sale. These would be people that don't agree that you're doing that. And you're like, you know what? This is my next chapter. And if you can't support me, you're out. So they too would have cutting words for you. So 3 cards here on the cutting words. One more shuffle. Thank you. The cutting words, the devil. I told you. It's the person or people that you're cutting out of your life. The 2 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords. After everything that I did for you, after all this time, 2 of Pentacles could be time management. Again, there's a little guilt here, but it's to make you feel bad. After all this time, oh, they just passed away and you're already in another relationship, or you're selling the house. How dare you? How dare you, Sagittarius, actually want to be emotionally content and happy? I gotta see what's behind that Ace of Swords. No, no, just no. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Further clarify this, the Chariot, the Moon, and the 7 of Wands. Again, 5 of Pentacles. After everything we've been through, after everything I did for you, after everything they did for you, there's also some reference here to your emotional instability. I'm not saying you're emotionally unstable. I'm saying this person might say that, like you're crazy or you're out of your mind or something like that. Devil to the Ace of Swords, devil to that, the Queen of Swords. We've got the devil here again. And I think for you, I mean, this is preceding that World card. So it's like you're telling them it's over, you're giving them notice, or you're moving on, whatever. And they say this. And then we went immediately into the Queen of Wands to the World card. So it's almost like now you're thinking about this and you're like, I'm doing the right thing. And literally, Judgment card, 2 of Pentacles, turning your back to them, moving towards newer connections. And even that 3 of Wands, you're like, see ya. So I just feel like whatever they say on your exit further confirms for you that it's the best decision for you to move on from them. I also want to get 3 cards for the new. I feel like this sort of overshadowed that part of the reading for you, because I see a new offer here coming in, and the Knight of Pentacles in the After Tower deck is on the move. So, and I see you making the choice, lovers, when this offer comes in, to work 8 of Pentacles on this connection. So can I have 3 cards on the new soulmate coming in? One more shuffle. Thank you. the new soulmate. Nine of Wands, Knight of Pentacles, and the Six of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Ten of Wands. To the Magician. This is almost like dream come true energy. I just got a bunch of chills on this one. It's like after everything that I've been through, here's this offer. Knight of Pentacles again. Could be an earth sign, doesn't have to be. Also have Gemini and Virgo here. This is you feeling like, yes, I want to work for you. Yes, I want to go out on a date. Tell me more about the new. One more shuffle. Thank you. I don't know why I'm getting dream come true energy here. Knight of Swords, Five of Pentacles, and the Two of Cups. There you go. It's dream come true energy. The Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, we are coming out of a state of emotional or financial lack. You got a big old bag of coin here. And these two people are shivering outside, and you're like, hey, all you got to do is go in there and get help. So this is when you exit this. The Knight of Swords is when you verbally tell this person or people you're done here. Look what comes in, this beautiful new connection. Even the Six of Pentacles, you're moving on from someone who is breadcrumbing you, not paying you enough, not emotionally invested in you, not supportive of your new, path in life. So in the Six of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, you're walking away from that person or people. And what comes in? The Emperor. Can't make it up. There it is. The new boss, the new romantic partner. I don't read body parts. The new landlord. I don't know who you're leaving behind here, but you're leaving someone behind. Three of Cups, Ten of Wands, Four of Pentacles. That Three of Cups person or people that you held on to, you're dropping those burdens. And in the After Tarot deck, the Four of Pentacles is met with the Death card. We have Scorpionic energy here. So the connection that you were holding on to that became too burdensome because it was no longer as emotionally fulfilling as you need it to be, because you're leveling up, emotionally speaking, you're moving on, and you're planting a new seed here. Eight of Cups. And look, these people have this person or people have something to say to you, because you're here in the red coat and you're moving on from them. And here they are still looking at these Eight Cups. Six of Cups, this person from the past. Nine of Swords. Magician, Seven of Swords. I mean, they have some nasty things to say to you on the way out, but I don't think you're going to allow it to trip you up. I think you're going to keep moving forward. Let's get you some Moonology cards here, and we'll close it out with some Oracle cards. Can we get a Moonology card here, please, for Sagittarius? So, yeah, you're closing at least one toxic connection, moving towards a new one, almost on the heels. Freedom is here. Emotional vulnerability is here. I mean, look what you're leaving. The High Priestess, the Five of Pentacles, and the Six of Swords. There's no emotion here. There's loss. And you are intuitively being led to move on from that connection. And look what you're moving towards. The Sun, the Knight of Wands, and the Star. Excitement, adventure, healing, emotional healing, happiness. Ten of Pentacles, but that Ten of Cups also. That connection was no longer giving you, or maybe never did. Moonology card here, please, for Sag. One more shuffle. Thank you. Nothing will come of the situation. Void of course, Moon. Interesting. Scorpio had the same card. And I had said to them, I'll give you the same message that I gave them. If you don't do anything about this connection, nothing will come of this situation. You're not going to meet the new person, and you're going to wake up on December 23rd, and you're still going to be trapped in that. So if you allow their cutting words or guilt to stop you from moving on to the next step here, then this sort of falls away or is delayed. So as always, you have the divine gift of free will. When you get to that Wheel of Fortune, which most of you are in this state now, trying to decide whether or not you want to move forward with this connection, if you choose to continue engaging, you will have the same outcome 5 to 6 months from now. Nothing changes if nothing changes. And this requires you to step out of a comfort zone to close off this connection. At the bottom of the deck, a new cycle begins. You can't make it up. If you do nothing, nothing comes of this situation. Void of course, Moon. If you want to move on, a new cycle begins. New Moon in Libra. Libra is the house of partnerships, contract, marriage, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic. So the new comes in when you leave this. If you choose to stay, just know that you're doing so, and nothing will change here. Let's get you 3 oracle cards here. And what's behind that gestation period? Repairing the body, mind, and spirit. I did say that you would be doing that as well. Again, with that meditation, stillness. So this seems to be a big decision. Take your time. But I feel like some of you watching, you've already walked away from this person. In that respect, I think you have a very lovely new soulmate on path here. Just as I said that, all those cards, it comes in like a bang, like a bang. So you don't even, it's almost like when you're not looking, you bump into this person or you connect with them. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Flying. Follow your dreams and transcend self-imposed limitations. Little fool card energy for you. Vision. Look to the future with foresight. Make a wise choice. Stay or go. Nothing changes if nothing changes. And then you have safety. Feel protected and stable, grounded in security, no matter what life brings. This is where you're currently at. You're in the Six of Swords. And even in this deck, the Six of Swords is not very calm. It's not the Five of Swords, but these waters are about to overtake this boat. So you can continue to stay anchored here, because here you are again in the boat, or you can go to the lighthouse. And the lighthouse is your safety. It's this new person. I feel like they're energetically now just waiting for you to come towards them. At the bottom of the deck, you have embrace your truth. Accept your true self, loving yourself and others unconditionally. And that unconditional love needs to be a two-way street. And if you're not receiving it from this professional, platonic, or romantic soulmate, then it's time for you to move towards a professional, platonic, or romantic soulmate who will offer you that unconditional deep, emotionally bonding love that you're craving. That is what I have for you for the second half of 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And between now and then, we have a couple of astrological occurrences that are happening. So I'm going to do additional readings for all 12 zodiac signs, and I'll post them on Patreon. I love the community there. It's a little smaller. I started it within the last month. Enables me to interact with people a little bit more on a one-on-one because I'm not inundated with like 200,000 messages all the time. So if you want to join me there, there's information, or join us there, I should say, because it's quite the nice group we have. But if you want to join us there, you're welcome to do that. Information on how to do that is in the description box, as well as the pinned comment below. But if you can't do that, or you can't afford it, don't worry about it. Trust the source already knew that, and you received all the information you need for the second half of 2026. And so I read for you again. I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, please take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. All right, Cappy, before we get into your reading, I did some astrology homework for you, and that'll give you a better idea of what this reading is about, and also what you can expect in the second half of 2026. So let me just get my notes here. Okay, so the reading and this cycle begins on July 14th, 2026 with a new moon in Cancer. It will culminate, if you will, with the full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And for you, this will profoundly impact you because it will enable you to redefine personal relationships, shifting commitments, and balancing independence with emotional vulnerability. Because Cancer is your opposite sign, the cycle highlights your 7th house of partnerships. So the lunation on July 14th with that new moon in Cancer will serve as a critical relationship reset for you. Because this new moon is conjunct a retrograde in Mercury and squaring your ruling planet of Saturn, you cannot simply rush into any new commitments or make further progress in the ones that you currently have in your life. So this is a time period during Mercury retrograde. That first 2 or 3 week period of July will be more intense for you, and then it'll start to trail off as we close out the post-shadow period until August 6th. So I would expect between the time you see this reading and August 6th for you to be in evaluation mode when it comes to the commitments in your life, how you show up for others, evaluating how they show up for you as well. Your challenge during this time will be breaking past your typical, don't be offended, Capricorn self-sufficiency. You're wonderful at it. You are being asked at this time, though, to plant seeds of emotional vulnerability and to communicate your needs honestly to your friends, family members, lovers, colleagues, co-workers, even your bosses, okay? And even if it feels uncomfortable for you, it's important for you to start learning how to express when you feel that you need something or you want something or you desire something, to learn how to express it in a healthy way at the onset of feeling that you need, want, or desire those things, as opposed to waiting to see if the person will figure it out or getting upset later on when they don't. So it's just, again, trying to get you out of a comfort zone so you can be a little bit more emotionally vulnerable with communicating your needs. And then the action will take place. So from August on, you will be looking at those contracts which you had previously evaluated. And this includes all contracts. It could be with a mortgage or credit card company. It could be with your boss. It could be with your friends, your neighbors, your local community, you know, loved ones, family members, you name it. You think about any connection you have in your life, the ones that you are reevaluating. And again, people you're married to, you made vows to, people that you consider to be part of like your deep emotional alliance, if you will. Once you do all of that, there's a determination that you're making about whether or not the relationship goal that you want with that particular connection can be met or not. I feel like at this time you're not really connecting with a lot of new people at first. It seems like you sort of need to clear away some of the debris that you have with your current connections. And by debris, what I mean is that internal conflict you have about, should I forgive this person? Should I work on this? Should I not? Should I stay? Should I change companies, et cetera, et cetera. Once you clear that out of the way, then you do open up the gateway for some new connections. So from July till December, you'll be pushed to integrate these emotional lessons. Your ruler, Saturn, remains retrograde until December 10th, 2026. So this cosmic slowdown forces you to review your long-term responsibilities and dismantle any rigid emotional walls that you have. You will also learn that letting people support you is actually a strength, not a weakness. So a lot of you suffer in silence, and that's going to change for you after 2026. Moving into 2027 and on, you'll actually allow people to be an emotional support system for you. The harvest for you will occur on December 23rd with that full moon in your opposite sign of Cancer. It's really like a massive culmination of your interpersonal life. There'll be a major turning point for you in your closest relationships, romantic, business, or friendship. Again, you're either severing ties or you are deepening the connections in your life and possibly deepening a newer connection that you're making between now and then. Ties that are unbalanced or lack genuine reciprocity will reach a breaking point in December, or they will just quietly run their course between now and then. Conversely, supportive and emotionally secure partnerships will deeply solidify between now and then, especially if you air out any grievances and you express what it is that you need. Those seem to be the relationships in your life that will actually strengthen between now and then. So you'll clearly see the results of your emotional boundaries by the time you close out the year. You will have been practicing, if you will, being more vulnerable. So by the time you get to the end of December, you're going to feel a lot more comfortable emotionally, asking for what you need, emotionally speaking. And you'll close out 2026 with a much healthier balance between your professional ambitions and your private relationship dynamics. So I also wanted to look at the chart for you in regards to connections. So your professional relationships, this is contracts and collaborations. And again, whether you're employed, self-employed, or not employed at all, think about a contract that you have with anyone. You have a contract with your city government about your town water, maybe your water bill. Do you have a contract with your septic company to pump out your septic tank? Credit cards, mortgages, health insurance providers. We don't always have to think of contracts in terms of like soul contracts. They could be any kind of contract, legal contract, financial, etc., etc. So all of those types of contracts, okay, professional, platonic, or romantic, we're going to focus on professional for right now. Your natural business acumen is getting a major upgrade in emotional intelligence, and this cycle will force you to look beyond numbers and evaluate the human element of your career or your contract collaborations. So you may feel stuck or delayed in signing new business agreements due to Mercury and Saturn alignments in July. Use this time to renegotiate old terms, revive past client relationships, or review any legal contracts for hidden vulnerabilities. During the 6-month transition, you'll learn that rigid top-down control will backfire. So your true professional growth right now will come from mutual respect, shared equity, and emotional buy-in from your team or partners. And in December, a major business alliance, contract, or creative partnership will reach a climax, and you will either officially seal a highly lucrative joint venture or decisively sever ties with partners who do not carry their own weight. And this could even be like changing of a job, or again, changing of an insurance company that you use currently, or even like automobile policy. In terms of your platonic relationships, this is your inner circle with your friends and family members, and maybe even like local community if you're like on very friendly terms with your neighbors. Okay, your inner circle is going to change due to a boundary shift. Capricorns are notoriously self-sufficient. I always say that Taurus is the backbone of the zodiac when it comes to making money, but you are actually the true, no offense if you're a Taurus placement watching, you're actually the true backbone, because you're very much, I can do it by myself and I don't need anyone, whether money is involved or not. I always say that a high vibrational Capricorn will meet and exceed any goal that they put before them, or any adversity that God puts before them. I mean, you'll plow right through it and keep going. However, this cycle will demand that you let your guard down a little bit with your friends and your family members, and it will rapidly filter out any of those fair weather companions that's sort of been clinging on to you. So the new moon in July, there might be some miscommunication, so you might want to watch how you're speaking, sending text messages, all of that, because even though you might have good intentions, it might be landing differently. You don't know how Mercury retrograde is affecting the person that you are communicating with, so just be mindful of that. There could also be some nostalgia in the month of July for you, and it might bring back like an old friend. This might be a reconnection that you are triggering, or a reconnection that they're triggering. But you could hear from an old friend, someone you went to school with, or someone that you connected with and just sort of like lost touch with. You'll feel a strong urge to assess who in your life actually provides a safe, nurturing space for you when you are stressed out and you need a shoulder to lean on. During the 6-month transition from now till December, you'll actively shift away from surface level socializing, and instead you will invest your limited energy into a tiny handful of friends who treat you like family. In December, this lunation exposes any and all, I should say, one-sided friendships and familial connections. And if you have been doing all of this emotional heavy lifting or advice giving without receiving any support in return, by the time you get to December, you will most likely close the chapter on those platonic dynamics or connections. In regards to romantic relationships, this is going to change for you also. Vulnerability and long-term vows, whether you're married or not to the person. And this is really the headline event of your connections for the cycle, because you are literally being pushed to balance your fiercely independent nature with the deep intimacy of a partner, whether this is someone currently in your life or someone that you would, desire to have in your life one day. So in July, if you're single, you are setting new intentions for the type of person that you want. And it's really based on, I need to be emotionally safe when it comes to love. If you're coupled, an old reoccurring argument or an emotional roadblock will resurface at this time. And again, it's a universe's way to push you out of a comfort zone so you can finally express what it is that you need, want, and desire in that romantic partnership. This is something you're not going to be able to ignore, so you might experience a tower moment in July with your person, but it's forcing you to sit down through the discomfort and talk it out with them and to explain what your wants, needs, and desires are. Not to point the finger at them and say, you're not doing this. It's more like, I need this. By the time you get to December, a massive make or break moment will arrive for you. Healthy, resilient relationships that made it through those difficult discussions will experience a beautiful milestone. You might be making plans to move in together, get engaged, have children. Wherever you are in your connection, it will strengthen and you will move on to that next level. And that will be you deepening a commitment, a vow, if you will, emotional vow with this person. If you are married, and again, you're going through this difficult period and you're being honest and vulnerable, and they are too, there could actually be a vow renewal in December or one planned for spring of 2027. Relationships that are built on shaky ground or emotional distance, and you're refusing to be vulnerable, and they're not, there for you, and there's a break in the connection, and although you're trying to have difficult conversations in July and August, if by September there's not drastic improvement in that connection, most of them will reach an undeniable expiration date, and those connections will most likely end in early 2027 for you. So with all of that said, now we can get into the cards and see what we have in store for you. So let's tap into Capricorn's energy now. Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What else do they need to know for the second half of 2026? For Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have Stars in the Sky, Limitless Possibility, card number 51. Straddling Worlds, Wandering Between Realms, card number 52. And Sky Dancers, Surrender, card number 48. So you could be 48, 51, 52 years old. The bottom of the deck, we have Deep Diver, diving into a task. And this is all water. So this is you becoming, again, a little bit more emotionally expressive. Card number 10. And 10s in tarot are, signifying ending. Even the Wheel of Fortune is a 10. So there is something here about you first exploring your emotions and deciding what it is that you need from your professional, platonic and romantic connections, and then you diving deep in conversations with those individuals, and then determining whether or not they are staying or leaving your life. And same thing, if you are, let's say you're changing up your mortgage company. In the past, again, as an earth sign, as a Capricorn, you may have been attracted to, let's say, a mortgage company because the rate was low, right? The interest rate was low and you're like, it's a 30-year mortgage, this is perfect. But maybe the company is a real shitbag of a company. Because you're changing in terms of your emotions now are getting deep, you may look at that mortgage company and say, I really don't like who they support politically, or I don't like their stances on certain issues, or I don't like their customer service. They might have a great rate, but when I call them for assistance or a question, I don't really like the type of people they employ. I don't like that interaction. So you may choose, believe it or not, to refinance your mortgage with a company whose views align better with yours, and that when you contact them, there's more of an emotional balance. Like the people on the other end of the phone are more kind towards you. So I feel like you're moving towards kinder, more loving connections. So getting away from surface level. And same thing at work. You might have a job where you have a great title and a great pay, but there's no emotional fulfillment. You may have a conversation with your supervisor, manager, or boss, July, August, and say, hey, I really like what I do here, but I don't feel very emotionally supported or fulfilled. Like when I'm sick for 3 days in a row and then I come into work, no one here asks me, hey, how are you doing? And these little things are things you're going to start picking up on. So you might have that conversation, and then by the time you get to the end of September, you might be like, you know what? I already told them what I need, and I'm still not feeling any type of emotional connection here from these people. It all seems very surface level. So October, November may find you in a position where you are looking for another job, and come December, you close this one out and you start working for the new company. So let's see where we go with tarot. For Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 51, Stars in the Sky, Limitless Possibility. Card number 52, Straddling Worlds, Wandering Between Realms. And card number 48, Sky Dancers, Surrender. For the Capricorn collective. Okay, one more shuffle. Thank you. I'm not going to take the ones that fell face down, but I will take the Strength card, which sort of came out on the side. Let's leave that on the side there. Tell me more about this here, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. I heard weak. I think you're feeling weak. And I don't mean like you are weak, like you're not a strong person. Emotionally, like worn out. You know, like starting to recover, but not quite there. 5 of Wands and the 3 of Cups. And that's what you're looking for, right? That emotional connection with people instead of like dog eat dog kind of world. And then we have the Hangman, we have the 6 of Cups, and we have the 9 of Swords. And at the bottom of the deck, this underlying energy is the 9 of Pentacles, the Page of Swords, and the 8 of Pentacles. This is definitely you, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. This is you assessing with the people that you connect and work with. Again, professionally, platonically, or romantically. Because, right, 2 people are working on that connection. So there is an assessment. You're diving deep and you're assessing these connections. 7 of Pentacles, Ace of Swords, and the High Priestess. So you will have clarity over the course of the next 5 to 6 months about what you're doing with these different people. Ace of Pentacles, that is the truth. So let's begin to clarify. I'm using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different on the cards. It does alter or change the meaning of them, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. For Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying Strength on its side, 5 of Wands, 3 of Cups, the Hanged Man, 6 of Cups, and the 9 of Swords. I hope that microphone is on. Okay, it is, sorry. For the second half of 2026. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Strength card is clarified by the 3 of Cups. The 5 of Wands is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. The 3 of Cups is clarified by the 3 of Swords. The Hangman is clarified by the Page of Pentacles. The 6 of Cups is clarified by, 2 cards came out. 5 of Swords and Ace of Swords. And the 9 of Swords is clarified by the Chariot. And again, this underlying energy, 10 of Cups, 6 of Wands, and 10 of Swords. If your connections do not give you emotional victory, you're closing them out. 6 of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, we're walking away from being emotionally breadcrumbed. And it could be financial again. And then you have the 7 of Wands and you have Judgment. So this is a hard line. So you are changing or closing out some type of contracts here in your life. So interesting how that Strength card came out on its side. Limitless possibility. So as you're reviewing these 3 of Cups connections, professional, platonic, romantic, interesting, we have 3 cups there. You're not sure if you want to continue engaging with them because it takes a lot of emotional strength for you to deal with this job, to deal with this friend, to deal with this romantic partner. You're always in recovery mode. You're not completely weakened by it, but they're also not strengthening you. When people pour into your cup, you feel strong. Instead, you're having to like rejuvenate yourself, which is becoming emotionally depleting for you. And again, we could just be talking about work here. You take it how it resonates to you. So Hangman to the Page of Pentacles. This is where I feel like you're going to start wondering, trying to get a perspective. Do I offer this person what my emotional needs, wants, and desires are? Because depending on that conversation, that's going to determine, because right now you're wandering between realms. Do I stay? Do I go? Do I keep them? Do I not? That's what will enable you to make that decision. You're going to have absolute clarity about these 6 of Cups connections. And the feeling here is if you receive a combative response or you give it several weeks or several months and there is no change, then it looks like you're going towards the new. However, if you get something where they're like, I didn't know that, I didn't know you needed that, or I didn't know you needed that to that degree, or I understand where I fell short on that and I'm going to do better. If they do better, because in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Swords, there is no lying or manipulation or, cutting words. It's a very agreeable energy in this deck. So if that ends up being the truth, then you're going to keep the connection. So the surrender card, Three of Cups to the Three of Swords, this is like you surrendering. When I have the conversation with this person or these people, it can go one or two ways. And I'm surrendering to the divine. Whatever happens after this conversation, I'm going to accept. This person is either going to show up the way I need them to, or they're not. So the Nine of Swords to the Chariot, I do see you being a little bit nervous during this time period where you're sort of like watching and waiting to see whether or not I am moving forward. We are moving forward together, or I am moving on from them. So let's begin to clarify. I always say your deck and the After Tarot deck confuse me because of the border around the card. But let's clarify the strength on the side here for the Capricorn collective. And if my camera, by chance, immediately shuts off, because it has been doing this during Mercury retrograde, then I will just restart the camera. But if you see a hard cut in the video, that's probably what happened. Clarify strength here, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Strength is clarified by the Six of Wands. That's what you want. The Knight of Swords and Queen of Swords. Bottom of the deck is Temperance. So I do believe that a lot of you would like victory with this professional, platonic, or romantic connection. You're also realizing that it takes a lot of effort on your part to keep this connection going, or you have to swallow down a lot of things that you want. You've got to suppress a lot. What you're realizing now, or will be realizing in the month of July, the connection has limitless possibility, but it requires you to be emotionally vulnerable. And again, it's not finger pointing that you did ABC. It's from this day forward, I need ABC from you. Can you deliver that? It's, again, we're not looking to make that person feel targeted. We're looking to make you be more emotionally vulnerable. And then they have the divine gift of free will. They're either going to meet you or they're not. But this is more geared towards you getting out of your comfort zone and saying, moving forward from this connection, this is what I need from you. Clarify that Three of Cups. Clarify the Three of Cups. Because I do think whatever this connection is, I do think that you want it to work out, or you would like it to work out. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Ten of Pentacles. We have the Two of Cups. Of course you want it to work out. And the King of Swords. If you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you haven't, howdy. Please click like, share, comment, subscribe. But for me, queens exist in the present. They process the present. They process the past. And kings take action. And so I have you here assessing this, going right now the way it stands. It takes me a lot to continue giving, emotionally nurturing this connection or being present for it. It takes a lot. I do believe that you are going to then have a conversation because, again, kings take action. So it looks like one by one, because I don't know how many people you have on this list that you need to have this, type of conversation with, but it looks like the ones that matter to you the most, the ones that have been in your life a long time, or you want these people in your future, right? You want a relationship to have limitless possibility and go the distance. You don't want to have to cancel that, credit card and find another credit company. You don't want to cancel the insurance policy and replace it. You don't necessarily want to leave your job. You may not want a divorce or to leave this person or to end this friendship or to stop talking to your sister. Again, I don't know who this person or people are, but the feeling that I get from the card is you actually would like this to work. You just want it to be more emotionally balanced. It's time that you learn how to express what emotional balance means to you. So for those types of connections, it does appear here in July and August, you are having that type of conversation with these individuals. Hangman to the Page of Pentacles. Clarify the Hangman energy. And the feeling here is, I'm telling you this because I'm not telling you, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. It's just the feeling here is, like when you're talking to this person, it's not like I'm telling you this because I'm accusing you of doing something wrong. I'm just telling you this because my emotional needs have changed. And although I want this connection to continue, it can only continue if my emotional needs are met from here on out. So this is what I need from you. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hangman is clarified by the Queen of Pentacles. That's you, whether you're masculine or feminine. The Eight of Wands and the Empress. Yeah, I think that's what you will convey. And then that Three of Wands appears to be, you're going to, you know, give this person some time to see what their response is. Or will they be able to meet your needs? So you are offering them the opportunity to bridge this connection or strengthen this connection by letting them know what it is that you need from them. And then you're going to sort of hang back, not stare at the watch, at the clock on the wall, but sort of hang back and monitor them, if you will, to see if they're now giving you what you need. And you're looking for action. You're looking for real tangible proof. You're looking for pentacle energy, not words. So if you tell this person, I really need to, one of my desires here, let's say it's a romantic partner, okay? I need to feel loved by you. I don't really feel loved by you anymore, and I need to feel loved by you. And they say, okay. And so every day they tell you, I love you 3 or 4 times a day. You're looking for action. And it doesn't have to be, I'm spending money on you. Pentacle resource could be, I'm spending time with you. That doesn't mean at the dinner table while they're looking at their phone. Or, you know, oh yeah, let's watch a movie, and then they fall asleep, you know, as soon as the movie begins. So you're looking for real tangible proof that they love you. Again, it's not just words that you're looking for. Anyone can give you words. One more shuffle. Thank you. So that Page of Pentacles is clarified by the Five of Wands, the Devil, and the Death card. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Pentacles. So that's what you're doing. You're sort of hanging back. Okay, I've expressed to this person what I need. 1, 2, 3, ABC, whatever it is. And now I'm going to hang back and watch and see if they're capable of doing that. Because in the After Tarot deck, the Five of Wands is there is no fighting. So it's not like I have to beat it into this person what I want. I don't need to needle them every day and remind them what I need. I have already expressed it. And they understood. Like, make sure they repeat back to you what it is that you're saying. So there's no way that they can come back and say, well, I didn't understand that. So make sure there's free-flowing communication. That's why I would wait to have this conversation until after August 6th. Because remember, with that Mercury retrograde, you might be speaking it very well, but you don't know how the retrograde's affecting them, especially if they're an air sign. It might land horribly with them. You know, they might really not get it. I know my person and I are both air signs, and we've had lots of miscommunications in the last week. So just be mindful of that. But in the After Tarot deck, the Devil card, the people are unshackled from a pattern, from a toxicity. And that seems to be what you're doing. You're sort of waiting to see, can this toxic dynamic, and toxic doesn't always have to mean it's absolutely horrible, but it's clearly not emotionally supportive of you. And then you're going to hang back and wait and see, can it be rebirth, or is it ending once and for all? Five of Wands. In the interim, you're straddling worlds now, because you have expressed what you wanted, and now you're sort of waiting back to see, does the job show up that way, the friend, the lover, etc., etc. So clarify that Five of Wands. Clarify the Five of Wands here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Wands is clarified by the Star, the Ace of Swords, and the Four of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the Ten of Cups. Ace of Pentacles. I was almost prepared for an ending there. I don't think you have one. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Wheel of Fortune. Four of Cups. And the Five of Cups. Bottom of the deck, we have the King of Pentacles. So you're seeing progress with this person. They are meeting your needs in the Star card. Things are being healed. The Ace of Swords, you spoke your truth. The Four of Wands, you feel at this point that the relationship is changing, that it's improving. You're still reserving the right to walk away from it, but you're giving time. So you're seeing hope, okay? After you have this conversation, you're seeing hope. This could even be like you are a single Capricorn and you're going out on a date, and now you're not throwing at your, you know, the first 1 or 2 dates that you have with this person, you're not throwing the kit and caboodle, everything at them, but you are letting them know that you need a partner that is emotionally expressive. And that's all you need to say. You don't need to give them any more of that. They don't need a full blueprint. You're not looking to attract the narcissist that's going to tell you what, you know, they think you need to hear. You're just saying, you know, what are you looking for in in a partner? Oh, you're looking for ABC? I'm looking for emotional fulfillment or emotional vulnerability. And you leave it at that. And then it's like, wow, okay, well, this person is kind of showing up that way. So whoever this is, post conversation, you're seeing an improvement in that Four of Wands to the Ace of Pentacles, but you are also reserving the right to walk away. So you're not going all in just because you have one good week or even one good month with them. Six of Cups. Tell me about the Six of Cups. Not going to take them. They all fell face down. Okay. Tell me about the Six of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Six of Cups is clarified by the Lovers, the Page of Cups, and the Ace of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Pentacles shows itself again. So this is remarkable improvement in this connection. If it's a new connection, it's advancing forward in a way that you really like this. And you're beginning to become a little bit more emotionally vulnerable with this person as a result of you letting them know very basically what you need in this new connection. Again, you know, could be platonic or it could be professional. Or again, you might go on this interview and say to the boss, look, the company that I'm at right now pays me well and I run a whole department and I love my job and I get to work from home. But what I really need is a work environment that does not emotionally deplete me. And you might take that job in that Ace of Pentacles and now you're hanging back and looking, you're like, wow, this place is the real deal. So there's a feeling of I can trust this, or I can start to trust this. I can start to be a little bit more emotionally vulnerable because I expressed the need on the date or at the interview, and you know, having lunch with this new friend that I met at the pickleball court or wherever, you know, and feeling is like, oh, I like this. I can become a little emotionally expressive. If this is someone who's currently in your life, a friend, a family member, or a lover, you are seeing improvements. And it's allowing you to be just a little, Page of Cups, emotionally expressive towards this person. Let's clarify that Ace of Swords. So I think what you're learning is being emotionally expressive or being emotionally vulnerable is not a detriment. It's actually a positive. Same thing if this is with a friend, you know. You're like, hey, I notice our friendship has been, you know, kind of distancing itself, and I really don't want our paths to diverge. I like having you in my life, but this is what I need from you in order to stay in this connection. I think this person shows up for you. I think you're quite surprised. One more shuffle here. Thank you. You have the Queen of Wands. So again, queens exist in the present. They process the past. So here you are, a little judging, okay? King of Pentacles, and then you're going to take action. Five of Pentacles. You're going to move forward with this connection, and your Strength card now is upright. So whether it's new or whether it's current, that Five of Pentacles in the After Tarot deck, we are coming out of emotional or financial lack. So there's, again, taking action. You're like, now I can emotionally invest in this relationship, whether it's new or current, and it's strengthening. Three of Cups to the Three of Swords. So it looks like those three cups, professional, platonic, and romantic connections, are capable of being healed, or if they're new, there's a very healing aspect to them. Because again, you expressed what you needed, and now the person is meeting your need. Clarify that Three of Cups here. Clarify the Three of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Cups is clarified by the Devil. That's you. King of Pentacles again, and the Ten of Pentacles. So now you up the ante. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Cups. So by the time you get to December, your feeling here seems to be, wow, the more vulnerable I am with this person, the more I'm receiving from them. So the connection is healing a lot more than I ever thought it could. Or this current connection is deepening. And as a result, you are making the decision in your highest vibration there to invest more in the connection. Now this connection, that you had in your life for a long time in that Ten of Pentacles, that you were this close to just slamming the door on, you realize that by expressing your emotional needs in a very concise and clear manner, without pointing the finger at them, but just stating what you need, you actually do get a positive response. And so you're upping the ante here on this connection. You now can see it moving into the new year with you. And that strength that was on the side is now upright. Clarify the Three of Swords. I really thought I was going to do another reading for you where you were walking away from someone. So you have surprised me. I absolutely love this for you. I'm tired of seeing the heartbreak in the Capricorn collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Three of Swords, which is healed. Page of Wands, Ace of Cups, and the Three of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Six of Pentacles. And you're not losing yourself in it. So you are still keeping a watchful eye, even though you're feeling more relaxed and more vulnerable. You're still watching. And again, it's not like you're watching their every move, but you are vigilant. Moving forward, you will be vigilant that in this connection, and most likely in all your connections in your life, when you express something that you need from an emotional standpoint, emotional level, you're always going to be on guard moving forward and I shouldn't say on guard, watchful moving forward that that person or people or company, etc., will meet those emotional needs. So you are putting your emotional needs ahead of even financial needs when it comes to work or even relationships. Like, let's say this is your spouse, you have a lot of Ten of Pentacles resources. Maybe in the past you stayed because you're like, well, we're married or we're old or whatever, you know, we've got money in the bank together. So even though I'm not emotionally fulfilled, I guess I'll just stay and ride it out. But this, whatever occurred here is a breaking point in the connection for you to contemplate moving on from it. Something significant happened here. And we saw that in a lot of your readings since like December of last year. So you and this person are able to come back together again. Now, if this is someone that you have not spoken to in like 5 years, and I don't think this is your reading. It's your reading in the sense that moving forward, if you're more emotionally vulnerable with the people in your life and new people coming into your life, then yeah, I think that you'll have a lot more emotionally fulfilling connections. But I don't necessarily think this is like you calling an ex from 20 years ago and trying to fix a connection. This seems to be like someone who's in your life now, or maybe you just had a separation in the last 6 months or so, maybe a year. This would be a way for you to bridge that connection. So Nine of Swords to the Chariot. Clarify the Nine of Swords. So it appears here that you and this individual or individuals are deciding to move into 2027 together. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Nine of Swords is clarified by the Ten of Wands, the Three of Swords, and the Knight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Emperor. And there's a slow healing process that is taking place because of your past wounds, whether this person was the one who created them or not. But you are now on the road to recovery. Every day, more and more, you are dropping all of that heavy weight. And the Ten of Wands in the after, in your deck, we're dropping those 10 wands. We're reaching for the Ace of Wands, which you had here, this beginning. So every day it becomes less and less painful for you to engage with this person. So the current person in your life, the connection is healing and you're moving forward with them, albeit slowly, but you're moving forward and you're still receiving those pentacle results that you wanted. So they're not just giving you lip service. And if it's a new connection, whatever vulnerability issues you had are slowly healing. You're feeling more at ease with this person as you enter 2027. Can't believe I'm saying 2027 already. Chariot, clarify the Chariot. And it all begins in Cancer season, okay, with this new moon on the 14th. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Chariot is clarified. Again, we go right back to that Ace of Wands, the Two of Wands, and the Ace of Cups. Bottom of the deck, oh my God. Look at both decks. Emperor and Empress. So this person doesn't have to be a romantic partner, but this person is now your emotional equal. How beautiful is that? When's the last time you had that in a boss, a business partner, a friend, a family member, a lover? So the choice here is made at the end of the year to continue to move forward in this connection, at this job, with this company, in this relationship, in this friendship. Again, even if this is someone new that you're meeting in the last half of the year, or you just met them recently, look at that beautiful deepening of we are now making a choice to move into the future together. So I'm kind of, I don't want to, let me correct that, because some of you are going to come at me in the comment section. It's not that I'm glad that you went through the Three of Swords, the Five of Swords, the Ten of Swords, or any of that. What I'm glad to see is that the heart is healing. And now that you're understanding, or will be understanding, that you need to communicate your emotional needs and not just assume the other person knows what you need. And again, not in a way where you're pointing a finger at them, but pointing a finger at you. Then I think you have healed once and for all this communication wound. And I think in your reading a year or two ago, it came up that like you have a communication wound. You suppress. You want to keep the peace. And as a result, you sometimes come across as a little closed off to people because you just assume that they're as caring and loving as you are, and that they're going to know what you need just like you know what they need. And I think that way of conducting a connection for you has proven to be difficult. The person needs to know what you need from them. And again, they may or may not come through, but they need to hear it from you. You know what you need, and you may be smart enough to know what they need. But the person on the other end of this connection is not as emotionally in tune as you are. So it's beneficial for you to learn how to communicate what it is that you need from a particular connection. And there's at least one connection here in your life that if you're willing to dive deep emotionally and be more emotionally expressive with this person, this connection can be healed. And if it's a new connection, I really personally, as an energy reader, I really like to see this going. Your old relationship that you had with this person is done and over with. Because you're emotionally expanding and growing. Your partner, whoever the partner is, professional, platonic, romantic, they're expanding and growing as well emotionally. So the connection that you have is over. Moving forward, you are birthing a new connection. And same thing, again, regardless of who this person is. And if this is a new person in your life, platonic, professional, or romantic, that the way you did connection in the past is over. You are reaching full emotional contentment in a connection, or learning how to acquire that in connection. I really like this for you. There's a lot of growth here in terms of healing that communication wound. And I think in that reading, I think it was about a year ago, there was something like some of you were taught from childhood, like, shh, you can't, like, you know, dad had a hard day at work, you know, shut up when he's home type of thing. You know, he needs to rest. Yeah, but I don't care what you need, Capricorn, you know, or I just feel like you had people that shushed you when you were like, but I need this, or I would like this. And I think you learned to compartmentalize your needs and that you would tend to them, but you almost like didn't trust other people to tend to your needs. And I think it's because a lot of you were like shushed, or you made to be small or stay small. So it has affected your adult connections. I'm not blaming you for every horrible thing that someone has done to you, but we have some culpability when we're not expressing what we need from a real healed place. And this is a very healed Capricorn collective that moving forward will be able to express their emotional wants, needs, and desires in a very effective way. And it looks like you have at least one person here that you currently have difficulty with that will make it their job, so to speak, to meet those needs. So I like this for you. Let's get one more shuffle here. Thank you. Hold your vision, fixed moon. So hold your vision on this. Bottom of the deck you have, what do you need to release? Waning moon. So I think what you need to release is the inability to say what you need out of a connection. And I've known several Capricorns in my life, and they always come across like they don't need anyone. I got it. I'm good. I'm taking care of this. I'm taking care of that. It has taken me a long time to get a Capricorn to open up to me. And they usually don't. They'll say, I can't believe someone did ABC to me, blah, blah, blah. But then if I try to give them any type of advice or anything. They're like, I know what I'm doing. Like, and it's a very protective defense mechanism. But I think that's going to change for you moving forward. I think you're going to release the need to put a big wall around your heart. And I think you're actually going to let people really love you. And I think you're going to be able to express what you need to feel loved in return. And like I said, you have at least one person, if not several here, that once they understand what you need from them, they're going to gladly give it to you. So let's get you 3 final oracle cards here. And again, if it's a new person, this is a lovely new friendship or professional relationship or even romantic partnership. It's healthy. It looks healthy. And if you're watching this and you're like, yeah, but I've been married for 20 years. I shouldn't have to tell him or tell her what I need. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because wants, needs, and desires change over the years. And the person you were when you started dating them is not the person you are today. I mean, just in dating him now in 6 years, I've changed so much, and so has he. So if you're together 20, 30 years, 40 years, wants, needs, and desires change. So you do have to have this conversation if you want to heal the connection. Or they're my brother or sister. They know me my whole life. What you want at 50 is a lot different than what you wanted at 8, you know? One more shuffle. Thank you. So we have heart's desire. Look at that. Ignite your inner passion and desires, driving you towards your dreams. So igniting your inner passions and desires means being able to be emotionally vulnerable enough to express them. And then you have silent strength. Build your power in silence, waiting for the right moment to reveal your quiet strength. Well, remember this here was your strength here was on the side. And I think you have been very silent, giving to connections that have not been emotionally fulfilling you. And I think moving forward, waiting for your moment to reveal it, I think this is your moment to reveal it. And then your next card here is step by step. Follow the natural pace and gradually achieve your goal. So little by little, you will begin to open up more. The bottom of the deck, you have patience, time. Beautiful things take time. This is going to take time. Let yourself grow stronger in the waiting. So again, you're going to speak your truth here and then give this person time, not 10 years, but time. And I think you're going to see improvement rather soon. And as the year progresses and as you roll into 2027, not that you're going to be grateful for the difficult things you went through, but a lot of people go through difficult things and they don't change or grow. This is your opportunity to change or grow from that difficult experience and possibly even salvage a connection that means a great deal to you. So I have 2 people here willing to Empress to the Tower, and I have the Knight to the Emperor here. So I have someone here who's emotionally leveling up because someone else is saying, this is what I need to feel nurtured, and if I don't receive it, I'm out of here. And then you have the Sun and the Wheel of Fortune. It's a good new chapter of your life. Again, you have someone here who's leveling up because you're speaking your truth. And again, not in a finger pointing way, but in a I need this way. That is what I have for you, Capricorn, for the second half of 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video on your mobile device if you're able to do that. And between now and December, we have a couple astrological occurrences, if you will, that will be impacting all of us. And so as you make these decisions and have these conversations, energy is going to shift. It will for the collective. So I'm going to do some additional readings, sort of like little follow-up readings in respect to these 6-month readings that I did, and I'll be posting them on Patreon. So if you can join us there, that's great. We'd love to have you. It's a small little group that I started within the last month. But if you're not able to join us there, you can't do it, you don't have time, you can't afford it, that's okay. Trust the source already knew that, and you received everything you need to know for the next 6 months. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a general collective reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So my Aquarius family, most of you know my person and I are both Aquarius risings. So I'm proud to be a part of the Aquarius family. Before we get into tarot, my friend, we're going to take a look at some astrology homework that I did for you. And that'll give you a better idea of what this reading is about, but also what you can expect in the second half of 2026. So this cycle begins with a new moon in Cancer on July 14th, 2026. It'll culminate with a super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And this will directly target your solar sixth house of work, daily routines, wellness, and self-care. Because Cancer rules your solar sixth house, this specific window is less about grand public-facing shifts and more about you transforming your day-to-day existence, emotional health, and your physical well-being. The cycle begins with the new moon in Cancer on July 14th. And for you, this is a prompt to hit the reset button on your work-life balance and your health habits. If you're not currently employed, it would just be a balance in your connections where you have any type of contract. So it could be with your landlord or your mortgage company, etc. There's a little bit of a retrograde twist here for you, and that is because this new moon is arriving in the middle of a Mercury retrograde in Cancer. It is best for you to not start a brand new job or project on I was going to say January, on July 14th. If I said January previously, I apologize. On July 14th. And you shouldn't buy any complex health equipment on that day either. So if you can put off starting the new job for another week or buying any complex health equipment or maybe even getting a gym membership, if you can kind of wait a week, that would be more beneficial to you. Instead, use the retrograde period. Instead of buying something new or starting something new, use the period instead to reevaluate an old workout routine that you sort of put on the back burner earlier in the year. Like maybe you got a gym membership for New Year's, as a lot of people do with their New Year's resolutions, but then as the year progressed, you kind of fizzled out and stopped going to the gym. That may be something that you want to revisit. If you are currently employed, you may want to fix an ongoing workplace communication issue, and the same holds true with any individual that you have a contract with. Again, mortgage company, a realtor that you're working with, your landlord, etc. There's also an important thing here for you to return to a daily self-care practice that you abandoned earlier in the year. So maybe earlier in the year, you said, I'm going to walk a mile a day, and you stopped doing it. Or I'm going to quit smoking, and you stopped doing it. Or I'm going to reduce my salt intake, and you kind of stopped doing it. This is the opportune time for you to go back and look at those again and say, do I want to start them up again? The answer is most likely yes, because you're sort of being led by the universe, you're receiving that intuitive hit or that intuitive nudge that it's time for you to start taking care of your health and your body better than you have been. And the focus of doing all this, or the purpose, I should say, of doing all of this is because the nodes are shifting, and Leo, as well as you, will be heavily impacted. So right after we have that new moon in Cancer on July 14th, the nodes of destiny, if you will be changing. So there is a major astrological shift occurring on July 16th when the nodes change and they're moving into Aquarius and Leo. So for you, this puts your personal identity and relationship access under a cosmic microscope for the next 18 months. So the reason why you're, supposed to use this 6-month period to make sure your connections are balanced, you have a healthy work-life balance, that you're taking care of your physical self, that you're tending to your emotional needs, is because the node moving into your sign will require you to make some major personal evolutionary changes in your life over the course of the next 18 months. And it's important that you are in the best emotional and physical health that you can be prior to that really kicking off in January for you. So the culmination point occurs on December 23rd with the super full moon in Cancer. Any work project or a health journey or a lifestyle change that you start in July or August, you're going to see some really great results from it. This lunation will force you to confront how your stress levels are manifesting in your physical body. And you'll be urged to purge bad habits, toxic daily environments, or people-pleasing tendencies at work that compromise your peace of mind. So if you've made the shift, you'll end up seeing, you'll reap a reward. You'll be like, wow, I physically look better. I feel better. You know, I've made great progress at work because I'm learning how to communicate my needs instead of being a people-pleasing Aquarius. So you'll find yourself having more peace of mind in December. If you haven't made that shift, if you didn't make that change, the universe will create some type of tower moment in December to get you to go like, hey, you need to take care of this issue at work, or you don't really have a balanced work-life, you know, a routine here, or that thing that you were supposed to quit in January that I sort of reminded you to quit in July and August and you didn't, it's time to quit it. So again, if you're not taking care of yourself physically when it comes to controlling stress levels, work-life balance, and getting back to taking care of your body, it's possible that a tower moment occurs in December that sort of forces you to look at that and make the radical changes that you need to make. I also wanted to see how this will be affecting your relationships. So this Cancer lunar cycle operates entirely in your 6th house of daily labor, service, and routines. And because of this, it impacts your relationships, not through grand dramatic gestures, but through the micro dynamics of daily life, how you show up for others, how you share burdens, and how you manage stress. So this means not taking on the bulk load of work at work anymore. So again, you need a healthier work-life balance for those of you who are employed. So I broke this up into 3 different sections for you. So in respect to your professional relationships, and again, even if you're not employed, the people that you have any type of contract with, this applies to them as well. The 6th house rules the workplace. So any professional relationships that you have in your life, or again, contractual agreements, will be heavily impacted during this cycle. Now, you are a fixed sign, and that often takes on the intellectual heavy lifting for groups. So you may find yourself at work doing more of the heavy lifting, or if there's a project, everyone comes to your brilliant mind to find the solution or to create the plan. And the cycle, or this lunar cycle, will force you to stop doing that. It will force you to stop over-functioning for your slacking coworkers or slacking employees or making excuses for the landlord. And actually, it will demand of you to boss up and learn to delegate, as opposed to taking on all of the work yourself or just dealing with the inadequate landlord. The retrograde effect here, when it comes to your professional relationships, with Mercury retrograde at the start, expect old workplace miscommunications or past colleagues to resurface, and use this time to renegotiate your daily responsibilities with these individuals. The December climax. By December, an unstable work dynamic will break. If a colleague or client has been draining you of your energy and you did not take the time between July and December to address it, you will either reach a compromise because you're forced to do it in December, or you will cut ties with the individual, possibly the workplace, to protect your mental health. And it's just something instinctually that you will do. In respect to your platonic relationships with your friends and your family members, you're going to shift from looking at them as a concept to a closer bond. So you thrive on broad social networks, but this Cancer cycle demands emotional intimacy. So the cycle asks for you to show love through action. True friendship during the next 5 to 6 months looks like running errands for a sick friend, helping a buddy move, or cooking them a meal. While the North Node enters your sign on July 26th, you will naturally start shedding superficial friendships, and you will crave ride or die type of people in your life, those who respect your daily boundaries. You might feel less available for large group hangouts, and instead you will find more value in intimate one-on-one catch-ups over coffee, tea, or a beer or a glass of wine. In respect to your romantic relationships, the mechanics of domestic bliss are something that you need to focus on. So because the 6th house deals with machinery of life, romance during this cycle is less about candlelit dinners and more about how you operate as a team together. If you live with a partner, this cycle will highlight any imbalances in household chores, emotional labor, and daily schedules, especially if you're the one doing the heavy lifting. July is a critical time to look back at reoccurring arguments about the little things in your relationship, like who does the dishes or who pays the bills or who's always making the dinner reservations, and instead build a better system and how the two of you can move forward together. The full moon in December will reveal whether your relationship reduces your daily stress or adds to it or creates some. So couples who support each other's wellness will deepen their bond, and those trapped in codependent, stressful loops will face a reality check, and those relationships will most likely come to an end in the early stage of 2027. So the summary of your relationship impacts professional, high risk of burnout from people pleasing, and it requires a strict boundary setting with coworkers, clients, employees, etc. For your platonic connections, you're going to shift from large groups, dynamics to low-key, practical, supportive friendships. And in respect to romance, whether you're single or partnered, you're going to focus on a daily routine and look to either take your current relationship where we are sharing domestic duties, whether you live together or not, or you will be seeking a partner who wants to share in the domestic duties. And this is going to ensure that either your current relationship or a new one that you bring into your life at the end of the day supports your mental health. Because if you're doing the bulk of the work, that's not supporting your mental health at all. So with all of that now, let's get into the cards. I'm going to scroll back up here to my notes in case we need to refer to them. So this is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What else do they need to know for the second half of 2026? What else do they need to know for the second half of 2026? One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have Moon Maiden, New Beginnings, card number 41. Detox, repairing the body, mind, and spirit. Can't make it up. Card number 39. Crown Games, right use of power. Card number 8. Literally everything that we talked about. Unbelievable. And at the bottom of the deck, you have Mindful, Groupthink. Card number 40. All right. This will be an interesting read here for you. Let's clarify this further now for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 41, Moon Maiden, New Beginnings. Card number 39, Detox, repairing the body, mind, and spirit. And card number 8, Crown Games, the right use of power for the second half of 2026. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Two of Cups, the Knight of Swords, the Page of Swords, the Page of Cups, the Nine of Swords, and the Moon. Underlying energy, the World, the Fool. Wow, pretty unique to get that combination. And the Knight of Pentacles. So whether you realize it or not, Six of Cups here at the bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups, Seven of Swords, and the Lovers. Whether you realize it or not, remember, it's a predictive reading. Over the course of the next 6 months, you will be ending the way you do connections, and you'll be doing them differently. Because there's some lesson here that you have learned or you're about to learn. And this goes for all of your connections. And the ones that cause you stress, Seven of Swords, it looks like you will be closing them out or radically changing them. Let's begin to clarify this. We're using the After Tarot deck. If you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. Four of Swords and the Two of Cups. Look at that. You are changing or healing the way you show up in connection. Okay, so if you're not familiar with this deck, the images are slightly different. It does alter or change the meaning of the cards, and we'll go through them as necessary in your reading today. This is for Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying Two of Cups, Knight of Swords, Page of Swords, Page of Cups, Nine of Swords, and the Moon for the Aquarius Collective for the second half of 2026. One more shuffle. Thank you. Two of Cups is clarified by Six of Cups. Knight of Swords, clarified by the Death card. The Page of Swords, clarified by the Four of Swords. The Page of Cups, clarified by Temperance. The Nine of Swords, clarified by the Queen of Wands. And the Moon is clarified by the Hermit. Bottom of the deck, underlying energy, Four of Cups, Page of Swords, Six of Wands. That leaves the Three of Swords, Queen of Pentacles, Five of Pentacles, Nine of Swords here at the bottom of the deck. So obviously we'll clarify this more. But if we're looking at new beginnings in regards to partnerships in your life, regardless of who they are, professional, platonic, or romantic, there is something here about finding balance. Temperance is all about balance, alchemizing a connection. So there's an equal give and take, and you don't feel like you're being taken advantage of. So there is a new way to do relationships here. Repairing the body, mind, and spirit. You've been on the go, doing things for other people, taking on the emotional or mental labor of connections. That's coming to an end. It's coming to an end. And if you've seen my readings before, welcome back. If you're new, howdy. Please click like, share, comment, subscribe. But for me, queens exist in the present. They process the present and they process the past. And kings take action. And so I have you here in Queen of Wands with that Knight of Swords. Like, I'm always on the go, go, go. And I do this, this, and this for people. And it is starting to affect my health. And it probably has for a long time. But this period of introspection is going to make you realize how much it has impacted your health. Maybe you've put on weight. Maybe you have high blood pressure. This is not a medical diagnosis. Please talk to your medical team or your doctor or your physician. But this reading is clearly coming up because you have something or someone that causes you undue stress. And so, again, while you're reviewing these connections, you're realizing Nine of Swords, the ones where you overgive or people take advantage of you or they just expect you to do all of the weight pulling in the relationship. And they cause you a lot of stress and anxiety. So there is a need here for you to detox from showing up that way. And I do believe that's what you're doing. And so moving forward in that right use of power, I think what you're learning is I can delegate, Page of Swords, what it is that I need done. I don't have to take on all of the physical or emotional or financial or logical, work of this connection. I don't have to do everything for the team at work. I mean, if you're an employer, what is the point of having employees if you don't delegate to them? If you oversee a department, what is the point of overseeing the department if you take on all of the work of the department? If you're in a romantic partnership, what is the purpose of being in a romantic partnership if you have to do everything for your romantic partner? Even if this is a friend or a family member, if you have to do everything for this person, I mean, unless they're a complete invalid, what is the purpose of having that connection in your life if it is stressing you out and causing some serious health issues? So you will be learning that the right use of power is not you doing everything. The right use of power is you being able to use that brilliant mind and voice of yours to delegate a little bit better. And then the Hermit to the Moon card, there's a little bit here of you going within and acknowledging to yourself that maybe some of your connections in the past and maybe some present ones didn't quite work out was probably because you overgave. And when you overgave in those connections over a period of time, you knowingly or unknowingly became resentful of that person. And that may have been why there was friction at work, or friction in a romantic partnership, or friction with a child, or, your sibling, or something like that. So there's some introspection here to go, yeah, I was part of why that dynamic broke down, or why it is currently breaking down. So there is an end to how you do connection. Let's clarify this further now. We're going to clarify the Two of Cups. Clarify the Two of Cups here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Two of Cups is clarified by the Magician, the Ten of Cups, and the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the Hangman. So I have a group of you here that it is your belief, okay, and maybe mine as an Aquarius rising, that we can achieve emotional contentment in a relationship when everything is balanced and going well, but we have to make sure it's our total responsibility to make sure it's even and going well. Like we literally take on all of the responsibility. And that's something here when you're reviewing a current connection in your life, or maybe some past connections in the Six of Cups card in the After Tarot deck, there's something here of saying, were those connections really balanced? Are your current connections really balanced? Or is it you keeping them balanced? Was it you in the past keeping them balanced? Six of Cups. Clarify that Six of Cups. So it's a good time to review also some failed connections in your life and be honest with yourself. Why did they fail? One more shuffle. Thank you. You may have built up a resentment for a partner and not even realize you did that. And then maybe over a period of time, the relationship ended, or maybe they stepped out or you stepped out. But the underlying reason was resentment built. And resentment built because you from the get-go said, in order to make this work, that it ends up being the Ten of Cups that I've manifested and wanted, I have to keep everything balanced. I have to stay on top of everything. And that, again, might have created some resentment. And this could even be, if you're a parent, you might have resentment for a child. But again, you sort of started it. You started that framework when you said, I have to do everything for this kid. Now the kid's 40 years old and they don't know how to really function on their own. They're still relying on you. And same holds true if this is at work. So you have the Hangman. So again, this is you looking at these connections, the ones that failed, the ones that are currently wobbling here in your life or draining you of your energy. There's something here about being honest and taking a good look at them. Four of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles, which is what we have here, bottom of the deck, the Empress. So it's being honest with yourself that I didn't want to lose the connection, right? Nobody enters a connection, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic, with the intention of losing the connection. But your method of holding on to the connection was to basically choke it out of existence. And the way that you did that was by taking everything on. Now, maybe you took on all of the financial work. Others of you took on all of the emotional labor. But you took on some aspect of the relationship. There was some aspect of a relationship here that was not 50-50 or was not calibrated to run evenly, like an ebb and flow between you and the other person. And so in an effort that I'm going to do this because this time I want this to work, actually ended up being some poison there to something that you were really trying to nurture. But you sort of aided in it coming to an end because, again, from the beginning, there was not an equal give and take. So I feel like you're prone to takers, and you're prone to takers because you really want connections to sort of have that happily ever after. But as a result, you probably draw in people that, I don't know if they knowingly know they're doing it, but they are takers by nature. And I think you have done connection like this for a long time, where you were naturally an overgiver. And again, at work, with your friends, maybe even your romantic partnerships. So as you do the review process here, that's basically the conclusion that I see you coming to. Page of Cups to Temperance. Clarify that Page of Cups. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Cups is clarified by Seven of Cups, the High Priestess, and the Five of Cups, bottom of the deck, the Hermit. So as you look back on these connections, professional, platonic, or romantic, that didn't quite work out, that introspection that you're doing here is actually giving you some insight. And the insight is, I overgave. And by overgiving, I drew in people who were overtakers. And maybe, again, like I said, maybe this person, I'm not calling them a narcissist if you're a cross watcher watching, but people get very comfortable in relationships. And I know, having a lot of friendships over the years, the ones that started off in the beginning as being balanced, and I made sure that they, were balanced, and I was holding the other person accountable, those are the friendships I still have in my life today. But the ones that I started making excuses for them early on, and I became the overgiver, and I took on the emotional workload of the relationship, like I would remember their birthday and they wouldn't remember mine, or I would have to remind them of my birthday. I should never have to remind a friend of 5 years of my birthday or of 10 years. So, but I took on the emotional labor, and in order to, Four of Pentacles, hold on to that relationship, what I really did was prolong an ending. Because had I forced it through having healthy boundaries to be balanced, I would have known immediately this is not a balanced friendship, and I would have walked away from it, or it would have faded out of my life. So I think in the past, you've stayed in connections longer than you should have because you did something more than the other person. Like you took on more of the responsibility. So this time period is meant for you to go back and reflect on those. And if you, have these imbalanced connections in your life now, it's important for you to see, how am I overdoing it? Because if you stop doing, if it's an imbalanced connection and you stop being the overgiver or the overprovider or the overdoer, that connection is going to crash and burn immediately. So I think a lot of you held on to connections longer because you didn't want it to crash and burn. And you may have a connection in your life right now that you're doing the same thing with. And again, this could be at work. I don't want this department to fail, so I have to do all the work. I don't want my company to fail, so I have to do all of the work. Well, what's the point of having employees then? So the employees or the partners or the friends or the siblings, whoever, your children, whoever this person or other people are, they start to rely on you to do the bulk of the work. So they get lazier and lazier and lazier, and your resentment grows deeper and deeper and deeper. Temperance. So there's a need here for you moving forward with existing connections and the ones moving forward to find balance. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Two of Pentacles. It's a different type of balance. Queen of Swords. Again, existing in the present, processing the past, and the Wheel of Fortune. In the bottom of the deck, we have the Magician to the King of Swords. So Queens process the present, the past, and Kings take action. So there's something here when if you're manifesting for a current connection to get stronger or healthier, or you're manifesting a new connection to come in, and again, professional, platonic, or romantic, you'll be manifesting the connection differently. It's not, this connection has to succeed at all cost, even if it means all cost is at my cost. This is, the relationship has to succeed because the people involved all need to be participating at the same ebb and flow level. So you have an opportunity to move forward doing connection differently in a more balanced way than you did in the past. And again, some connections will make it and some won't. But that is far better for your health than for you to continue to take on the, all of the work of a relationship. Like that is not healthy for you. Knight of Swords. Clarify the Knight of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Swords is clarified by 10 of Pentacles, the 5 of Wands, and the King of Swords. There you are. Bottom of the deck, 8 of Pentacles. So I do believe that you will be communicating in that Knight of Swords, King of Swords, in your power, again, taking action, communicating to these individuals that the way the connection has been occurring between you and them needs to change moving forward, because it's not good for you, for your mental health or your physical health, or maybe both, maybe financial health, to continue operating the way you have been operating. So either the connection changes or the connection ends. But I do see you here over the course of the next 6 months addressing these types of issues with people in your life. And it's not that you're demanding reciprocity. You're basically saying, from this day forward, I need reciprocity. The Death card. Clarify the Death card. Some connections will transform. Some people will say, oh my God, you know what? You're right. I got so used to you doing the dishes every night after dinner. I never stopped to think that maybe you needed a break. You might have employees or coworkers that go, oh my God, I got so used to you working 70 hours a week that I never asked if you needed help, or maybe I should take on that project. So there is something here. Some people will realize that, wow, you really have been doing more than your share of the connection. And others will see it, but not want to do their share, and that's okay. Those connections then will fall away. One more shuffle. Thank you. Death card is clarified by the Tower. The 8 of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, the 5 of Pentacles, which is coming out from being out in the cold. So there is something here. Some connections will radically transform as you know, after you have this conversation, and some will radically fall out of your life. But at the end of the day, you have to do what is best for your health. The Queen of Pentacles nurtures themselves. So you are learning here that the best way for you to nurture yourself is to speak your truth. And again, the person or people on the other end, they're either going to say, you're right, Aquarius, I really need to step up, or they're going to leave your life. 9 of Swords. Clarify the 9 of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. 9 of Swords is clarified by 2 of Wands, Ace of Swords, and the 2 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Hierophant. So these people mean something to you. The Hierophant, these are people that work for you or work with you. This is a romantic partner or a spouse. This is maybe the community group that you're part of, or political organization or religious organization. So whoever this person or these people are, they mean something to you. They're a staple in your life, which is probably why you were an overgiver with them to begin with. So I can see the apprehension here and the anxiety or nervousness, because once I make the decision and the Two of Wands to speak my truth and the Ace of Swords, Two of Swords, I don't know what's going to happen to the connection. I don't know if they step up or they fall away. So it seems to be a concern here of yours about that. Queen of Wands, clarify the Queen of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Wands is clarified by the Lovers, the Knight of Wands, and the Ten of Wands. Bottom of the deck, the Page of Pentacles. Well, I think you're going to be surprised because you have at least one person here that acknowledges that you have been taking on the financial or emotional or physical labor of the connection. So maybe not everyone will agree, or maybe not everyone will agree but not step up, but you have at least one person here who's like, you're right, you have been doing too much a blank, and I have not been doing my share here. So you have at least one person here that will take action to relieve the financial or emotional or physical burden that you've been carrying by keeping the department or keeping the friendship or keeping the romantic partnership afloat. Yeah, you have one person here that understands what you're saying, Ace of Wands, and they are willing to step up here. Page of Swords. Clarify that Page of Swords. So I think what you're learning here is the ability to delegate better. One more shuffle. Thank you. And this will, and I think in one of those, I think it was in the platonic connections, that I said you're craving ride or die people in your life. So anyone who was superficial or taking advantage of you, those connections probably will end up falling out of your life. And again, that's okay, because if the only reason why you were able to hold on to it is because that person required you to do all of the lifting in some area of that connection, that wasn't healthy for you. It's clearly affecting your health. So you are learning the art of delegation here. And as a result, you're going to be creating a tighter circle of people in your life. One more shuffle. Thank you. Page of Swords is clarified by the Queen of Wands. There you are again. The Ten of Wands and the Ten of Swords. And bottom of that, Queen of Pentacles. So once you do this, at least one person steps up. Yeah, it could be more for some of you, but at least one person steps up and at least one person does not. So it could be the employee or the, employee that quits, or the coworker who, goes to the boss and says, I quit here. Because I just spoke to Aquarius and, they were working every Saturday for me. And now they said, it's not my responsibility to work every Saturday for you. I can help you out once in a while, but I'm not going to do it every damn Saturday. And, well, I'm not going to work Saturday, even though I agreed to work Saturday. I'm not going to do it, so I'm out. I quit. It's a romantic partner that's like, I'm sorry, you want me to start doing the dishes? Yeah, I want you to start. I can't do the dishes every night. I can't do all the loads of clothes in the house every night. I can't plan all the dates. I can't pay for all the bills. You were doing something here in excess. So you have at least one person here, professional, platonic, or romantic connection, that says, I'm out. I can't do that. And you have at least one person who says, yeah, I've been taking advantage without realizing I was taking advantage of you, and I'm going to step up. But again, you're now creating a better circle of people around you, people that don't take advantage of you. One more shuffle. Thank you. People that you don't have to compromise a part of yourself for just to hold on to them. The Sun, the King of Swords, there you are, and the Magician. Bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles. So by you speaking your truth, the Magician is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury rules communication. By you speaking your truth and these new rules, if you will, for connection, some people will fall away and some people will actually step up. But the exercise of the purpose for you to do this is because your life is going to drastically change now that the node is moving into your sign. So this 6-month exercise now puts you on path for the remainder of the year that the node will be in your sign. And that's going to radically change now your life, because now you have people who should be in your life, not people that you're holding on to out of fear of losing them, and so you have to overgive to them. So this changes the game for you, moving into 2027 and beyond. The moon, clarify the moon. So you're cultivating a better group or a better class of people in your life. And that is the right use of power. The wrong use of power is when you thought you had to do everything to keep those people. One more shuffle. Thank you. The moon is clarified by the Ace of Pentacles. Everything I say is the truth. Four of Cups and Justice. Bottom of the deck, King of Cups. Yeah, there's at least one person here who does not like the new rules of engagement, if you will. The Hermit. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Hermit is clarified by the Ace of Cups, the Hierophant, and the Seven of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Four of Wands. Because you're doing this, I'm not going to say you'll never, but I don't see you engaging with that type of person or people moving forward. Because the way you treat the Hierophant, remember we saw that at the bottom of the deck, moving forward, look at that Seven of Swords. Not falling for that again. So as new people now enter your life, you're never going to be the people-pleasing Aquarius that you are. You are looking for balance. Whether you work for them or you're married to them or, again, their family, moving forward, you're going to make sure that you never do that again. Because what happens when these leeches, if you will, right? These energetic drains or financial drains or whatever, and time drains, once those types of people leave your life and other people step up and new people come on and you're, using that right use of power and you're delegating, and your health is going to improve, your stress levels are going to go down. So moving forward for the rest of your life, when you're engaging with new people, you're never going to repeat that mistake again. So the way you do connection will be entirely different. But it all begins by you utilizing the next 3 or 4 weeks of July, and maybe even going into August, because post-shadow of Mercury retrograde will take us to August 6th. So between now and August 6th, you reviewing those past connections that failed and the current connections that are on the brink of failing, and you being honest with yourself that those connections, the reason why that you stayed in them as long as you did was because you were trying to hold it all together by doing the brunt of the work. Now that you see what life can be like when you're not doing that, yeah, moving forward, you're never going to do that again. But it all begins by you analyzing and reevaluating those connections. And like I said, maybe any trouble dynamics that you currently have in your life. Let's close out with a Moonology card and some Oracle cards. And then I need to close the windows because my allergies are getting to me. So if I sound a little stuffed up, I apologize. I should have never opened the windows before. Let's get a Moonology card here, please, for Aquarius for the remainder of 2026. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have meditate and contemplate. New moon in Pisces. Well, that node is moving out of Pisces into you. So isn't that something? So yeah, meditate and contemplate over these types of connections. And at the bottom of the deck, the end of a tough cycle approaches. Full moon in Capricorn. Very interesting. We just had a full moon in Capricorn. So it's possible for some of you, you have already started thinking about these connections or current connections. You may have already started feeling the health effects or the physical effects. It's possible for some of you, you have a connection that is closing out right now, like you're in the middle of it closing out. But again, utilize this time to look at those failed connections, even the ones that are currently closing out, and be honest with yourself. They probably would have closed out a long time ago had you not shown up in your beautiful, I could do it all energy. I think you had some people there knowingly take advantage of you, and some people who just got really comfortable by you doing it all and unknowingly took advantage of you. But moving forward, there's a different type of connection that you'll be craving. And so it's not that you'll be on guard moving forward, but you're just going to be very mindful, right? Mindful, groupthink, that when it comes to connections in the future, you're not going to be an overgiver. and you don't have to be the overachiever at work and do everyone's job. So I like this for you a lot. So it is a new beginning when it comes to how you do connection. 3 oracle cards here, please, for the Aquarius collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. And we have awakening. Realize your growth and changes and embrace your new awakening. So you are transforming here. Healing. Heal by confronting and addressing past wounds. Again, looking at those connections or maybe current ones where there's heartache or loss, separation, something like that. Be honest with yourself that, again, they stayed in your life longer than they should have. And then balance. That's exactly what you need in your connections moving forward. Achieve harmony within yourself, creating stability in all areas and connections of your life. Very nice reading here for you, Aquarius. At the bottom of the deck, inspiration. Gain insights and wisdom from life. So looking at those connections will give you the wisdom you need to form and cultivate healthier connections, more balanced connections moving forward. Well, that is what I have for you for the second half of 2026. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that on your mobile device. Also, between now and December, I'll be doing some micro reads for all 12 signs, like sort of like follow-up readings, because as we begin to shift and change, the energies around us will shift and change as well. And I'll be posting those updates on Patreon. So if any time between now and December, you can join us over there, that will be fantastic. Information on how to do that will be in the description box below. But if for some chance you can't do it, you don't have time, maybe you don't have the money, that's completely understandable. Just know that Spirit already knew that and gave you everything that you need to navigate the second half of 2026. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I hope you're well. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Jen with Timeline Tarot, and this is your prediction for the second half of 2026. It is a collective general reading, so as the messages come through today, take what fits, leave what doesn't, because if it's not your message, it simply means it is meant for someone else to hear. And please check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. And if you're not sure what those placements are, in the description box of this video is a link where you can obtain your free birth chart. So, Pisces, before we get into tarot, I have a bunch of stuff for you that we should go through. I did a little astrology homework for you. You have a lot going on, so this might be a lengthy intro for you compared to the other signs, but I think it's important because, one, you'll understand what this reading is all about, and two, you'll have a better handle on what you can expect for the second half of the year. So I want to begin by explaining that this reading, as well as this cycle for you, begins on July 14th with the new moon in Cancer. It will culminate with the full moon in Cancer. It's actually a super full moon in Cancer on December 23rd, 2026. And for you, this will activate your solar 5th house of creativity, romance, and self-expression. And that will trigger a profound, deeply emotional renaissance for you. Because Cancer is a fellow water sign, this cycle forms a harmonious trine to you. And therefore, energy will be able to flow naturally without the harsh friction that some of the other zodiac signs might feel during this time. Creative revivals and passion projects. So this is exactly how this 6-month cosmic transit will impact your life. Creative revivals and passion projects. The new moon on July 14th initiates a beautiful time to revisit an old artistic project, hobby, or calling, maybe even like a skill that you wanted to learn that you quietly put on the back burner. The new moon occurs during a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, so instead of starting something entirely brand new, your highest manifestation power lies in dusting off an old draft, a half-finished canvas, or a forgotten idea. By the December 23rd full moon, these nurtured ideas will reach fruition. You could find yourself launching a creative business, showcasing your art, or finally feeling a deep sense of pride in your unique voice or some new skill that you have learned. In respect to romance, there will be a reset here as well as healing. The July new moon might trigger the reappearance of an ex-partner or old flame due to the retrograde energy. This person may not necessarily want to reignite the romantic connection with you. Instead, they might be looking for friendship, just to kind of check in on you, or to obtain some closure, or maybe even give you some closure. The new beginning here that you're having in terms of love acts as a cosmic checkpoint for you. So when this individual contacts you, this is your moment to figure out what you truly want out of romance. And it'll give you the ability to reflect on that past connection and realize how far you have come since it ended. If you are single, it marks the beginning of a 6-month window where you will learn to open up your heart chakra and invite emotionally secure, nurturing connections into your life. By the December full moon, the mask will come off. So for those of you where you are reuniting with the past person, you will experience a major culmination point in your love life in December. And this will either cement a beautiful soul deep commitment or grant you the emotional independence to walk away from the dynamic. If this is a newer connection, provided that your heart chakra was open and you invited someone who was emotionally secure and nurturing, the relationship can actually go the distance. Inner child healing and joy. The 5th house rules children, and that not only means the children that you have, but also your inner child. So Pisces, you're carrying a very heavy professional and existential weight right now due to Saturn and Neptune moving through your sign. So this Cancer lunar cycle serves as your cosmic permission slip to basically like step away from the grind and remember how to play and how to bring joy back into your life. Over the next couple of months, you will learn that your joy does not need to be sacrificed for your responsibilities. Healing old childhood wounds around validation and learning to create your own inner security and your own inner joy will be your greatest triumph by the end of December. I also wanted to see how the North Node leaving your sign into Aquarius will affect you. So the North Node leaving your sign and entering Aquarius shifts your focus from intense personal reinvention to deep subconscious healing, solitude, and spiritual mastery. When the North Node moves back into Aquarius, it will exit your 1st house of self and identity, and it will enter your 12th house of the subconscious, karma, and ending cycles. This marks a massive transition for you. You're moving out of the spotlight and into a sacred internal incubation period, if you will, that will last approximately 18 months while that North Node is in Aquarius. You will find relief from intense personal pressure. So for the past year and a half, the North Node in your sign forced you to step up, rebrand yourself, take center stage, which probably felt like one exhausting life shift or decision after another. But as the node exits your 1st house, the cosmic spotlight will dim and you actually will feel a sense of relief. You will feel an immediate release of pressure to have to prove yourself to others or to the world. And the constant demand to know who you are and where you're going gives way to a quieter, more reflective pace and peace within yourself. The 12th house is the natural home of Pisces, meaning this transit will feel deeply familiar, yet spiritually demanding. The North Node pushes you toward unfamiliar growth, which in this house means learning to surrender control and trust the unseen. The North Node here will shine a light on your coping mechanisms. You will be urged to replace low vibrational Pisces habits like avoidance or denial or maybe even substance abuse with healthier spiritual practices like meditation, breath work, or therapy. And you will feel a strong magnetic pull towards isolation. And this is not like a lonely depression kind of isolation. It's more like a necessary restorative retreat. In fact, some of you may actually seek some retreats or spiritual retreats that you can go on. Your psychic sensitivity during the next 5 months will be at an all-time high, making regular energy clearing and alone time essential for you. Your subconscious mind will become highly active, so pay close attention to your dreams and maybe even keep a dream journal. Pay attention to signs and synchronicities or any intuitive flashes or immediate thoughts that you get, because this is where the North Node will drop your instructions for the future. Releasing the South Node in Leo. As the North Node enters Aquarius, the South Node will simultaneously sorry, enter Leo, which is your sixth house of daily routines, work, and health. The South Node represents what you must release or stop over relying on. So this is a point now in time, beginning in July, for the next 18 months. You must let go of the need for validation, praise, or ego strokes in your day job. And if you're not currently employed, from any individual that you regularly interact with. So stop micromanaging your daily routine or obsessing over your physical perfection. The cosmos are basically telling you that fixing your external life will not heal your internal world right now. The healing must happen from the inside out. Pisces easily falls into the trap of overworking in order to save others or in order to save a connection with another. But the South Node demands that you stop sacrificing your health and your mental peace for daily tasks that do not serve your soul and for connections that are no longer a vibrational match to yours. So this 18-month cycle is basically your cosmic, it's almost like you're going to be in a cocoon phase and you're clearing out the final remnants of that last like 19-year karmic cycle, the 18 months that the North Node was in your sign. And this will actually birth like a completely new, regenerated you for the new year. I wanted to take a look at relationships for you as well. So the 6-month Cancer lunar cycle, July 14th to December 23rd, acts as a powerful filter for your life. Because it takes place in your solar 5th house of hearts, it forces you to look at all of your connections, professional, platonic, and romantic, through a single crucial question. Does this relationship allow me to be authentically myself? Or am I performing a role or sacrificing myself to have this person in my life? So this is exactly how this cycle will reshape the 3 main areas of your relationship world. In terms of romantic connections, and this is really where you'll see the most of the change or the epicenter of change. The July 14th new moon arrives during a Mercury retrograde in Cancer. So those old flames or unresolved relationships, professional, platonic, or romantic, may reappear, particularly karmic exes. They're not returning to stay, they're returning to test. And if you have learned your lesson about emotional boundaries, you will most likely avoid these individuals or have minimal conversation and communication with them. If you haven't, you will most likely re-engage with those individuals, and by December, those relationships will come to an inevitable end. As a Pisces, you often fall in love with a person's potential, and this cycle demands that you see romantic partners exactly as they are, flaws, red flags, and all. If you are single, you will feel a shift away from casual, emotionally unavailable men and women, and instead you're going to desire nurturing, safe love that makes you feel secure. The full moon on December 23rd will bring a total culmination. So casual dating situations will either rapidly upgrade to an exclusive commitment, or you will confidently walk away from partners who expect you to minimize yourself and your sparkle in order to keep them comfortable. Platonic relationships will undergo an evaluation of joy versus obligation. The 5th house rules play, joy, and finding your tribe through shared passions. So for too long, many of you have held on to friendships out of a sense of guilt or history, especially if this is like we're talking family. So the lunar cycle makes you acutely aware of who drains your energy and who replenishes it. Over the next 5 to 6 months, you will find yourself gravitating towards friends and family members who share your artistic interest, spiritual curiosity, or desire to just lay back and have fun with you. You're stepping out of the role of the group therapist and into the role of the co-creator, and therefore you are looking for other co-creators for your platonic connections. Your social circle will feel a bit smaller, but infinitely more supportive and dynamic. You will trade a large network of acquaintances for a tight-knit inner circle where you can let your guard completely down. And by December, these individuals will feel like home. Professional relationships. While the 5th house is not the traditional house of career, it is the house of creative sovereignty and personal entrepreneurship. So this will heavily shift you in respect to how you interact with colleagues, bosses, clients, and vendors. Pisces, you often play the chameleon at work. You mold yourself to fit into a corporate dynamic. So the July new moon initiates a desire to lead with your unique ideas. And you'll find yourself pushing back against professional collaborators who try to micromanage your creative process or make you feel small. If you work in a creative, healing, or entrepreneurial field, this 6-month window is excellent for attracting clients or investors who genuinely appreciate your specific genius rather than just looking for cheap labor. By the December full moon, a professional collaboration will reach a major turning point. You will either successfully pitch a passion project to senior leadership, launch a lucrative business partnership, or decide to take your creative talents completely freelance and do it on your own. So lots and lots of changes here for you. So let's get into the cards now and see what else they have for you. So for Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. I know that was a lot, so you can always bookmark this video and come back to it over the next 6 months. But this is for Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. What else do they need to know for the second half of the year? Second half of 2026 for the Pisces collective. And if my camera abruptly shuts off, I'll just turn it back on. But if you see like a hard cut in the video, that's what it was. Like if I go from shuffling to putting the cards down, that's what happens. The battery's going and I'm waiting for a new camera to come in. So let's get you one more shuffle, Pisces. Thank you. We have Stars in the Sky, Limitless Possibility, card number 51. 2 cards came out here. You have the Perfect Storm, the courage to step into a new life. Wow, 44. And then you have Galactic Mushroom, the Divine Matrix, card number 24. And at the bottom of the deck, you have Horseman, Herald of Change. I love this. This is like the year of the fire horse feeling here. All right, let's see where else we go with this message. For Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements. We are clarifying card number 51, Stars in the Sky, Limitless Possibility. Card number 44, Perfect Storm, the courage to step into life. And card number 24, Galactic Mushroom, the Divine Matrix. One more shuffle here. Thank you. We have the Queen of Pentacles, the Knight of Swords, and the King of Wands, Justice, 3 of Swords, and the 4 of Cups. Underlying energy, 8 of Swords, the High Priestess, and the 2 of Pentacles. That leaves the 8 of Wands, Knight of Pentacles, 4 of Wands, Ace of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Some of you have an ex something returning, ex-friend, ex-boss, ex-family member, you know, ex-lover. For others of you, it's someone new. And it's almost like they have the same characteristics of someone else in your life that you ended a connection with. So I feel like you have a test coming. For Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus placements, we are clarifying Queen of Pentacles, Knight of Swords, King of Wands, Justice, 3 of Swords, and the 4 of Cups for the second half of 2026. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Queen of Pentacles is clarified by the 5 of Swords. The Knight of Swords, clarified by the Chariot. The King of Wands, clarified by the King of Swords. Justice is clarified by the 3 of Cups. The 3 of Swords is clarified by the 2 of Cups. And the 4 of Cups is clarified by the Page of Swords. At the bottom of the deck, 4 of Cups, 2 of Wands, and the Lovers. And that leaves the Ace of Swords, 5 of Cups, Knight of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Most of you will pass this test. Now, this could be a friend that 5 years ago screwed you over. And this could be a new romantic partner on the scene that has those same red flag qualities. It could have been a lover that you separated from and now they are returning, or you could have a platonic connection. Again, it's not tit for tat. It's not like an exact thing. So for some of you, it's the same person that created that 3 of Swords that's coming back. And for others of you, it's the same lesson in a new body. So Queen of Pentacles to the 5 of Swords, Justice to the 3 of Cups. Limitless possibility. I feel like since whatever this connection or these connections were that ended for you, I feel like you have really accepted how brilliant life is when you nurture yourself. Like, I don't really think you nurtured yourself while this person was in your life. And I think you understand that, like, taking care of yourself and investing in yourself is something you should do without argument. And the Five of Swords, no one is arguing here. There are no cutting words. And I think by you nurturing yourself, you've realized you have limitless possibility. And whoever that friend or family member was or lover that was in your life, they were limiting your possibilities, because I feel like they were, I mean, on one hand, I think that they were undervaluing you, but I don't know if this person was doing it knowingly or unknowingly, but that slaying away of your self-confidence kept you small. So with Justice to the Three of Cups, I feel like most of you have separated from this person or stopped communicating with them. And I think you have found happiness since then, or you've learned to start rebuilding your happiness. So the courage to step into a new life with the Perfect Storm card, Knight of Swords to the Chariot, it looks like communication, either from that person or someone similar to them. And we have the Three of Swords to the Two of Cups. So I'm going to clarify this more for you. But then I see you here in the Divine Matrix saying no. Because the Four of Cups in your deck is a rejection. And the Four of Cups in the After Tarot deck is a rejection as well. You're dumping out the cup. So I do see you when you're interacting or encountering this person. Again, whether it's the exact past person or just someone who's sort of like them, I feel like you're passing this test, like this Divine Matrix. Like I feel like you're coming through it. I think you're recognizing it and saying, nope, no thanks. I've changed, right? Herald of change. I've changed since then. Oh, look, right after that, getting back to integrity. So it's like, nope, I know my self-worth now. I have integrity. I don't need to settle for that. So many of you will be pivoting away from this person. Now, I'm not saying you're not going to meet other people in the next 6 months. Of course you are. This is just letting you know that the same test is returning. Queen of Pentacles. Tell me about the Queen of Pentacles here. And like, even for those of you, Fool card just showed itself. Even for those of you where you fail the test and you interact with this person, by December, the connection is coming to an end. The choice is to move on from it. So even if you kind of make a little oopsie here, it'll all balance out. Okay, it's not like you're going to be stuck with this, disaster for the rest of your life. Queen of Pentacles. It'll finally click. And it could be a week after or a month after. It'll finally click and you'll be like, oh, no. Like, I see the signs now. Clarify that Queen of Pentacles. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have the Knight of Cups, the Queen of Wands, and the King of Swords. So this is the person who undercut you at some point in time. It could have been an air sign, could have been a fire sign. Bottom of the deck, Temperance. Clarify the Five of Swords. So this is the person at some point in time presented you with an offer. One more shuffle. Thank you. Five of Swords is clarified by Queen of Pentacles. There you are again. Justice. There you are again. And the Death card. Okay. Bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. So once upon a time, this person, and I don't know who they are, boss, friend, family member, lover, presented you with an opportunity and you accepted it. And that connection came to an end because of a lie or cheating or betrayal, mistreatment of you. And I think you stayed in that connection longer than you should have because that person either knowingly or unknowingly cut your self-confidence in half. So now that they're no longer in your life and you're learning to love yourself again, and you've had all this time without them to actually nurture yourself in the Queen of Pentacles, you're realizing I have a lot of possibilities. Like, this person actually kept me small. So Justice to the Three of Cups, I feel like you have found or you are in the process of finding happiness since this person left your life. Justice. Clarify Justice, please. And maybe for some of you, it was a divorce with the two Justice cards to the Death card. I mean, that's possible for one of you watching. One more shuffle. Thank you. Justice is clarified by King of Pentacles, the Emperor, and the Wheel of Fortune, bottom of the deck, the Fool card. clarify that Three of Cups, please? One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Cups is clarified by Knight of Wands, Five of Cups, and the Ace of Swords. Bottom of deck, Six of Wands. So at some point in time, you went from a Queen of Pentacles to a King of Pentacles. So Queens for me exist in the present, and they process the past, and Kings take action. So at some point in time here, whether by force or by choice, you decided that the next chapter would not include this person. And you moved forward without them. Some of you literally like relocated after this connection came to an end. So in the Five of Cups card in the After Tarot deck, you're not looking at the Three Cups that were spilled with this person. Instead, you started looking at a new connection. Whether that person was in your life or not, the feeling here is just like you just were not interested in that person anymore, like they had done too much damage. And that was your truth, that you needed to find Three Cups elsewhere, not Three Cups with this person. And so Fool card, you are off on a new path without them. Knight of Swords. This is communication over the course of the next 6 months from either this person or someone who will be a red flag just like them. One more shuffle. Knight of Swords is clarified by the Page of Wands, the Lovers, and the Six of Pentacles. Bottom of deck, Five of Pentacles. That person that you walked away from, or they walked away from you, again, by force or by choice. Yep, Ace of Pentacles is there, and the Tower. So this is a little heads up that for 80% of you, it's that past person returning. And for 20% of you, it's someone new who has those same terrible qualities. Chariot. Clarify the Chariot. You stepping into a new life means having the ability to say no to this person. Otherwise, you would just be repeating an old life. You know, the old cycle. One more shuffle here. Thank you. The Chariot is clarified by the Eight of Cups. Yep, there they come. Four of Pentacles and the Five of Wands. Bottom of the deck, Three of Wands. Most of you are hard no. So you've moved on from this person. Here you are in the red coat. Here they come returning for whatever reason. Closure, nostalgia, reconnection, or a new person. Okay? A new person who's not emotionally available is coming along. And I see you shutting it down without argument. Because in the past, you would have clung to someone. You would have desperately wanted affection. You didn't know your worth or value. So this person coming back, you would have welcomed them back. A new person coming along that mimics those same terrible qualities, you would have been just a people pleaser, you know, just so happy to have someone to connect with. But in the After Tarot deck, the Four of Pentacles is met with the scorpionic energy of the Death card. So, which we already have here. You already said no to this person. So here again, we have you saying no to this person or to someone who is just like them. And you have no inner conflict with this. Now, Five of Wands, there in the After Tarot deck, there is no arguing. So you seem, most of you will be a no thanks. Or you might entertain this new friend or the new boss, you know, or the new lover on a date, 2 dates. Maybe you're going to work with them for a couple of weeks. And then you're like, no, I got to find another job or I have to end this connection. The way they are behaving or the way they're talking to me is oddly similar to what this person did. So yeah, for 80%, I feel like it's the past person. And for 20%, it's someone new. But I see both groups being like, nope, not doing that again. Like, I do not want to feel that again, that Three of Swords. Clarify the Three of Swords here. Clarify the Three of Swords. Once you make this decision, you have a new connection come in. It's like some last test. I'm so sorry. One more shuffle. Thank you. Three of Swords is clarified by Five of Swords. There's that person. Nine of Wands and the Knight of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles. There's that communication from someone who wounded you. And it's almost a test on how healed are you? When that connection left by force or by choice, did you actually do the internal work to heal? Because if not, you may be prone, you know, you might be part of like that 2% club here that'll reconnect with them. I think most of you have healed. Clarify that Two of Cups connection, please. Clarify the Two of Cups connection. One more shuffle. Thank you. It's clarified by the Eight of Wands, the Eight of Swords, and the Strength card. Bottom of the deck, Two of Pentacles. So you're holding yourself back. There you are again. King of Pentacles energy. You receive this communication. You seem to be a no here, but it's almost like you're doubting yourself. So something that they do or say makes you wonder if they really changed. Or if it's a new person, something they do or say hits your intuition. You're like, wait, what was that? But then you start overthinking it and you're like, oh, maybe I'm just being paranoid because of what so-and-so did to me in the past. So if it's a past person, there's a little bit of a red flag, but you're like, wait, maybe I'm just being paranoid. I should give them a little bit of benefit of doubt. I'm going to go super slow and just talk, and see how this develops. And if it's a new person, again, something they say, you're just kind of like, wait, what was that? But then again, you start questioning yourself, like, wait, I'm probably just being paranoid because of what that last jerk did. So I do see you continuing conversation. I don't see a lot of action here. I do see conversation and you holding yourself back to go, wait a minute. This is oddly familiar to either the experience I had with this person before I was freed from them, or the experience I had with that other person before I was freed from them. So you're kind of checking yourself here. King of Wands, clarify the King of Wands. You're checking yourself because you're catching yourself. At first you think you're making a mistake or you're misjudging them, and then you're like, no. Tell me about that King of Wands. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Hangman. See, at first you second guess yourself. You're like, oh, it must be my wound. And then you're like, no, wait a minute. Something's wrong here. Seven of Wands, and your walls go up. You're like, nope, you're exactly how you were back then, or you are exactly like that past person. Three of Cups, you're exactly like that past person. Eight of Cups. So I see you here moving on from this person. So the majority of you are at least going to talk to either the past person or the new person. You'll second guess yourself thinking you're being paranoid, but then something they do or say here, you immediately become defensive. You either recognize that they have not changed. If they triangulated you in the past, you realize that they are still doing it or they have the capability of doing it. And if it's the new person, you realize this is not the deep emotional fulfillment you need in a professional, platonic, or romantic connection. So again, something they do or say makes you realize they're like that past person. Clarify that King of Swords. One more shuffle. Thank you. King of Swords is clarified by Page of Cups, Two of Swords, and the Nine of Cups. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Pentacles. So this is the person who's offering you this. So again, it's a conversation, a job offer, going out on a date. Hey, do you want to grab some coffee? So this person is extending this to you, and they think that you will be an automatic yes. Four of Cups to the Page of Swords. I don't think so. So if you're a cross watcher watching, I think you're going to be a bit disappointed if you're anything like their ex, or if you are the ex and you have not changed. Because this person hasn't changed, but you have changed, Mr. and Mrs. Queen of Pentacles here. One more shuffle. Thank you. Four of Cups is clarified by Ace of Pentacles, the World card, and the Six of Swords. Bye, Felicia. So I don't think you're going to stay in connection with this person, past or new. And you're letting them know that they are oddly reminiscent of someone from the past, or they are exactly like they were in the past. Clarify the Page of Swords, because it's through observation that you realize this. One more shuffle. Thank you. Clarified by the Emperor. There you are when you made that decision. Ace of Wands, and two cards came out. The World card and the Nine of Swords. Yep, I'm done with you. Two World card here. Two World cards here. World card here, we're like, bye, Felicia. This is you, King of all kings, whether you're masculine or feminine, saying, I'm going to have a new beginning. It's not with you from the past, or it's not with the new person. World card, done and over with. Nine of Swords. I'm not even going to think twice about this. I'm trusting my intuition. In the After Tarot deck, the person is holding the Ace of Swords. their truth, and they're slaying away any doubts, fears, or anxieties, or where they were like you were second guessing yourself. Because here you're second guessing yourself, Eight of Swords, and here with the Nine of Swords, you're using that ace and slaying those eight away. So you're like, nope, you are a hard no. So I like this for you a lot because it appears that like 99% of you are passing the test. So I would like to know about the legitimate new person now who comes in, because you're up in your head. Your intuition is telling you one thing. Your mind is telling you you're being paranoid. You're going back and forth in that Two of Pentacles and that Four of Cups. You're dumping out that Page of Cups, that offer. It's a decision here that you're making to move forward with a different type of person, not this person. And now you have actually someone come in. So professional, platonic, or romantic connection comes in after you say no to the test. Clarify this for me, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Moon. This is what you don't see. Nine of Swords and the Fool. Bottom of the deck, the Magician. The type of person that you want actually comes in after you say no to this. And if by chance, small chance, I'm speaking to a Pisces where you're a little behind on the collective and you're still involved in this, I don't see it lasting till the end of the year, but I do see as you're entering 2027, a new person. So again, I don't know where you are on the timeline. So for some of you, you left this person, you already passed the test, you know, you've gone without that friend, or you've gone without a lover for quite some time. You have someone new coming in. Okay, you're just a little bit more fast forward here on this spread. So I feel like I have three groups of you. You already left this person, you already passed the test. Now you're waiting for the new person to come in. New friend, new lover, whomever. And then I have a group of you where you just left this recently. And so they're returning, or someone just like them are returning, and it's a test. And if you pass the test, you have that new person. And for others of you, you are literally in the middle of this. You're literally in the middle of this. So by December, you are free of this. And even if they were to come back, you're not going back. So I have all three groups passing the test whenever the past resurfaces, either with that person, like I said, or someone who's oddly similar to them. Clarify the new. So then you're all on path for the new soulmate, whether it's professional, platonic, or romantic. One more shuffle. Thank you. And this doesn't, again, have to be tit for tat. This could be a friend that you're getting rid of. They come back during Mercury retrograde. You're like, nope, you haven't changed. This could be the new boss. You know, it doesn't have to be the exact connection for the exact connection. So keep that in mind also. But you're definitely passing one test. And then the type of person that you want in that Magician energy actually comes in, like the person that you've been waiting for, the type of person you've been waiting for. One more shuffle here. Thank you. Knight of Pentacles, Empress, and the Magician. Yes, the type of person that you've been waiting to build with. Ten of Pentacles, Six of Swords. The whole reason why you moved on from this person in the Six of Swords, the by Felicia person, this is what you have coming. So I like this for you a lot. So you have a new Hierophant on the scene. And that could be a new boss, or a friendship that's going to last the rest of your life, or a new committed partnership. But you have the type of person, the type of connection you've been waiting for coming to you. As long as you say no to this or say no to this test. Let's close it out now with the Moonology card. Actually, I feel inclined to get a card for each group there. So for those of you where you left this person already, you've been tested, you passed the test, and you're waiting for this. Can I get one card for the Pisceans who are now just waiting for the new person? One more shuffle. Thank you. Hierophant is coming in, okay? You'll have this person, meet this person between now and December 23rd, okay? Five Cups. Remember we had said you're looking for that new cup in that Five of Cups card. You have so many cards on the table now. But yeah, that's what you're doing. Can I have one more card on the Hierophant, please? So that is what is coming in for you. One more shuffle. Thank you. Hierophant, clarified by the Two of Pentacles. Bottom of the deck, Four of Swords. Yeah, because you're healed and you passed the test, you have that new person now coming in. And it's like you've turned your back to that person or that test. For those of you where you have left this person, but they're coming back, or like you haven't passed the test yet, okay? For my Pisceans who have disconnected from that person, but haven't passed the test yet. Haven't passed the test yet. Thank you. The Devil. Can't make it up. Queen of Cups and the Devil. So this person will try to emotionally manipulate you or emotionally gaslight you. Four of Swords. And it's a test to see how healed you are. So again, it might be the 80%, the same person, 20%, someone new who is just like them. Emotional manipulation, emotional gaslighting, promising you the world and not being able to deliver it. One more shuffle. Thank you. Queen of Swords, you're going to see it very clearly, okay? So if you haven't passed the test yet, don't be scared of this reading. Be confident in yourself that when this person returns or someone new crosses your path, when your gut tells you there's something wrong and your mind goes, no, 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 Pisces, you're overreacting, trust your gut. And I think that's exactly what you're going to do. And for those of you where you are a little behind on the timeline and you're still trying to go through this phase, can I get one card for the Pisceans still trying to disconnect from this person? One more shuffle. Thank you. The Magician. Bottom of the deck, Ten of Wands. It's very difficult, or will become increasingly difficult, for you to manifest the type of connection that you want as long as you're connected to this person. Can I get one more on this, please? One more shuffle. Thank you. Knight of Cups, bottom of the deck, the Four of Wands. It's going to be really hard to, again, receive that new offer. It's like you're in a toxic romantic relationship and you're manifesting a new love partner. They're not going to be able to come in. They're energetically blocked because you're still dealing with this person. Can I get advice for Pisces still in that connection? One more shuffle. Thank you. Your advice. The Ten of Cups, the Seven of Cups, and the Two of Swords. Bottom of the deck, the Eight of Wands. What you want can't be found in that connection. And it's time for you to be honest with yourself about it. There's illusion and confusion there. And some of it is from them gaslighting you. But some of it is also you just don't want to see the truth about this person. You really want them to be the ideal blank, boss, friend, family member, lover, whoever they are to you. And it's almost like you're refusing to see that they're not. Can I get three more cards of advice? So your advice is to see that. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Ten of Wands, the Ace of Cups, and the Sun card. You deserve better, Pisces. Four of Swords. There's some reason why you are attached to that person, and it's not a healthy reason. And again, it could be because whatever they did undercut your self-confidence so much. But it's a very heavy, stressful relationship for you, and that should be a key indicator for you that it's not healthy. It shouldn't be stressful. Let's get you a Moonology card now, and we'll close it out with some Oracle cards. So what you want, again, is on the other side of letting that go. Can we get a Moonology card here, please, for the Piscean Collective? Hoping I can get this up before storms roll in, but I don't know. I've been having difficulty with the internet and my computer, so this might not go up till Monday or Tuesday. I apologize. One more shuffle. Thank you. Prosperity lies ahead. New moon in Taurus at the bottom of the deck, South Node. Don't let your past hold you back. The type of connection you want is here. It's not here, and it's not in anyone who has any of those same traits or red flags. Let's get three Oracle cards, please, to close out this message for Pisces. One more shuffle. Thank you. Change. Dare to change and embrace new. and embrace new possibilities. Herald of change, change. So if you're in this, it's time to move in a new direction. When the test comes in, it's time to not repeat the past. And when the new person comes in, it's time to pivot in that direction, okay? Guidance. Seek wisdom from within, okay? Trust your intuition here. To illuminate, thank you, Mercury retrograde, to illuminate your path and guide your decisions. And then you also have vision. Look to the future with foresight and make wise choices. Look to the future, not the past. At the bottom of the deck, you have belonging. Find your true place where you are loved and accepted for who you are. Because anyone who makes you shrink yourself in order to be in their life or for them to be in yours shouldn't have a spot in your life moving forward. I don't want to call it perfect type of connection, but the ideal connection where you feel like you belong in that friend group, or you belong at that job, or you were made for this person, or they're the missing piece to your life. That's what's coming in. But first, most of you have to pass that one test. Some of you still have to leave that behind, but all three groups need to trust their intuition. That is what I have for you, Pisces. If you like those messages, they resonated with you, you want to claim all or part of them, please be sure to click like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hype the video if you're able to do that on your mobile device. And between now and December, I'm going to do some micro readings on this, because as the collective makes decisions, the energy is going to shift. And so there might be some additional messages that come up as a result. So between now and December, I'll be doing those micro readings about this, like follow-ups, and I'll post them on Patreon. So between now and December, you can hop onto Patreon to see them. If you can't go to Patreon, you don't have the time, maybe you don't have the money, that's quite all right. Trust that source already knew that, and you received all the information that you need for the second half of the year. Until I read for you again, I am wishing you light, love, and peace.